We gotta
let Stevie Cohen buy the Red Sox instead of the Mets.
Well, I'm not sure he's buying the Mets.
Or the Knicks. Doug Cass, folks, ensconced in Florida next to a guy named Palmer. He used to throw the orb for the Baltimore Orioles as well. We were honored to speak with Mr. Palmer one day, one of my true heroes as a kid. Doug Cass, Jim Palmer says this was a bad trade?
Awful trade. I'll get him on the phone next time I'm on.
You're killing me.
You know it was. You just don't want to face reality. Back to the market.
We say, good morning, 106.1 FM Boston. We're all in. I got my black armband on. Trust me. Doug Cass, I want to go to what's so different for you, which is a 5-year, 6-year, 10-year conviction on Amazon. Let's start with the idea, how rare is it for you to have a big company long-term conviction like that?
I think that Amazon will trade at $5,000 a share by 2023. In the last 10 years, there's only been 2 companies that have exceeded 20% organic growth, Google and Amazon. And their moats, Tom, are just getting deeper and deeper. The concern about regulatory reform and how it would impact the P&L is no longer a factor. And their moat is getting deeper and deeper and more impenetrable. I said to you about 6 or 9 months ago that I expected a hockey stick in earnings growth far in excess, 10 to 20% greater in 2020 to 22 than the consensus forecast for on the sell side of with regard to earnings. And I suspect that they're about 9 months ahead of my timetable based upon the last quarter, which is $2 a share, better than expectations. And indeed, estimates rose by 15%.
The reason Cass comes on is he knows I'm doing the logarithms on the Bloomberg on what he's saying. These are outlandish phrases by Mr. Cass. No, they're not. If you take the long-term regression of Amazon, folks, back to the horrific bottom of 01, you get out to a Cassian 5,133 at the end of 23. So, Doug, this is important.
The math works.
Doug's outrageous call, Paul Sweeney, is the linear log regression of the stock. He's stating the obvious, and boy, is he alone in doing that.
Interesting, Doug. I mean, you brought up the regulatory overhang for not just Amazon, but some of these other big technology companies like Facebook and Google. This is an alphabet-free studio, so we call it Google. So, but for Amazon in particular, Doug, why do you think the regulatory risk is not that material?
I think that the more regulation placed on Amazon, the more it will increase their moat and their market share. They're such first mover advantage now. No one's even in the same league as they are. So it would actually be self-defeating.
Interesting.
You can see the stock. It's amazing that Jeff Bezos sold another $2 billion worth of stock, and the stock is up $50 in the last 2 days.
Interesting. So
and by the way, hey, Thomas.
Yes.
Speaking of linear log regression, I teach Robert Schiller's course at the Yale School of Management, and I actually spent 3 hours on that last year.
This is important, folks. This is to go to logs. Doug, all of us, Paul Sweeney, Douglas Cass, and I remember when the Securities Exchange Commission was afraid to use logs publicly because they thought it would confuse the public. And yet this is what adults do in the market because the core equation is an exponential function, FE equals PV 1 plus R to the T. Doug Cass, what's the biggest mistake in extrapolation people make? I mean, you're extrapolating out 3 weeks or 3 months or even out, may I suggest, 5 years with Amazon. What's the biggest extrapolation mistake investors make?
I think, oddly, the extrapolation of parabolic moves is a major trading and investment mistake, and I'm thinking obviously of Tesla. Tesla started the year at $418 a share and traded to $900 now. Tesla is not going to automatically brush our teeth. It's not going to walk our dogs. It's not going to heal the sick. It's not going to cure the blind. It's not going to solve global warming. It's not going to deliver world peace. When you have parabolic moves and you extend that, and traders buy the relative strength, we have to remember that parabolic moves almost always return to the point of breakout, and we're seeing that this morning. There's also another important lesson. It's not your question specifically. I see Tesla down another $60. It's an important lesson about short selling. I, as a matter of practice, as you know, have as a basic tenet of my short selling to avoid any stock with a large short interest relative to the average daily trading volume and or the float. For example, Tesla has 28 million shares short, 140 million share float, which is really overstated because probably 30 million of that is in Ron Barron's hands and other committed long-term investors and cult members. So that's a dangerous thing. And look, I lived through Robert Wilson's short squeeze of Resorts International. I have the scars on my back shorting stocks of the dot-com era a bit early. It worked out fine, but they sure were painful for a period of time.
Let's come back. Doug Hess with his Series Partners. We're thrilled to bring him back on our break. Up 255 points in the Dow. The VIX 15.57. With the news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Tom, Paul, thank you very much. The tone was set even before word was spoken between the president and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The president snubbed Pelosi's handshake, and then Pelosi's jaw dropped when the president spoke against the state of California.
The state of California passed an outrageous law declaring their whole state to be a sanctuary for criminal, illegal immigrants. A very terrible sanctuary with catastrophic results.
When President Trump wrapped up his State of the Union speech, Pelosi tore up the speech and tossed it aside. When asked why, Pelosi said because it was a manifesto of mistruths. Michigan's governor spoke on behalf of Democrats in their response to the president's speech, while President Trump spoke about a soaring stock market and record low unemployment rate. Governor Gretchen Whitmer said with stagnant wage growth in several states, many American workers are still hurting.
The American economy needs to be a different kind of strong. Strong for the science teacher spending her own money to buy supplies for her classroom. Strong for the single mom picking up extra hours so she can afford her daughter's soccer cleats. Strong for the small business owner who has to make payroll at the end of the month.
We have more details on the vote count in the Iowa caucuses. With 71% of precincts reporting, Pete Buttigieg maintains his lead with 26% of the vote. Bernie Sanders is second with 25%. The Senate delivers its verdict today in President Trump's impeachment trial. They will likely vote to acquit. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Paul.
Michael Barr, thank you so much. Green on the screen. We have risk on once again. The coronavirus fears put aside for the time being. S&P up about 24 points. Dow up 255 points. That's 29,065 on the Dow Jones Industrials. NASDAQ up about 0.4%. That's 42 points, putting the NASDAQ at 95.09. Oil rallying here. WTI crude up above $51 a barrel, up 3.4% today, reversing the 20% decline we've seen over the last couple of months. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Are you a whiskey lover? Do you want to get your hands on a 55-year-old Japanese single malt? Take a number. Literally. Yamakaze is holding an in-Japan-only lottery for buyers of its Yamakaze 55 this summer. The supply is so limited from the country's oldest distillery that owner Suntory Holdings will release only 100 bottles. The price, a mere 3 million yen, which is still about $27,600. The global whiskey market is projected to grow 19% to $147.6 billion through 2023, according to Euromonitor. Also growing, dog shows. The canine events are the latest target for private equity firm GF Sports. It's teaming up with the 136-year-old American Kennel Club, a nonprofit dedicated to promoting purebred canines, on a joint venture that will take dog shows on tour later this year. But the ultimate event, the Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show, is not a part of the new pact. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Rich is just a really good guy. The term good egg isn't enough to describe him. He's also certified organic and free range. Rich puts the cap back on everything. The toothpaste, the olive oil, the shampoo, everything. He lets lets his 10-year-old nephew beat him at virtual tennis, even though he can straight up slay his 10-year-old nephew in virtual tennis. When the toilet paper is running low, Rich replaces the roll on the actual holder, not just on the back of the toilet. Rich is texting and driving. Rich? No. What are you doing, Rich? I was just telling everyone how great you are. Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Global news.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Having to deal with financial stuff can make you feel... ah! But at Money Supermarket, we make you feel... ah. That's because we go further to help you get money calm. We don't just compare. We cut prices to help you get better car insurance deals. Get money calm. Money Supermarket.
Do you do the same thing every weekend? You know, meet up with the same friends for brunch, browse around the same shops, eat the same Saturday night takeaway. Mine's a lamb balti with mushroom pilau rice. Snuggle up next to the same person and watch the same brain-numbing reality TV. Then maybe it's time to switch it up. Starting with the all-new Vauxhall Corsa, with its bold styling and up to 70 miles per gallon. To switch it up, visit your local Vauxhall dealership or search New Corsa. Official WLTP test figures for comparison purposes only. Real-world figures may vary.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What sea sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
NYMEX crude oil's up 3.5%, up $1.75 at $51.36 a barrel, and COMEX gold up 0.1% up $1.50 at $15.57 10 an ounce. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Paul.
Karen, thanks so much. Again, 250 now, up 315 on the Dow. We'll get to Doug Cass in a moment. Right now, and this is a joy. As you know, I thought that what David Rubenstein did with Mr. Bezos was absolutely extraordinary. He has done it again with a quiet gentleman on Wall Street. Let us listen to David Rubenstein with Brian Moynihan.
So what did you do that make Bank of America now the largest consumer bank in the United States?
Well, basically was to pare the company back to what made it great. And what makes it great is the 8 lines of business and the simplicity of that. And so we got rid of about 40 different units that we didn't need.
David Rubenstein with Brian Moynihan, and now Mr. Rubenstein joins us this morning. What a fascinating guy, a fascinating interview. And in your notes, David, you go right to the heart of it, which is not that he was scarred, but he is adjusted and amended off of what he was given by the Ken Lewis debacle. What did he say about that moment when they shifted from the Lewis era to the Moynihan era?
Well, you have to remember that for a while he was the general counsel of Bank of America and was actually sort of asked to leave. And after he was in the process of getting ready to leave, the bank realized that they made a mistake. They called him back, and they ultimately promoted him to be the CEO. So it's a story of somebody who was at the bank, was doing well, but then kind of was pushed out a bit, then came back and turned around the bank to the point today where the bank has, since under his leadership, has increased its market cap to about $302 billion from about $165 billion, about an 80% increase. Brian is a very modest person. He's not as visible as, let's say, Jamie Dimon, but he's done an incredible job there. Maybe this is the skill he got from being a rugby player. Just, keep fighting, and then take the bruises.
I totally
and keep
agree
going.
with that. Totally agree with that, Paul.
So, David, what was your key takeaway of Brian Moynihan, the individual? He's had such an interesting career arc coming up through the Bank of America.
Yeah, he worked his way up. He was originally at Fleet, and then went to Bank Boston. Then Bank Boston CEO Chad Gifford kind of took on Brian as a protege, in effect, and ultimately helped promote his career a bit. But Brian was obviously a very, very talented person. Very smart, not flashy, low-key, doesn't like to go make public speeches that much, relatively speaking, compared to other prominent CEOs. But he's learned how to master that. He now, I think, has turned around the bank to the point where people forget how bad the situation was.
Yeah.
And in fact, his predecessor made an acquisition that may have been one of the worst in history. They put in ultimately about $4 billion to buy Countrywide. It wound up costing the bank about $100 billion.
We're going to have to leave it there just because of time. David Rubenstein, thank you so much. Folks, if you're on Global Wall Street, I'll make it clear.
Yes.
This is must listen, must watch. David Rubenstein, of course, with Brian Moynihan, a peer-to-peer conversation. Look for that 9 p.m. tonight on Bloomberg Television. We continue with Douglas Cass, and we're going to rip up the script here as we can do with Cass at any moment. Boy, Doug, you look back at 06, 07, 08, the certitude of American banking. We've all got our war stories, and then boom, there it was. And Mr. Moynihan had to pick up the debris at Bank of America.
Yeah, it's interesting to note, unrelated, I was doing some work on Berkshire Hathaway over the weekend. I think that Bank of America is Warren's second or third largest holding, about $22 billion worth. No one's talking about how disproportionate Apple is to Berkshire Hathaway's portfolio. It's now over $80 billion. It's actually 4 times the second largest investment position in Berkshire's portfolio. His unrealized gain is $43 billion on a $37 billion investment. And one of my surprises this year is that Apple is not a forever holding for Warren Buffett. Because of that disproportionate investment position, he actually will sell a good portion of his Apple stock.
Who we sell that to? I mean, let's assume that's a private transaction.
He'll sell it to the ETFs.
Well, okay. What do you do with Apple? I mean, this has come up 5 times this week. I mean, with the moonshot on Apple, we can go buy, hold, sell, and all that. But Doug Cass, somebody with a pop in Apple, what do they do? Do you just hold it and monitor the performance of the company?
Well, I think everything is reward versus risk, and I think that the downside risk dwarfs the upside reward at this point.
Does that apply to some of the other tech names that have really driven, maybe it's the FANG stocks or something associated with them that have really driven the stock market performance we've seen recently?
Yeah, and let's remember, guys, that, I would be less concerned with the outlook for large tech stocks like Apple and Microsoft and for the market as a whole if last year's advance was earnings derived. It was not.
Yeah.
Like in 2013, it was entirely based on a reset of higher valuations. Look, we came in a year ago, consensus 2019 S&P earnings forecast for the consensus was $178 a share. We're going to come in $164 a share. What do you think the 2020 estimate is for the consensus? It's right back to 178, and I think we're going to miss that dramatically.
Doug, Dan Shaughnessy, trading Mookie Betts means the Red Sox have given up on the 2020 season. Subhead, trading Betts is going to be a PR nightmare for the Sox for years to come. The Yankees have never had this problem, have they?
No, they're willing to spend money, ...
Well, so's the Red Sox. You guys can't make that cry anymore.
When he's sticking the knife in me,
That's right.
Cass runs out of words. He just... Doug, thank you so much for joining us today. My regards to Mr. Palmer. Mr. Cass is from Seabreeze and, of course, in Florida, and is better than good. We protect the copyright of all of our guests. If you want Mr. Cass's literature, you know where to go for it. What we do is data checks. Paul Sweeney, we're up 308, 29,113 after the president's speech. Are we like Dow 30,000 watch?
I am, absolutely. 29,115. Yep. So we're right there, 9,500 on the NASDAQ as well.
And very importantly, gold, $15.58 the ounce. The last couple of days down, I think about $30 as well. Looking at dollar strength, nicely over 98 on DXY, 98.29. Yen 109.80, Euro 110.02. We're going to get a 109 handle on a weaker euro here off that dollar strength. Also, renminbi we're watching, and it is stronger today from 702 through to a true 6.97. So that's stronger yuan on a very constructive screen. Again, the Dow up 306. I haven't looked at the crossroads known as Tesla. Tesla 804. That's down $100. What do you want? This is Bloomberg.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an...
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
The moment you realise you've drilled through an electric cable. The moment you realise that doesn't just mean no telly on the wall, but no telly full stop. The moment you realise you've got British Gas Home Care. And not just your electrics, but your plumbing, heating and drains are all covered. So the moment you've got a problem, make it our problem. British Gas, here to solve. Search British Gas Home Care.
Forget downtime. Lunch is the time to get ahead of your rivals. Feed your mind. Think outside the lunchbox, people.
Or leave the motivation to Vitality. With our life insurance, you could save up to 40% on a Garmin fitness watch to help you keep an eye on your activity levels. Now that's real motivation. Search Vitality Garmin. Life's better with Vitality. Variable discount. Postage and packaging terms and conditions apply.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
Ready for this! Scores! On the goal line, Marshawn scores!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
And tucks it home!
And with this team, it's really fun to be a part of a team like that.
You can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium. From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today. Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
On Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney.
Where's your views on the municipal bond landscape?
The market does not like uncertainty, does not react well to uncertainty.
There's a whole lot of optimism around the valuation of Uber.
What is Ford saying about the self-driving car?
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
Maybe we're getting hooked on debt and low interest rates.
The black hole called power could be a bigger black hole.
Only buy IPO stock that you can't get. If you can get it, it's probably a dog you don't want it.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Wednesday morning from New York City to our worldwide audience. It is a risk on day today. Coming forward, we have Porter Bibb, our good friend from Media Tech Capital Partners. He's going to break down those Disney results. We're going to talk about the streaming wars as well as they heat up. We're also going to talk to Eric Balchunas. We're going to talk about Vanguard, the ETF giant. And they have a new private equity fund. We're going to dig into that. But first, let's go to Greg Jarrett, Bloomberg News, for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg, what do you have?
Paul, just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. U.S. January ISM non-manufacturing index has risen to 55.5. The estimate was for 55.1. We'll have more on that and analysis later in the program. Right now, stocks continued the surge as the rally in risk assets entered a third day on rising bets the coronavirus will not derail the global economy. Crude oil joined the advance after tumbling into a bear market. OPEC's technical committee meeting in Vienna is discussing the impact of coronavirus on global economic and oil demand growth in 2020. Bloomberg News oil reporter Alex Longley says there will be discussions about the China-U.S. trade deal promise to increase purchases of U.S. oil.
OPEC will certainly be looking to see where barrels could be lost. West Africa is always an early one to kind of go in Chinese demand, but you could find that U.S. flows either increase or decrease depending on how much China wants to kind of acquiesce to its pledges under the trade deal.
Right now, West Texas Intermediate's up 3.8%. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day here on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500's up 0.9%, up 30. The Dow's up 1.1%, up 326. And the NASDAQ is up 0.7%, up 63. At 10 years down 14.30 seconds. The yield is 1.64%. As we said, West Texas Intermediate is now 51.49 a barrel, up 3.8%. COMEX Gold is up 0.1% at 15.5690 an ounce. The dollar yen 109.84. The euro $1.10 even, and the British pound $1.29.61. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. It's time for Bloomberg Markets with Lisa and Paul.
Thank you so much, Greg Jarrett. Market Drivers brought to you by Commonwealth Financial Network for the sixth straight time. J.D. Power ranks Commonwealth #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms. Visit commonwealth.com to learn more. And we did just get that economic data showing that non-manufacturing, that services, ISM data, is actually stronger than was expected, just sort of showing this divergence that we've seen ongoing, manufacturing coming in weaker and weaker. The consumer, still strong. Services, still strong. Dave Wilson, Bloomberg Stocks editor, joining us here in our interactive broker studios. A busy day of earnings, a busy day of macro whipsawing. What are you focusing on today to figure out how much meat is behind today's rally?
Well, when you try and sort out what's going on with the consumers, there are a few stocks that jump out. You know, you've got the biggest gains in the S&P 500 belonging to Coty, the cosmetics maker, and Capri Holding, which is Michael Kors and Jimmy Choo and Versace.
The consumer. There you go.
Absolutely. And their quarterly results well received. That's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is Ford Motor, also arguably consumer oriented. And that stock's down more than 9.5%. They're looking for earnings to be well below what analysts were anticipating, which gets your attention for sure. And, you know, even though General Motors numbers looked a bit better, they had a profit, which analysts weren't expecting in the fourth quarter. Stock's now barely higher, up 0.7% on a day when the S&P 500 is up more than that. So it's kind of moving with the market. So, you know, when you put that all together, I mean, it's kind of hard to get a real takeaway that the consumer writ large is going great guns. Certainly from the luxury side of things, it looks that way. But the automakers telling you a bit of a different story here.
It's interesting just looking at, speaking of automakers, and I guess we'll consider Tesla an automaker. Certainly stock down about 10.5% right now, below $800. Just an example once again of the volatility of this name. And it was interesting, Morgan Stanley out with some research basically saying I just don't get it. Basically hands in the air is kind of the takeaway there. So, I think this stock is obviously just showing continued volatility.
Well, Morgan Stanley is also telling investors to sell Tesla, and you have to bear in mind that, when you look at our analyst data, you see lots of those kinds of ratings, no question, when it comes to Tesla. Just checking out the latest figures here, 18 sell recommendations and 19 combined buy and hold ratings. So clearly, this is a consensus of sorts that you just don't see with the average stock. And, given the run-up that has resulted in Tesla shares, there's even more reason to kind of sort of pound the table, as they say, in analysts speak at least.
Yeah, Tesla is sort of a story unto itself, one of faith, one of, is this a tech company? Is it an auto manufacturer? Excuse me, we've been digging into that for a while, but now there's a question that's sort of a larger point here, which is how much do the fundamentals of the backdrop with respect to China and production factor in at all to a company like this? We have seen Elon Musk come out and say that there could be potential disruptions to the supply chain. We've seen the same kind of thing out of Nike, Adidas. We've certainly seen GM, Starbucks close some operations temporarily in China. The coronavirus is not getting better. In fact, it's accelerating. Dave, why are we seeing markets shrug this off to such a degree?
Because China is one piece of a bigger puzzle. It's hard to say anything else. Take Capri Holdings, perfect example. They're cutting their forecast in terms of revenue for the current fiscal year because they're having to close stores, and yet the stock's up 9% at the moment. We saw the same thing yesterday with Ralph Lauren, which had temporarily shut down half of its stores in China, and yet its earnings were well received. If you've got enough growth around the world, it seems like investors are kind of putting China to one side and saying, okay, we know what the issues are there. We know companies are going to have, disruptions there. Whether you're talking about, actual stores or being able to line up supplies or whatever it is. And at the same time, they're looking around and saying, things are okay, elsewhere. Then there's no reason to let China kind of dictate how valuations work out.
So, Dave, we're about a little more than halfway through earnings if I'm looking at the S&P 500, the EA function. We have to have earnings growth in 2020 for this market is what the strategists are telling us. How's the first half of the first quarter, the fourth quarter numbers kind of shaping up?
Well, the reason they're saying we have to have it is because we didn't have it last year, and the S&P 500 went up 29%. So, you have to take that sort of with a pinch of salt, you might say. We're still not back to earnings growth in terms of where the fourth quarter was. We started out with analysts looking for a decline of 1.5%, 2%. And the latest figures put it at 0.3% drop. So by the time you get all the numbers in, presumably there will be at least a pinch of growth. That said, this year, you look at the quarter-to-quarter progression, and that seems to be coming down. By the time you get to the fourth quarter, it's looking more like 13.5% growth for the moment. You go back even a few weeks, and the consensus was closer to 15%. So, some caution kicking in as far as how the year unfolds from here. And we haven't seen a real pickup in terms of the fourth quarter overall as the numbers come through. Not much of one anyway, so that's certainly part of the mix as well.
Although a greater proportion of the companies have beaten estimates than usual, right?
Yeah, pretty much in line. Actually.
Okay.
Because you tend to get, at least you have the past several quarters, something like 70%. It's a matter of your yardstick. If you go back and compare over the past several years, that might well be true in terms of the latest quarter, but more recent numbers suggest that what we're seeing now is kind of what we've been seeing for a while.
All right, Dave Wilson, Bloomberg Stocks Editor, thank you so much for being with us here in our Interactive Broker studio. It's really interesting to see how markets completely shrugging off the coronavirus now, even though there really hasn't been any kind of stop with respect to the spread.
No.
So we will continue to follow that. Right now, let's head down to our 99.1 studios in Washington, D.C. Nathan Hager with world and national headlines. Nathan.
Well, Lisa, there has been at least one significant development when it comes to fighting the coronavirus. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation says it will commit up to $100 million to bolster the international response to this respiratory illness that has now claimed 490 lives in China and infected more than 24,000 people. More than 3,700 passengers and crew aboard a Carnival cruise ship are under quarantine at a port outside Yokohama, Japan. David Abel is one of these quarantined passengers. He tells Sky News.
10 passengers have been removed from the boat this morning by the Coast Guard, and they've been taken to a medical facility on the mainland.
And 2 planes carrying hundreds of Americans out of the center of the outbreak, Wuhan, China, arrived in California overnight, the second wave of State Department-sponsored evacuations. President Trump is spending his morning after the State of the Union address retweeting supporters and blasting House Speaker Nancy Pelosi for tearing up her copy of his script for Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
You can tear up the speech, but you can't tear up the accomplishments, and that's what this race is going to be about in 2020.
Democratic presidential hopeful Bernie Sanders offered a rebuttal to that last night in New Hampshire.
No, President Trump, this is not the strongest economy we've ever had when 87 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured.
This afternoon, the Senate's headed toward a likely acquittal vote in President Trump's impeachment trial. Just one Republican, Mitt Romney, has yet to say whether he will vote to convict. 3 Democrats are seen as potentially voting in the president's favor. Global news on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Revisions, return policies. There are so many ways to redo a decision.
What are the ramifications if she crumbles or doesn't crumble?
Do they have any path other than the courts?
Except here, we have to get it right the first time.
We always talk about the losers in a trade war. Are there winners?
So that you can too.
How does your modeling have to pivot to reflect a different scenario?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
3, 2, 1. Oh no. Which button am I?
When every second counts, you can't wing it.
Guys, a little help up here?
In a home fire, you may have less than 2 minutes to get out. So make a family home fire escape plan. Then practice home fire drills at least twice a year so everyone knows what to do when they hear. Prepare your family at ready.gov/fire drill. Brought to you by FEMA, the Ad Council, and Make Safe Happen.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
I'm a 40-year-old man that walked in there to get his high school diploma. It was very hard for me, but Miss Araceli, she gave me direction.
At age 47, Marco finished his high school diploma.
50% of getting your high school diploma is walking through those doors. The other 50% is doing the work.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
The market's in focus.
If you're a growing business, be ready when your big moment arrives. One day, you might need to take an online payment at 4 a.m. for a unicorn cake. Or you might need to take lots of payments due to a surge in demand for duck egg blue paint this spring. Be ready with Barclaycard Business. Sign up before the 3rd of April and get 50% off e-commerce rental or card machine rental for 12 months. Search Barclaycard Business and find offers designed for growing businesses. Barclaycard, we take every payment seriously. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's, exclusions and contract apply. New UK customers only.
Let's get this right, sir. You didn't see 3 men dressed as clowns take off in a van with a Renaissance painting because you were distracted by, and I quote, a sporty red compact SUV with a bold mesh grille, a sculpted bonnet with sweeping roofline on diamond-cut alloys.
And beautiful rear haunches.
So, you saw a Jaguar E-Pace. But what about the clowns?
What clowns?
Jaguar E-Pace, designed to steal attention. Search Jaguar E-Pace.
I spy with my little eye something beginning with P.
People.
No, parrot.
I'll have to remember my binoculars next time.
Although you might not be able to see it, your small actions can have a real impact with Shell. Every time you fill up and use Shell Go Plus, you'll be protecting and replanting forests around the world. Make the change. Drive carbon neutral. Shell. Go well. See goplus.shell.com/CO2 for details.
Finding your perfect new home can be tough. So if you keep missing out,
It's time to search at
there are thousands of new properties to buy or rent every month at onthemarket.com. 24 hours or more before they're on Rightmove or Zoopla. See them first. Set up a property alert today.
Search onthemarket.com to find your perfect home.
If you're in the market, search onthemarket.com. See onthemarket.com/new and exclusive. Agents specify exclusivity.
The UK has now left the EU, and we're in a transition period until the end of the year. Throughout this period, the government will be forging new partnerships with the EU and the rest of the world. This could lead to new arrangements for trade, travel, and business. To find out about the changes and how they might...
That's because we go further to help you get money car. We don't just compare. We cut prices to help you get better car insurance deals. Get money car. Money Supermarket.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What sea sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing.
And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April. News 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks rally and oil posts its biggest gain in more than a month? Major markets in Europe almost completely erased losses sparked by the reaction to the coronavirus. We check the numbers every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500's up 0.75%, up 25. The Dow's up 0.9%, up 265, and the Nasdaq is up 0.4%, up 38. The 10-year's down 12/30 seconds with a yield of 1.64%. West Texas Intermediate crude is up 3.75% at 51.47 a barrel, while COMEX gold is up 0.3% at 15.5980 an ounce. The dollar yen 109.75. The euro is $1.10 even, and the British pound $1.29.75. GM shares climbed after the automaker forecast earnings will be flat this year as new truck and big SUV models do help compensate for weaker demand in the U.S. and China. GM is up 0.8%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
The streaming wars have been a constant theme within the media world. Walt Disney reporting earnings yesterday showing that they had strong subscriber numbers, even stronger than expected for their Disney Plus offerings. The question was, is it enough to counter what Netflix has? And it seems like the answer, at least based on early trading, is no. That Netflix still has perhaps an upper hand, or at least is not threatened. Porter Bibb joining us now in our Interactive Broker Studios. Porter Bibb, managing partner for Media Tech Capital Partners. I want to start there. Disney posting incredible subscriber numbers, considering that they just launched and probably gaining even more.
In less than 90 days.
In less than 90 days. Yet what this is being viewed as by the street is insufficient to really take on Netflix. Is that the right interpretation?
Well, I think what's beginning to become clear to anybody who's paying attention to the streaming wars is that there are only going to be 3 or 4 at the most survivors, and Netflix is going to be one, and Disney is going to be one, and we're waiting to see what happens to Apple Plus. Amazon is in the game for serious money and serious subscribers. Amazon has more subscribers in the United States than Netflix does. People don't pay attention to that number, but that's because everybody in the streaming wars except Netflix has another business that supports the streaming business. And Netflix is hanging out there all by themselves, spending $14 to $16 billion a year on original content. And Bob Iger, in his earnings report yesterday, said almost 10% of the new Disney subscribers were people who walked away from Netflix and joined Disney. So Netflix is not going out of business, but Netflix has got to learn how to make a profit, or they will soon become part of some bigger tech company.
So, Porter, how do you think, talking about making a profit here, even the Walt Disney Company has said it's going to take them several years to reach break even. Are you surprised that investors have kind of given them, the stock's up 30% over the last year. Are you surprised the investors have been that forgiving for such an investment that is going to be required?
I'm not surprised, because the video content, whether it's legacy video on cable with ABC and ESPN, or streaming with Disney Plus and Hulu, what's really driving the revenue and earnings for Disney is both box office and the theme parks, and they are the engine behind what Disney is doing to grow the company and to create record profits. Sure, they're going to lose billions of dollars on retransmission fees and advertising when cable finally evaporates and everybody is doing streaming, but they're going to make it up because they are going to own the audience of the streaming market, just like Netflix has done.
There's a question of what's next, right? We've been talking about how many streaming services can be supported, maybe 3 per household. But there's a new name in town. We found this out during the Super Bowl, Quibi. Never heard of it before, but Quibi was there. You think that Quibi is actually really important? Is it Quibi or Quibi? What is
well, if you're Meg Whitman, it's Quibi. If you're Jeffrey Katzenberg, it's Quibi.
Okay.
Quibi. So I got it totally wrong.
Okay. What is Quibi?
Okay, it's
Could I do that again? I like that. Quibi.
It's the sleeper in the streaming wars, and I think it's going to be exceptionally disruptive, because it's a business that is designed for the 18 to 24-year-old market. It's 10-minute segments of films and content only on your phone, only for mobile, and that's geared to the fact that, and it's free to anybody who wants to use it. So that's designed to appeal to 18 to 24-year-olds who have a maximum attention span of 10 minutes.
So it's advertising supported?
It's advertiser supported, and guess what? They have not even launched Quibi or Quibi, but they will launch this spring, and they've already sold out their entire 2020 advertising inventory to record prices.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry, but if it's 10 minutes long, how long are the advertisements?
The advertising is going to be
3 seconds.
No, it's going to be probably 30 seconds at the beginning of a 10-minute segment.
Interesting. And this is Jeffrey Katzenberg, the former Disney executive, the former CEO of DreamWorks. So there's some real creative clout behind it. And then Meg Whitman, of course, from
HP.
Right.
She understands the tech side, and Jeffrey knows the content side. And I think it's going to just blow the streaming wars apart, because it's going to capture the majority of the 18 to 24-year-olds.
So let's go with Quibi.
Yep.
I think that Jeff Katzenberg is probably going to give us...
In this studio, we'll go with Quibi.
We'll go with Quibi. Who does Quibi take viewers from?
Well, they're taking viewers from YouTube primarily, and what was interesting is that in Google's report this week, they revealed for the first time what they're making on YouTube Premium: $15 billion of revenue last year on just YouTube Premium.
And that was growing 30 to 40%. So
that's more revenue than they make on their fast-growing cloud business. Yep. So it's a significant competitor that nobody has paid much attention to.
How much plot can you get into 10 minutes? I guess quite a bit. I don't know.
Well, you have to realize that they will take a 90-minute movie or a 120-minute movie, and they'll chop it up into 10-minute bits. And that's because on your phone, you may be walking down the street or on a subway or in an elevator and you're watching 10 minutes, then you come back to it and finish off the next 10 minutes, next 10 minutes, next 10 minutes.
That's what the kids are doing, Lisa. Porter Bibb, managing partner, Mediatek Capital Partners, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Breaking down the streaming wars, introducing us to Quibi, talking about the Disney earnings, maybe talking about, again, we think about it over the coming 2 or 3 years, there's going to be a real shakeout in kind of the streaming wars and the traditional media companies and how people allocate their time. And
I do have to give it to them. It's actually really fun to say.
Quibi. Yeah.
That's how you saying it.
Exactly. Looking at the marketplace here, NASDAQ up 43 points, Dow up 286, S&P up 27 points. This is Bloomberg.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks rallying on hopes for a breakthrough in fighting the coronavirus. There has been a string of reports on possible vaccines and treatments for the deadly pathogen, and that's lifting sentiment. eBay has been approached by the owner of the New York Stock Exchange about a takeover offer. Intercontinental Exchange said it spoke with eBay about a potential deal, but that the online marketplace, quote, didn't engage in a meaningful way. eBay declined to comment. Merck plans to spin off its women's health business into a new $6.5 billion publicly traded company as the drug maker focuses on cancer treatments and other innovative medicines. And it's a blow to long-suffering fans of the New York Mets. According to the New York Post, billionaire Steve Cohen is ending talks to buy the team. The Post said the deal collapsed because the owners of the Mets changed the terms at a late stage. Cohen was in advanced talks to buy 80% of the team. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. What if you could keep the top?
At the Bank of Santander, they've created Stan, a smart bot that can predict the future of remortgaging.
I'll read Stan. Will my mortgage rate go up?
1955 was the last time Newcastle won the cup.
No, I'll try not to mumble.
Playing, let's get ready to rumble.
Oh.
Meanwhile, at Santander, they can't predict your future, but they'll help secure it with great mortgage rates fixed for up to 10 years. See what's possible at Santander.
Early repayment charges apply. Lending subject to status and criteria. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, keep me out the cold jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, East London jobs, West London jobs, extra hour in bed jobs, startup jobs, late start jobs, get home in the daylight jobs, banking jobs, building jobs, flexible working on a Friday jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What C sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April. Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught, it is in for the right side for the touchdown to Keenan.
Search NFL today.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Along the goal line, scores! It takes it home!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
Here's Pietrangelo, he scores!
Hear the action live on TuneIn Premium.
Move, and a shot, they stop!
From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today. Casting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
Coming up, we're going to have a conversation about one of the most interesting stories of the day. The pioneer in indexing, Vanguard, is getting into private equity, which is the exact opposite. We'll talk about how this is absolutely a mood shift for all of asset management. Right now, though, let's head over to our own Greg Jarrett for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg.
Talking about the 3-day gain for the S&P. Lisa, it's top 3%, taking the equity benchmark within a whisker of all-time highs. Sentiment got a boost overnight, lifting Asian and European stocks after a string of reports on possible vaccines or treatments for coronavirus. Investors are riding optimism also amid a better-than-forecast corporate earnings season, including some banks. Steve Eisman Group, Neuberger Berman, senior portfolio manager, tells Bloomberg, if you're going to invest in banks, it's got to be big banks.
The most important dynamic to me in the U.S. banks is that technology is having a massive role. You know, companies like JP Morgan are spending in excess of $10 billion a year on tech. It's really hurting the mid-sized banks. So I think you can really only own the very large banks. I think owning the mid-cap or small-cap banks is sort of a waste of time.
We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. S&P is up 0.6%, up 20. The Dow's up 0.8%, up 229. And the Nasdaq's up 0.1%, up 14. The 10-year is down 10.30 seconds. The yield 1.63%. West Texas Intermediate crude's up 4% at 51.60 a barrel. COMEX gold is up 0.4% at 15.6160 an ounce. The dollar yen 109.68. The euro $1.1007, and the British pound $1.2990. The incredible 6-day 60% rally in Tesla that left Wall Street watchers scratching their heads has screeched to a halt today. Right now, down 15% at 753 a share. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
Bloomberg Opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
It's 10:33 on Wall Street. Time to check in with Bloomberg Opinion. We're joined by opinion columnist Eric Balchunas. He's a senior ETF analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. And Eric, when you come in here, typically we talk about what new cool ETF Vanguard is launching. A little bit different twist today. Now they're talking about getting into the private equity business. What's going on with our favorite ETF issuer?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you hear Vanguard getting into something, most people shudder, especially if you're in that business. But I would say if you're in private equity, don't worry so much. This is really aimed at the advisory business, wealth management. This is Vanguard. That's what they want to disrupt here. So if you are an advisor and you want to get bigger clients, institutional clients, you need private equity. So this is just to sort of round out their other offerings. It's right in the press release. It says here, part of an ongoing effort to further expand the suite of products to our advisory clients. And Tim Buckley said back in March of last year,
he's the CEO.
Yeah, he's the CEO of Vanguard. To me, this quote is really who should be on alert here. We have been really pleased with the price competition we have introduced in the mutual fund sphere. We liked that we have had that much of an impact, but the area that really needs to come down in price is advice.
Okay, this is really a compelling point, because my first initial take on this was, this is where the fees are, private equity. And so, of course, Vanguard's going to want to get into private equity, but it's being submanaged by somebody else. This isn't necessarily them building out their own private equity capacity within the house. This is more about what you're saying, which is to have a bigger suite of offerings to institutions. Is that the right read of this?
Yeah. I'm going to bet there was nothing in the press release about what the cost would be, but I'm going to bet it's going to be on the cheaper side for a private equity fund, probably on the expensive side if you're talking ETF prices. But Vanguard's not going to do anything that's too out of control price wise.
So then, granted, the big loser here is the advisory business. But does this also start to put pressure on private equity fees in a way that we really haven't seen until now?
It can. And, you cannot underestimate Vanguard. I was looking at the flows this year. Vanguard takes in more than everybody every year. But this year, what's interesting is Fidelity, BlackRock, Schwab, they're all starting to catch up to Vanguard. But the reason they're catching up is because they've all just copied Vanguard and they offer dirt cheap beta. So in a way, Vanguard is responsible for the whole enchilada. Now, if they get into private equity and they see clients maybe come over and work with them, it's possible, but I see the price pressure in private equity, and I talked to Paul Goldberg, our PE analyst, and he's very adamant about this as well. That's not going to come for a while. We think medium, long term at best. But right now, their advisory business is up to $161 billion, and it basically is only a couple of years old. So that's a fast growth for that business. And remember, they have all these fund investors who grew up with them and now have more complicated life matters. So they've got this natural pool of money coming in that they're going to offer advice on. And their fees are low. The highest fee you can pay is 30 basis points. But if you have over 25 million, they charge you 5.
Wow. It's just extraordinary. So who are going to be initially kind of the customers for this private equity? Because I wouldn't think it would be appropriate for every individual investor, for example.
Institutions, right? Okay. So you're going to have to be qualified. So here's the quote from the press release. Many institutional clients seek alpha sources not readily available in the public markets. This also speaks to a bigger issue, which is the private equity markets are growing, public equity markets not growing as much, and some people estimating that regular fund companies are going to have to get into private equity to keep up with the times.
So who are the big advisory firms that should be on notice?
I'd say, all the big ones, Merrill, UBS, and then also I think RIAs to a degree. I think the RIA business, if you're a specialist and you're local, probably fine. But anyone in the middle level or bigger, I think that's who Vanguard typically takes out, the big guys.
How does Vanguard lower the advisory fees here? What's their secret sauce?
Well, the secret sauce is the mutual ownership structure. They're basically designed like a co-op. So their investors are...
Vanguard's not a public company,
no.
Is it? No.
That's why not much is known about it.
That's
but
right. First of all, it's Malvern, Pennsylvania. Yeah. Private company. They keep such a low profile, and yet 6.2 trillion assets under management.
Yeah. Every time they get new profits in, they, instead of doing things with that money, they typically vote, because the fund investors are the shareholders. So of course they're going to vote to lower the fees. So for 50 some years, they've been lowering the fees on funds. And I like to say they were lowering fees before it was cool. Now everybody wants to do it. They're already at 10 bips everywhere. So in their mind, I think they are much more playing a different game. They're not looking for profits. They're looking to just lower costs for investors everywhere. So if Fidelity gets flows offering index mutual funds for 2 basis points, I think Vanguard takes that as a win for them. And I think if they can maybe have an effect on private equity, they'll probably take that as a win as well. But I think ultimately right now their purpose is to build out this advisory business called the Personal Advisory Service, PAS. Probably the 3 scariest letters if you're an advisor right now.
Yeah, PAS. Eric Balchunas, thank you so much for being with us of Bloomberg Intelligence, our ETF guru here. Fascinating take. I had a different take when I first saw this. I thought, they're trying to actually make profits in the place where profits are actually left. Yep. But it sounds they're just changing the game. And if they're changing the game, that means that someone's going to lose. And certainly it's going to be the advisory business. But I would also just throw out there that private equity firms are watching this pretty closely,
I think
too,
so. Yep.
to see how much this could potentially shrink those fees, which have been stubbornly at 2.20, actually, for the most part. Right now, let's head down to our 99 studios in Washington, D.C. Nathan Hager with world and national headlines. Nathan.
Lisa, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is committing up to $100 million to the international fight against the coronavirus. The respiratory illness has killed close to 500 people in China, confirmed infections near 25,000. Patience is wearing thin.
Hospital workers who are not overworked and exhausted is in short supply. Medicine is in short supply. And keep in mind, you have large areas of China around Wuhan and Hubei province. 50 million plus people, we're hearing, are being quarantined and cannot move.
Bloomberg's Stephen Engel is in Hong Kong, where arrivals from mainland China will be quarantined under a new policy that takes effect this weekend. President Trump declared the State of the Union stronger than it's ever been in his speech last night, but signs of political disunion are on full display this morning.
Donald Trump came into the House chamber and essentially said that the greatness of America comes not from our values, not from our principles, not from our people, but from Donald Trump.
It's Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland. Now, the president did not mention the word impeachment in his speech, but this afternoon he hopes to put that in the rearview for good. The Senate is likely to vote to acquit in a vote set for 4 p.m. Wall Street time. Ahead of that, the president will welcome Venezuela's Juan Guaido to the White House. The opposition leader to embattled President Nicolas Maduro was a guest at the State of the Union last night. A man behind one of the most celebrated shows in TV history has died. Gene Reynolds had racked up dozens of credits before he helped develop MASH in the 1970s. He died this week of heart failure at the age of 96. Global news on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
25 years ago, NJIT graduate Dick Sweeney co-founded Keurig Green Mountain, a company whose incredible innovations changed the way the world brews a cup of coffee. Today, he lectures widely on business leadership and is a strong advocate for NJIT's work to combine business education with the power of STEM.
NJIT is definitely fostering the innovative thinking for budding entrepreneurs simply because that's the world we live in. NJIT is producing students that have been trained, educated, and given the business acumen to be a contributor to a company. The distinct mission is to develop great STEM scholars. The attributes I've always looked for in team members are heart, smarts, guts, and luck. So we want people with passion, intelligence, courage, and never discount luck. The student coming out of NJIT has experienced all of that.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their businesses strategically, yet the most competitive managers in the market know with the right partner and a flexible operating system, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at seic.com/seize change.
Are you interested in a challenging and
whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, keep me out the cold jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, East London jobs, West London jobs, extra hour in bed jobs, startup jobs, late start jobs, get home in the daylight jobs, banking jobs, building jobs, flexible working on a Friday jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Send message to Elise. Salut, sorry, I'm running late. Just in the car now. Send. I forgot the cake. Send. Actually, great news. SatNav has found a new route. See you in 10.
Message on the move in the Citroën C1 and stay connected. Experience Citroën C1, available from £149 per month with initial rental of £149. Citroën. Please drive responsibly. Citroën UK Limited is a credit broker, not a lender. Personal lease. You will not own the vehicle. Offer on fuel VTI 72.5 speed manual. 6,000 miles per annum. Guarantee may be required. Terms, eligibility criteria and return conditions apply. PSA Finance UK Limited.
Why would anyone shop at TK Maxx? I don't have the time.
Well, you can still look fine, cause there's big brand deals at TK Maxx online.
Ooh, tkmaxx.com.
Ridiculous possibilities are here to stay when you TK Maxx the right way.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are, or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about. Ring Video Doorbell streams HD video and two-way talk straight to your phone, so you can speak to whoever's at your door from anywhere.
Delivery.
Oh, great. Could you leave it with my neighbour, please?
Sure, no problem.
And it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with Ring Video Doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Bayless.
Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Off earlier highs, but stocks are still pretty well into the green. Chip makers, including Intel, made broad gains and helped lift the tech sector. INTC is up 1.3%. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500 is up 0.6%, up 20. The NASDAQ has reversed course. It's little changed, but it's fluctuating between the red and the green. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 0.8%, up 242. The 10-year is up 10.30 seconds. The yield is 1.63%. West Texas Intermediate crude is up 4% at 51.58 a barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.3% at 15.60.20 an ounce. The dollar yen 109.73. The euro dollar I'll say $1.10. British pound is $1.2889. In the 15 years after Amazon.com went public in 1997, Jeff Bezos sold about a fifth of the company for about $2 billion. In the past week, he sold 0.2% of the retailer for $1.8 billion. Right now, Amazon is down 0.6% at $20.3609 per share. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
You're listening to Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Do you feel good about yourself because you're drinking water instead of soda? Be wary of that water. Joining us now is Seth Siegel. He is author and activist, member of the Council of Foreign Relations, joining us here at our Interactive Broker Studios. He is the author of a new book, Troubled Water, What's Wrong with What We Drink. I want to talk to you about the book and about the sort of larger concept here. And you said right before we went on air, I'm not here to scare anybody. And yet, when I was reading through your materials, it's a little bit unnerving to think that a lot of the water that people drink, it's not just Flint, Michigan, is contaminated.
That's correct. Almost everywhere in America, there are contaminants in our drinking water, and this is probably the largest unspoken of public health threat or menace in the United States. There's a large number of different chemicals that get into our systems through our drinking water that are having unknown effects on our bodies, on our endocrine systems is the technical phrase, that affects growth, attention span, sexual interest, fertility, as well as the possibility of cancer. Some of those things are already proven scientifically, and some are now in the process of being investigated, but I would argue they're not being investigated aggressively enough by the EPA, an organization that, whether it's a Democratic or a Republican president or Congress, is unfortunately inactive. We're not active enough in pursuing what we need to have pursued to get the best health profile for all Americans.
All right, so if we don't have the best water, what needs to change within the U.S. to improve the quality of our water?
Well, first of all, there are about 100,000 chemicals that are in commerce in the United States, maybe even more. And you would think that 70% of them, 90% of them would be under some type of investigation or regulation by the EPA, because some significant percentage of them get into our drinking water, and some percentage of those have an effect on our health. But of that 100,000 chemicals that are in commerce in the United States, it sounds hard to believe this, but it's true, only 70 are being regulated by the EPA for drinking water purposes. And as shocking as that low number is, even more shocking, given how much chemicals is used in daily life in America, even more shocking is the fact that the last time the EPA regulated any chemical whatsoever, or any contaminant whatsoever, was 23 years ago. They have been inactive for a generation and longer, and that is putting our health at risk.
Is there any map of where we can and can't drink water?
Well, tell me where you live, and I'll let you know.
Okay, I'll give you my address after this. Seriously, I mean, is there anyone tracking or sort of trying to do this scientifically?
Well, actually, there's an organization called the Environmental Working Group where on their website you can punch in your zip code, and they can tell you under the federally filed documents by each utility what contaminants have been found in that zip code's water. Whether or not that's particular to your particular tap, Lisa, I can't say for sure, but invite me over for lunch and I'll bring my testing kit.
Okay, great. That's fantastic. We've got a deal.
All right, so water filtration plants, I thought that was the answer.
Yeah, you would think so. The problem, Paul, is that both on the wastewater side and on the water filtration, which is where they distribute the water to our homes from, on both sides we're using technologies that are about 100 or more years old. And although in the interim places have been rebuilt and they're pretty and they have nice parking lots and beautiful reception areas, the truth is that the technologies being used never grew up along with the time that America became what we'll call a highly medicalized society, where now where 70% of all Americans 12 and over take at least one pharmaceutical product a day. About 20% of Americans 12 and over take 5 or more prescription pills a day, and that all gets into our water stream. On the inbound side, we still do what we did 100 plus years ago to get rid of cholera and dysentery and typhoid fever. We put a dot of chlorine or chlorine-like product in it to cleanse the water, but we don't do anything to remove from that water these pharmaceutical residues and other chemicals that have found their way into our water stream, such that, I'll give one example of many that are in my book, Troubled Water, of just one. A scientist, independent scientist with no axe to grind, went ahead in the Great Lakes, vast amount of water, so it'd be diluted like crazy, you would think. She tested fish in all 5 of the Great Lakes, and in all 5 of the Great Lakes, she found in their brains and in their organs and their muscle, she found residues of all kinds of psychiatric medicines like Zoloft and Celexa and 14 other medications. Now, if that's going there, that water is then being sent back to our homes for us to drink, and we are getting that dosages back in micro quantities.
And we're getting that in magnified amounts also for eating the fish. I'm just I'm going through this extrapolation and getting increasingly concerned. I'm just wondering, how normal is this with other countries as well? I mean, is there just sort of this problem globally, or is the U.S. particularly bad?
The more industrialized your society is, the more likely you are to have these problems. Now, there are some countries, particularly Israel and Singapore, that have very aggressive systems for purifying their water for reasons unrelated to necessarily health reasons, but really for water scarcity reasons. They have a reason to do this. And there are some parts of the United States, and I talk about in a chapter Orange County, California, which has made a decision to basically ignore the EPA guidelines, go way above it, and they demonstrate the fact that using known technologies at very reasonable prices, you can have the safest drinking water possible. You can have pure water.
Paul, you would think that if they had Zoloft in the water or Prozac or something, everybody would be a little bit happier.
A little bit happier, exactly. So, Seth, private versus public water utilities. Tell us the compare and contrast there.
Okay, so this was a piece that I wrote the other day for the Wall Street Journal, and I want to highlight something that is a completely unknown fact in American life. Even when I talk to members of Congress and senators, they have no idea this is the case. You would think, rationally speaking, 50 states, maybe every state should have at least one water utility, maybe two, maybe three. So maybe there should be 300, 400, maybe 500 water utilities in the United States, tops. Even though you could say that one utility could cover several states. We have in the United States over 50,000 water utilities. One county, Los Angeles County, has 200 separate water utilities. These are very tiny. They have no ability to have the financial wherewithal in order to get the financing that they need to make sure that they can hire that they can buy up-to-date technologies, hire the most advanced scientists and engineers, and also fix their broken infrastructure. It's crazy.
Just real quick here, who has the interest of keeping all of these smaller utilities open?
The utilities.
Okay, so
but no one in the public, Lisa, nobody in the public should for a second think that this is a good idea, and it isn't a good idea. That's why one of the main thrusts of my book, talking about public health and water, is to say there are four big takeaways from my book. One of which is we must consolidate our drinking water utilities. And by the way, a second point that I made in the journal article is that it turns out that about 15% of American utilities are in private hands, which is investor-owned hands, whether they're public companies or private companies. Remarkably, digging deep into EPA health data, which a couple of professors have done, you learn something remarkable, which is that although you would think that public utilities have the public's interest in mind, actually there's a much higher incidence of contaminated water in public utilities. And the reason for that is because mayors want to keep the price of water low, and therefore they don't get the outcomes you want.
Seth Siegel, thanks so much for joining. Fascinating discussion. Seth Siegel, activist, author, member of the Council of Foreign Relations, author of Troubled Water, What's Wrong with What We Drink. That's coming October 1st. And also author of Let There Be Water, Israel's Solution for a Water-Starved World. I am very interested in that Tom Friedman, New York Times op-ed today on that topic, using the work of Seth. Very interesting. This is Bloomberg.
That saying, success breeds...
If you're a growing business, be ready when your big moment arrives. One day, you might need to take an online payment at 4 a.m. for a unicorn cake. Or you might need to take lots of payments due to a surge in demand for duck egg blue paint this spring. Be ready with Barclaycard Business. Sign up before the 3rd of April and get 50% off e-commerce rental or card machine rental for 12 months. Search Barclaycard Business and find offers designed for growing businesses. Barclaycard, we take every payment seriously. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's, exclusions and contract apply. New UK customers only.
Let's get this right, sir. You didn't see three men dressed as clowns take off in a van with a Renaissance painting because you were distracted by, and I quote, a sporty red compact SUV with a bold mesh grille, a sculpted bonnet with sweeping roofline on diamond-cut alloys.
And beautiful rear haunches.
So, you saw a Jaguar E-Pace. But what about the clowns?
What clowns?
Jaguar E-Pace, designed to steal attention. Search Jaguar E-Pace.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Today is your day. Visualize your goals. Grab the bull of opportunity by the horns of ambition, because there's two yous in future. Which do you want to be?
Or leave the motivation to Vitality. With our life insurance, you could save up to 40% on a Garmin fitness watch to help you keep an eye on your activity levels. Now that's real motivation. Search Vitality Life. Life's better with Vitality. Variable discount. Postage and packaging terms and conditions apply.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April. Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards at the goal line. It's intercepted.
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
Today at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney.
Is there any bank right now in the U.S. that you think is a buy?
Do you think Chairman Powell has lost the market?
Jeff Bezos is no dope. What's the big ka-ching?
The big question, I think, for investors is free cash flow.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
The U.S. tariffs actually hurt both China and the U.S.
Large strategics are looking to either buy or invest in innovation.
Soybeans and corn have been basically at or below the cost of production for about 4 or 5 years.
So what we see more bonds, more yield.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning. Coming up on Bloomberg Markets, we're going to be talking about the auto industry. Reports out from General Motors and Ford. And, of course, Tesla, sort of the counterweight to them all as the future, potentially, maybe, depending on who you believe. Plus, we'll take a look at the rally. And let's get some numbers on that rally. Greg Jarrett has that for us with a Bloomberg Business Flash. Greg.
Well, it's the rally where people are having to put their hats on backwards again, Lisa, because the stocks have cut their earlier gains after a strong rally took them within just a whisker of records. Investors are watching developments in efforts to battle the coronavirus. Crude oil rallied after tumbling into a bear market. David Bloom, HSBC Global Head of FX Strategy, tells Bloomberg he is certainly not pessimistic about this economy.
The economy is in a reasonable shape. Of course, it's slowing down compared to last year. The Eurozone's slowing down compared to last year. Sterling, actually, for all the bearishness people have, is the economy is actually doing a bit better than last year and maybe picking up relative to the others. And that's why we are quite bullish on sterling.
We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500's up 0.7%, up 24. Dow's up just about 1%, up 275. And the Nasdaq's now up 0.1%, up 11. The 10 years down 10, 30 seconds. The yield is 1.63%. The West Texas Intermediate is up 3.6% at 51.43 a barrel. COMEX Gold's up 0.3% at 15.60.80 an ounce. The dollar yen 109.73. The euro $1.10.02. And the British pound $1.29.84. Ford Motor Company, founded 100 years and 15 days before Tesla, is paying the price for a sudden role reversal. It's now the one struggling to produce a new model on time without losing money. Ford shares fell as much as 10% today. Right now, Ford is down 9.9%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
Greg Jarrett, thank you so much. We have green on the screen as Greg is reporting a risk on day today. Let's take a look at the small and mid-cap world with Bloomberg Stocks editor Dave Wilson. Dave, what are you seeing there?
Pretty much smaller companies keeping up with larger ones. The Russell 2000 index up 0.8%. And by the way, it's now higher for the year by a 10%. And the S&P 500 at the moment up for today by 0.75%. Now, one of the Russell's biggest gains belongs to Peabody Energy, whose ticker is BTU. The coal miner has climbed 27.5% after agreeing to give 2 board seats to activist investor Elliott Management, which owns a 30% stake. Greenhill and Company, ticker GHL, is up 25.5%. The investment bank's fourth quarter earnings and revenue beat analyst average estimates in a Bloomberg survey. And USANA Health Sciences, ticker USNA, has risen about 17.5%. Fourth quarter earnings and sales of the direct marketer of nutritional products beat estimates. And USANA added $100 million to a stock buyback plan. Now, the Russell's steepest drop belongs to Plantronics, ticker PLT. The maker of business phone equipment has fallen more than 38%. Fiscal fourth quarter forecasts were well below estimates. And PC Connection, ticker CNXN, has dropped about 22.5%. fourth quarter revenue with the seller of business computers trailed projections.
Dave Wilson, Bloomberg Stocks editor, thank you so much for being with us. Let's shift gears to the auto market. We got Tesla very much in the forefront yesterday with an incredible surge in share price. And today we're seeing an incredible plunge on the other side of Ford shares down more than 10% at one point, now 9.9% declines. General Motors kind of hanging in there with just a little decline after being up earlier. This comes on the heels of reports that show the challenges for an industry under profound transformation. Joining us now, David Welch, Detroit bureau chief for Bloomberg News. David, can we start with Ford? Because this is now being compared to a company with Elon Musk-like problems without the Elon Musk level of belief and faith from shareholders.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, if you look at where Tesla was 3 years ago, they couldn't get vehicles out on time. They had some quality issues with their SUV, the Model X. Every plan that Elon Musk put out there would be 6-12 months off schedule. They were kind of refurbishing some of the assembled cars out in the yard. It's not quite that bad at Ford, but they've got an Explorer that they can't get out on time, and they've had all kinds of production issues there. This shouldn't be happening at a company like Ford. One of the advantages that the established automakers were supposed to have over Tesla is that they got vehicles, new models out of pure muscle memory. It just happened. There were occasional gaps, and they still have big recalls, but they didn't have stuff like this. And so this is one of Ford's problems. They also said warranty costs took a steep toll on their profits in the quarter. So these are all very bad things that should just be general execution kind of things that should just smoothly happen for a company like Ford.
So what is the thinking behind? Let's focus on Ford with those production problems, those blocking and tackling issues. What do you think's caused them here? Because again, you're right. A company like Ford that's been doing this for so long should have this part down.
It's hard to explain exactly why this is happening. CEO Hackett told journalists that he has every confidence they can get their execution back. Somewhere in there, they just took their eye off the ball on this thing. And look, these things do happen, right? We had a big recall a few years ago from Toyota. We had the GM ignition switch issue. So the big companies are not immune to this sort of thing. But this is kind of even more basic, just getting a new model, particularly an important one like the Explorer, out the door on time to dealers and to customers. I don't know how else to explain it other than it's a big gaffe on their part.
So putting Tesla aside, because it's been a sort of round trip, not round trip. I mean, it's off a bunch today after yesterday's runaway gains in the share price. There is a question, is this the best bet if somebody wants to wager on the future of autos as a tech item, as also a sort of vehicle, so to speak, for the electric battery, which is going to be key in any kind of new economy? Is that the best bet, or are there other auto companies that are investing similarly with similar success in the electric battery industry?
It's a very good question. And if you look at Tesla, right now the market is saying that it's a tech company, it's a tech stock, it's a growth company, and that they've got the best technology when it comes to electric vehicles. And at the moment, it's hard to argue that they don't. Their cars have the longest range, which means they can go the farthest on a single charge. They also have a really good electric motor. We did a piece last year with a guy named Sandy Monroe who tore down a Model 3 and really ripped apart the battery and the electric motor, and he said they have basically the best electric drive system, and he compared it to GM, BMW. Now, look, these other companies, I think, will catch up in terms of battery performance, and they'll get there. The other thing that Tesla has, though, is brand. The Tesla brand is extremely powerful. It's almost a cult. And then they also have been doing other things that are tech-related in their cars that set them apart. They have over-the-air updates that can actually boost the speed of the vehicle. With the Model 3, they had heaters in the rear seats and didn't tell anybody, and then one day they just turned them on with an over-the-air update and delighted customers by saying, guess what, jump in your rear seats, they heat. So they've been doing stuff like that really does make the car a smartphone, and I think what would scare me if I'm running one of the big conventional car companies is that Tesla's cars have become the iPhone of electric vehicles, and until somebody else comes up with an Android type of rival to what Tesla is doing, I think they're going to rule the roost.
That's a great analogy. That kind of brings it into focus here. David Welch, Detroit Bureau Chief, Bloomberg News, on the phone from our Detroit Bureau, talking about the numbers coming out of Detroit today. Ford, again, down about 9.5%, 10%. Tesla also down about 13-14%, giving up a little bit of some of that surge we've seen over the past 6-7 days in particular. Just amazing. So, again, this is a transformative time for the auto industry, as David was mentioning, as the electric vehicle technology is developed. And obviously, as David was mentioning, Tesla has that brand, has that first mover advantage. It reminds me a little bit of Netflix, what it did to the traditional media business, having that first mover advantage, having that brand. The traditional companies here, the traditional car companies, need to figure out a way to pivot their company to compete in this new world. Fascinating. Right now, let's head down to our 99.1 studios in Washington, D.C. for world and national headlines with Nathan Hager. Nathan.
Paul, the Senate is all but certain to vote against removing President Trump from office as his impeachment trial heads toward its verdict. A vote set for 4 p.m. Wall Street time. Vice President Mike Pence tells Fox News he thinks it'll be a bipartisan vote to acquit, but at least one vulnerable Democrat has just announced he will side with his party's case. Alabama's Doug Jones put out a statement saying after many sleepless nights, he has reluctantly concluded the evidence is sufficient to convict the president on both abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. At his State of the Union address last night, President Trump touted the economy and asked for more spending. Bloomberg's Amy Morris reports from Washington.
The president is calling for a plan to offer vocational and technical education in every high school in America. He also touted record permanent funding for historically black colleges and universities. The president also says he's asking Congress to fully fund the Artemis program to send astronauts to the moon and then to Mars. House Budget Chairman John Yarmuth says the budget will be, quote, basically DOA when it arrives, because he says there's a problem with credibility with budget projections that come from the White House. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Latest on the coronavirus outbreak in China. The death toll is close to 500 now, more than 24,000 confirmed cases. 2 planes evacuating Americans from the city at the center of the outbreak, Wuhan, arrived in California overnight. With reports of breakthroughs in treating the illness, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation says it will commit up to $100 million to that effort. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
If you promise to cover the latest financial and business news from Asia,
we're talking about social enterprises in Asian countries
with expert analysts who really understand Asia.
Aren't you encouraged with respect to U.S.-China trade?
Then you must be us.
Tell us about the trend within this part of the world.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
What sort of fiscal stimulus do you think we'll see?
Tonight at 6 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
My name is Hunter Hayes. I know myself, and I know my buzzed warning signs. One shot is about knowing my limits, or not necessarily knowing my limits.
I start with one shot to have a good time.
One of the signs that I'm starting to feel a little buzzed is when I start solving not only my own problems, but the entire world's problems. When I know I'm going out, I know I'm going to start with calling for a ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Listen, as a hiring manager, I've got to tell you, the best job candidate isn't always the typical candidate. Sometimes they're a grad of life.
Meet the grads of life. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
Sometimes the best candidates aren't the ones you're used to.
Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
Let's get this right, sir. You didn't see 3 men dressed as clowns take off in a van with a Renaissance painting because you were distracted by, and I quote, A sporty red compact SUV with a bold mesh grille, a sculpted bonnet with sweeping roofline on diamond-cut alloys.
And beautiful rear haunches.
So, you saw a Jaguar E-Pace. But what about the clowns?
What clowns?
Jaguar E-Pace, designed to steal attention. Search Jaguar E-Pace.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded. Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
You know what it's like when you can't find your debit card? Panic. That's what it's like. Until you realise, as a Halifax Visa debit card holder, that you can freeze your card on the spot. Control your Halifax Visa debit card with the Halifax mobile app. Easy as.
You can only freeze certain transaction types. Terms and conditions apply.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are, or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about. Ring Video Doorbell streams HD video and two-way talk straight to your phone, so you can speak to whoever's at your door from anywhere.
Delivery.
Oh, great. Could you leave it with my neighbour, please?
Sure, no problem.
And it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with Ring Video Doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
Peoples of London, are you like Sergey, working your paws off from 9 to 5, then cooking for whole family? Well, I, Alexander, have taken responsibility for tonight's splendid evening meal.
Ooh, let me guess, Meerkat Meals?
Of course, you know how I roll. Get 2 for 1 on food with Meerkat Meals at your local favorites, like Chili Shaker, when you buy through Compare the Market.
Qualifying purchase, app only, 2 for 1 on selected food, participating restaurants, a la carte only, Sunday to Thursday, T's and C's and exclusions apply.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London, Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What C sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
Welcome to Cathay Island. We hope you've enjoyed flying Cathay Airways. Oh, and Cathay, congratulations on the Euro Millions win.
This Friday's Euro Millions is a massive £105 million super jackpot. That's dream come true money. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Estimated jackpot. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing.
And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Well, stocks are surging again, not quite at earlier highs, but moving well into the green. It's all about optimism over coronavirus and some good earnings numbers. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day here on Bloomberg Radio. The S&P 500 is up 0.8%, up 26. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 301 now, up over 1%. And the NASDAQ is currently up 0.25%, up 24. The 10-year is down 10.30 seconds with a yield of 1.6%. West Texas Intermediate Crude's been surging, up 3.5% at 51.32 a barrel, while COMEX Gold is in the green, up 0.4% at 15.6150 an ounce. The dollar yen, 109.74. The euro, $1.10, and the British pound, $1.29.84. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett.
You're listening to Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, the cannabis market continues to be a strong growth market as more and more states approve medical and recreational cannabis. We want to talk a little bit about the medical side of the business. Adam Grossman, he's a founder and CEO of Papa and Barkley, based in Eureka, California, medicinal cannabis company, joins us on our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. So, Adam, thanks so much for joining us. Tell us a little bit about your company, kind of where you fit in the medical cannabis food chain.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. We're focused on medicinal products, and we got our start with topicals. I actually made the first product from my father's back and had an amazingly empowering experience that opened my eyes. And so, but our focus started with the topicals category being pain bombs primarily and transdermal patches, oils as well. And we lead that category in California. We also then moved into tinctures, consumables like tinctures and capsules.
What's a tincture?
A tincture is like an oil, or sometimes it's alcohol-based, that you put under your tongue, and it's absorbed that way.
Just when you walked in the office, when you walked into the studio wearing a suit, you have law degree from Georgetown, among other credentials. I just was wondering, what made you turn first to cannabis to help your father's pain? Why that versus other types of things?
Well, what happened was, first of all, despite how I might look, I've had a lifelong relationship with cannabis as an adult, both medicinally and recreationally, and it remains an amazing plant. So that sort of carried through. But with respect to my father, he had back condition, spinal stenosis, that left him in terrible pain. We didn't know what to do. He couldn't get out of bed. We put him in the hospital, and they didn't know what to do. So he tried a lot of pharmaceuticals, methadone, tramadol, while he was in the hospital. And then he got put on hospice, and we were told if he didn't get out of bed in the next week to 10 days that he probably wouldn't. So I was desperate, and I got a call from a friend of mine in California who had been in a dispensary and talked about this pain bomb. And so I went online and looked at formulas on YouTube and synthesized a couple and called up a high school buddy and got 2 ounces of the best weed that I could get and borrowed a crock pot from a neighbor and went to Whole Foods. And I mixed up a $500 batch of bomb for my dad's back. And when I put it on him the next morning, I could get him out of bed. So he responded incredibly, and long story short, he got better. He got off hospice and lived almost another 2 years. So it was an incredibly empowering experience.
Medicinal cannabis, is that by prescription?
No. Well, it's highly regulated, and in each state it's regulated differently, as I'm sure you know. And in California, you have the option to get a medicinal license for cannabis, which affects the tax property of it. But the dispensaries are in a recreational state are open for all adults.
So when we think about the cannabis industry, a lot of people think of it as somewhat nascent, certainly on the recreation side, the legal recreational side. Medicinal has been around for longer. What's the competitive landscape like at this point, given the entrance so far?
On the medicinal side of things, well, different companies are taking different tracks. So you have some of the larger players in Canada, which are publicly backed and sort of internationally focused. You also have companies in Israel and elsewhere that are focused on an FDA track to really isolate individual cannabinoids and get them FDA approved. Obviously, that's a much longer, more intensive process. And then in the United States and the markets, you have obviously a lot of new entrants. But on the medicinal side, I think those companies that are there's really a lower concentration of companies that are focusing purely on the medicinal use.
So for your company, Papa and Barkley, you're in California. Are you also in the other states where medicinal cannabis is legal?
So we are only in California with respect to our regulated THC products. Okay. We do have a national line, as I mentioned, of CBD products.
What's CBD?
I'm sorry?
What's CBD?
Oh, so cannabidiol is the second most prevalent cannabinoid or medicinal molecule in the cannabis plant. And it's, as you know, been exploding. And so we're lucky to have a perspective on that from our scientific advisory board. But I digress.
Right. So going forward, I mean, do you think that, how big do you think this market's going to become versus where it's at right now?
I think the market will continue to grow just primarily because of the efficacy of the products. And there's a reason why CBD is exploding. I don't think it's just a fad. I know it's not a fad. We have too many use cases in our clients and just throughout the industry of people whose lives have changed. So I think that in terms of the ongoing development of the market, I think you'll have some washout of companies as financial reality, and I think that the financial markets have adjusted in the Canadian market. So I think that you'll see some of the better run companies will emerge, and those with real, hopefully, good ethics and good products.
Thank you so much for being with us, Adam Grossman.
Thanks so much for having me. Really
Adam Grossman, founder and chief executive officer of Papa & Barclay, normally based in California, but joining us here in our interactive broker studios. A really compelling idea here. The idea of, I love the story.
It's funny, on this show, we have so many people come in from different parts of the business, the industry, the food chain, if you will, the structure. This is an industry that's growing right before our eyes, and there's so many different ways for it to develop and for investors to get some exposure if they want.
Yeah, although it's interesting, you talk about people picking off different roles. I wonder, about consolidation, or sort of at what point there'll be sort of more of a sort of, I guess it sort of requires some sort of legal structure rather than a state-by-state type of effect. Coming up, we're going to be talking about the coronavirus, which is spreading at an accelerating pace, and the effect on commerce. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks soaring higher today on optimism that Beijing is closer to containing that coronavirus outbreak and minimizing its impact on the global economy. The Dow up about 1% right now, right around the 29,000 mark. The Nasdaq up a small fraction. The S&P 500, 0.75% higher. Not everything is up, though. Shares of Ford Motors down about 10% after posting a loss last quarter because of slumping auto sales and massive pension obligations. And after a meteoric rise over the past few sessions, shares of Tesla coming back down to earth, down 14%. Good news on jobs, though. Payroll firm ADP reporting a far more than expected 291,000 jobs added in January. And for the first time in 6 years, the U.S. trade deficit declined in 2019, the result of the president's trade war with China. The trade gap, though, still more than $600 billion. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you.
Sign up to Walk All Over Cancer with Cancer Research UK. Walk 10,000 steps every day in March, and together we will beat cancer.
Are you ready, Boots?
It's a sunny day, perfect for walking.
Start walking.
Use the 10,000 Steps a Day challenge to team up and bring friends and family together to help beat cancer. Come on, search Walk All Over Cancer and sign up now.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about. Ring Video Doorbell streams HD video and two-way talk straight to your phone, so you can speak to whoever's at your door from anywhere.
Delivery.
Oh, great. Could you leave it with my neighbour, please?
Sure, no problem.
And it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with Ring Video Doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
Today is your day. Visualize your goals. Grab the bull of opportunity by the horns of ambition. Because there's two yous in future. Which do you want to be?
Or leave the motivation to Vitality. With our life insurance, you could save up to 40% on a Garmin fitness watch to help you keep an eye on your activity levels. Now that's real motivation. Search Vitality Life. Life's better with Vitality. Variable discount. Postage and packaging terms and conditions apply.
Where are we?
The New Forest.
But I thought we only had the Mini Countryman booked for a test drive. We can't stay here.
We're not going to.
This isn't exactly what I meant.
Relax. With Mini's new 48-hour test drive, you can use the Countryman for exactly what it's built for. Exploring. Plus, it's an SUV, the largest Mini in the range, so you can pack loads more in.
Great. Where next?
Well, you know how you've always wanted to try kayaking?
The Mini Countryman 48-hour test drive. Visit mini.co.uk to book yours. Mini. Who's in? Test drive subject to status and availability. Terms and conditions apply. Participating Mini retailers only.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London, Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What C sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing.
And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Markets.
Coming up, we're going to talk about the coronavirus and the impact it's having on the luxury retail market. Plus, we're also going to speak with Lonnie Chen of the Hoover Institute on all things politics, State of the Union, impeachment, and the Democratic presidential race. We'll get to all of that. But first, let's go to Charlie Plug for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Charlie, what do you have?
And I thank you very much. Another update on Wall Street. In fact, we are looking at records. Stocks gaining for a third day. Treasuries are slumping on speculation efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. S&P 500's three-day gain now topping 3%, pushing the equity benchmark toward a record. NASDAQ is at a record, up 25 points, up by 0.3%. We've got the S&P 500 index up 27 points, higher by 0.8%. Dow Jones Industrial Average rallying 308 points now, up by 1.1%. Among the day's economic reports, America's service industries gathered momentum in January, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
We're looking at a 5-month high in the ISM non-manufacturing index with firmer business activity and orders paving the way. The improvement and the rebound in the ISM's factory index earlier in the week point to improving confidence. Also pointing to strength, ADP's employment report posting the biggest gain in 5 years. There's a wild card in the mix, coronavirus. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And one other economic note, the trade deficit in goods and services narrowed in 2019 for the first time in 6 years as the White House imposed tariffs on China. Last year's trade deficit with China alone narrowed from 2018's record. After earnings today, we have got the Walt Disney Company down 2.2%, Ford plunging 9.8%, Snap down 10.4%, General Motors this morning down by 0.1%. After the bell, we will be hearing from Qualcomm. Gold up 0.4%. 1% right now, $15.58 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude, big rally today, up 3.9%, $51.55 a barrel. So again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all higher. S&P up another 26 points, up by 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pallett, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Just because markets seem to have shrugged off the risk of the coronavirus doesn't mean that everybody else has. The World Health Organization still closely monitoring it, saying that any suggestion of an imminent breakthrough in the development of vaccines or treatments for the virus is inaccurate at this point, just saying, hey, watch it there. Meanwhile, saying that the number of cases is accelerating at the fastest pace we've seen in this viral cycle. The question is, certainly from a humanitarian standpoint, how concerning is it, right, from a health standpoint? But then from a business standpoint, how much does this impact the likes of everyone from Adidas and Nike to Apple to GM and Ford? Joining us now is Kim Basine. He covers all things luxury here at Bloomberg News. And Kim, what is your read through? I mean, China is one of the main drivers of luxury sales. How significantly will this impact that sector?
Luxury brands have really relied upon China in recent years. They've relied on it for growth, and so they've been investing in it. That means opening stores and getting into e-commerce there to court shoppers in the smaller cities. So the most obvious impact here is at their stores in China. And we're seeing from several luxury brands that they've closed half or more of their stores in the region.
What percentage, roughly, do you think China represents of the global luxury market? I know they're a big force. How big is it?
I think it's 30 to 40%. They're the largest luxury buyer in the world, in front of the U.S. and the EU. So luxury brands really. The European ones went there first decades ago, and the American brands like Ralph Lauren and Tiffany have been catching up over there. But they've certainly been investing there in recent years.
So what have we been hearing so far in terms of companies that have closed stores within the mainland?
We have Nike has closed about half of its company-owned stores in China. Capri Holdings, which owns Michael Kors, Jimmy Choo, and Versace, said it closed about half its stores there as well. Ralph Lauren closed about half its stores. It's really become a problem for them there, and they're citing worries about not only that but production, because these companies make things in China, and factories have been closed. The Lunar New Year holiday had been extended, so factory workers weren't at work for the past week, which affects production as well.
When we think about China and the demand, it's not just in China, but the tourism coming out of China, Chinese tourists in North America, in Europe, shopping, coming to Fifth Avenue or coming to, High Street in London. That's also going to be an issue, I would guess.
Yeah, especially for luxury brands, which, again, they rely on those shoppers to drive sales. And these are brands that have major flagship stores in New York and Paris and London, Tokyo, Hong Kong. And you're really seeing with the protests in Hong Kong how badly these luxury brands were being impacted just by that, just by losing one or two big flagship stores that had to close for days on end because they were disrupted.
So on a more macro level, looking at the luxury sector, have there been any estimates of how much this could crimp earnings or crimp growth?
The only one I've seen so far was that Michael Capri, the owner of Michael Kors, this morning said that they cut its forecast for the fiscal full year by about $100 million in revenue. Everyone else has pretty much said it's too soon to tell, and it depends on how long this lasts.
And how about that? You mentioned that supply chain. I didn't really think about it that way, but that's certainly the supply. Has anybody called out the fact that our inventories are running low, or we really think we're going to have a hard time filling, demand?
Not yet. In the past couple years, because of the trade war and tariffs, brands have been moving production out of China anyway. They've been trying to diversify their supply chain so that they're more agile, and when something like this happens, they're able to deal with it.
Interesting. Kim Basine, thanks so much for joining us. Kim covers all things luxury for Bloomberg News, coming in here to give us just a sense of one little corner of the economy, that being the luxury part of the retail space.
Yeah, but disproportionately affected.
Yeah, it really is. That's a great point. Disproportionately affected by the Chinese in terms of demand and then potentially even of supply of products. So the coronavirus continues to spread. We saw more news coming out of the World Health Organization today about that. So this is certainly, I think from the perspective of the spreading, still very, very much an issue.
Well, it's interesting that the market largely, I'm looking at U.S. equities in particular, shrugging this off, reaching new highs, and yet Apple's main production partner, which is basically Foxconn, cutting outlook, saying that they're going to quarantine the main base of iPhone production. Meanwhile, you've got the WHO, the World Health Organization, coming out overnight saying that they saw the most new cases diagnosed over the past 24 hours. Yet in this cycle, almost 500 people have died. There have been more than 24,000 confirmed cases, with more than 3,000 of them severe. A lot of questions remaining right now, however, and perhaps this is what's giving people some comfort, still largely confined within the Wuhan province, so not necessarily spreading just yet.
Let's get an update of world and national headlines. Let's go down to our 99.1 studios. Nathan Hager. Nathan, what do you have?
Well, Paul, the Senate is all but certain to vote against removing President Trump from office. The impeachment verdict comes in a 4 p.m. Wall Street time vote today. White House Counselor Kellyanne Conway.
They know that these articles were thin to begin with, and that those who are trying to prosecute the president in the Senate trial have failed to meet their burden of proof.
It looks like that burden has been met, though, for at least one Democrat who had been seen as a swing vote. Alabama's Doug Jones says he will vote to convict on both obstruction of Congress and abuse of power. Jones is up for re-election this November in a deep red state of Alabama. President Trump spent much of his morning after the State of the Union address retweeting supporters and blasting House Speaker Nancy Pelosi for tearing up her copy of the script after the speech.
You can tear up the speech, but you can't tear up the accomplishments, and that's what this race is going to be about in 2020.
It's Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. This afternoon, the president will host Venezuelan opposition leader Juan Guaido at the White House. Guaido was one of the president's guests at the speech last night. Lawmakers applauded when the president called him Venezuela's true and legitimate leader, and President Nicolas Maduro a tyrant. The World Health Organization is pushing back at reports of imminent breakthroughs in treating the coronavirus. The head of WHO's Health Emergencies Program says the agency will do a systematic review of all potential therapeutics. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is pledging up to $100 million to boost that effort, with the death toll from this respiratory illness now close to 500, almost all of those deaths in China. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. This is Bloomberg.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Elite advisory firms rely on BNY Mellon's Pershing to meet the needs of their most complex clients. Karen Novak, Chief Operating Officer at Pershing Advisor Solutions, explains how.
At BNY Mellon's Pershing, we bring customized insights and strategies to help you grow your advisory business and stay on the leading edge. We can support the needs of your most sophisticated clients with a full range of investment and wealth management solutions, from access to private banking to consolidated bank and brokerage custody. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength and high-touch service that BNY Mellon's Pershing can provide. Are you well positioned to stand out from your competition?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Brokerage custody provided by Pershing LLC and other services provided by Pershing Advisor Solutions LLC. Both members of FINRA and SIPC. Private banking and bank custody provided by BNY Mellon NA. Member FDIC.
Are you interested in whatever job you're searching for? You can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, keep me out the cold jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, East London jobs, West London jobs, extra hour in bed jobs, startup jobs, late start jobs, get home in the daylight jobs, banking jobs, building jobs, flexible working on a Friday jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are, or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about. Ring Video Doorbell streams HD video and two-way talk straight to your phone, so you can speak to whoever's at your door from anywhere.
Delivery. Oh, great. Could you leave it with my neighbour, please?
Sure, no problem. And it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with Ring Video Doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you.
Sign up to Walk All Over Cancer with Cancer Research UK. Walk 10,000 steps every day in March and help raise money for life-saving research.
Are you ready, Boots?
It's a sunny day, perfect for walking.
Start walking.
Use the 10,000 Steps a Day Challenge to team up and bring friends and family together to help beat cancer. Come on, search Walk All Over Cancer and sign up now.
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London, Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What C sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing.
And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Want to hear about the latest and greatest things to listen to on TuneIn? For reminders of the biggest live sports games, debates, and breaking news stories, follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to stay connected with the audio that matters to you.
Hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all moving higher on this Wednesday now, with the S&P 500 index up 24 points. That's a gain of 0.7%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up by 300 points, advancing 1%. NASDAQ at a record up 11 points higher by 0.1%. NASDAQ now at 90. 479. Should point out that year to date, NASDAQ is up by 5.65%. 10-year down 10-30 seconds, yield 1.63%. We've got gold up 0.4%, 15.58 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude surging 3.8%, 51.50 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, 55.98. It is up by 3.7%. Bottom line, U.S. stocks higher for a third day. Treasuries slumping on speculation. Efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. Again, recapping S&P up 25, up by 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Markets with Lisa Abramowitz and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
It is a busy time down in Washington, D.C., what with the State of the Union address last night by the president, impeachment wrapping up today in the Senate, and then the Democratic presidential race well underway. Let's get the latest. We turn to Lonnie Chen. Lonnie is the David and Diane Steffi Research Fellow at Hoover Institution, also a director of domestic public studies and a lecturer in the public policy program at Stanford University, based in Stanford. Lonnie, thanks so much for joining us. Let's start with the State of the Union address last night. What are your key takeaways?
Well, I thought that the speech was effective as, the president's sort of campaign kickoff in earnest. Obviously the president's been running for re-election, but the speech last night was an opportunity for him to articulate what he believes the accomplishments of his administration has been. And if you look at the policy he discussed, a lot of it was aimed squarely at the base of the Republican Party, really trying to animate and turn out those voters, which is going to be key to the success of his re-election campaign. So you saw themes like immigration, cultural issues like abortion. These are issues, obviously, that aren't necessarily aimed at swing voters or independent voters, or aimed at Republicans. And getting that vote out is going to be critical. So I thought as a re-election campaign speech, the president did what he needed to do. And now I think it's up to Democrats to define their race and pick a nominee.
Lonnie, you're an incredible guest for us to have today. I'm very glad you're here, given the fact that you've advised the Romney and Rubio Republican presidential campaigns, and you've seen the way that the sausage is made in a lot of ways. I'm wondering, especially as some of the polls come out, the Gallup one in particular showing President Trump with a record high approval rating, the bifurcation right now, the sort of dispersion between the Republicans and the Democrats becoming increasingly sort of, hard line in their approaches. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, do we have a sense of whether the Republican Party or the Democratic Party is getting bigger in terms of representing overall population in the country?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think the Republican Party, by and large, the base has consolidated in the Republican Party, and I don't think you're seeing necessarily a whole lot of people affiliating with the Republican Party now. I think what you are seeing is a lot of people who've decided that they'll support President Trump regardless of the partisan label. We oftentimes talk about, for example, Midwestern voters in states like Iowa and Michigan that voted for President Obama twice, but in 2016 voted for President Trump. I don't know if they would consider themselves Republicans or Democrats. I think they might consider themselves Trump voters first and foremost. On the Democratic Party side, I don't see their share of the electorate growing unless you're talking about, again, consolidating their support in coastal and urban areas. So I think what's happening is increasingly a phenomenon where voters are trying to say that they're independent. And we have to really dissect what independent means. Does it mean that they're truly independent in the sense that they could vote for a Republican or a Democrat? Or does it mean that they're independent in a more traditional sense, which is that they lean one way or the other and are inclined to vote for a Democrat or Republican? I tend to think we're in an era where people are de-aligning themselves from political parties. And what that means is opportunity for politicians like Trump who are a little bit out of the box.
A little bit. Lonnie, so the impeachment process wrapping up today, officially at least within the Senate. What do you think, if anything, the lasting impact will be on President Trump, particularly as he heads into re-election mode?
Yeah, I've been saying for a while, I think that this impeachment saga is going to be a distant memory by the time we get to October and the fall campaign leading into the November elections. I really think that, while it's dominating the news now, I think by and large voters are going to be concerned about a whole different set of other issues, not impeachment by the time they go to cast their votes. I think the pocketbook issues, jobs in the economy, health care. Those are going to be the important ones that voters are going to turn to. So I know the impeachment saga is difficult to not cover, but the reality is that for most voters, this is not going to be an issue that they particularly care about.
Lonnie, since you've advised both the Marco Rubio and Mitt Romney campaigns, both of those individuals have come out against President Trump throughout his presidency, certainly early on and before he became president. Have their views changed? I mean, sort of among moderate Republicans, are they more supportive of President Trump now?
Well, I think Senator Rubio has been, pretty supportive, particularly over the last, couple months, year or so. I think he's been supportive on policy. I think with respect to this impeachment debate, it's been pretty clear. He's been pretty forceful, I think, in arguing that he doesn't believe this is a removable offense. And he also, you may recall, voted against trying to hear from additional witnesses. So I think he's been fairly conventional. He has spoken out against the president a few times on some foreign policy issues, but by and large, I think he's been pretty consistent in supporting the president. Senator Romney, I think, has been in a slightly different position, and he's obviously been seen as more of a maverick. I think that reflects the fact, first of all, that Senator Romney has been somebody who comes politically from a different kind of constituency. He's got some more political safety, one would argue, than Senator Rubio does in Florida, which is a swingier state. And I do think that Senator Romney's at a different phase of his career, quite frankly. He's been the nominee of the Republican Party. He's been somebody who's been an elder statesman in the Republican Party for a while. I think he's had the latitude and the freedom to, frankly, speak his mind much more.
But this is a compelling point. He's more in a position to speak his mind. Do other Republicans feel similarly to him when they're not speaking in public?
Yeah, well, that's the key modifier there, Lisa, is when they're not in public. I think a lot of Republicans privately are not happy with the president's behavior on the Ukraine situation. They would say that privately, but publicly they haven't stood out and said that because they fear the repercussions and/or they believe that the way the Republican Party is now, there will be electoral consequences to speaking out against the president. So, yeah, there definitely is this dichotomy between private and public.
Lonnie, just real quickly, 30 seconds. How do you handicap the Democratic field? We had that debacle in the Iowa caucuses. Just right now, how do you handicap that field?
I think it's going to consolidate to, one progressive and one moderate. I see probably Bernie Sanders as the inside track on the progressive side. On the moderate side, it's tough to tell. Pete Buttigieg did well in Iowa, but it remains to be seen if he can win in diverse states. And I think the biggest beneficiary from last night might actually be Mike Bloomberg because of the opportunity he has going forward to compete and be really the only person with the resources to compete once we get to Super Tuesday, which is a big haul of delegates, which is at the end of the day what matters.
Lonnie Chen, thank you so much for being with us. Lonnie Chen is the David and Diane Steffi Research Fellow at the Hoover Institution, also Director of Domestic Policy Studies and lecturer in the Public Policy Program at Stanford University. We should say Mike Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, which owns this radio station, just as a disclaimer. And we will continue to follow what happens with respect to the ongoing elections. Right now in markets, interesting to see the Dow leading the way up 1.1%. NASDAQ up just 0.2%, a pretty big divergence, which is kind of interesting. Yields higher as a risk-on move pervades the entire market. From New York, this is Bloomberg Markets.
In addition to Bloomberg Radio, you can catch the latest news and biggest newsmakers on Bloomberg Television. Look for us on DirecTV Channel 353 or check your local listings. Interconnect.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs, keep me out the cold jobs, advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs, East London jobs, West London jobs, extra hour in bed jobs, startup jobs, late start jobs, get home in the daylight jobs, banking jobs, building jobs, flexible working on a Friday jobs, or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing.
And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
On the goal line, scores! He takes it home!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
Here's Pietrangelo, he scores!
And you can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium.
Move, hit a shot, they score!
From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, I'm David Weston. Welcome to Balance of Power, where the world of politics meets the world of business. On the brief today, Sophie Cameroon from Hong Kong on the coronavirus, Laura Davison from Capitol Hill on an impeachment trial that is reaching an end, and Maria Tadeo from Brussels on surprisingly strong European PMI numbers. So, Sophie, welcome. Good to have you here. Give us a sense of what's going on over there. There were some rumors about maybe an imminent solution, is maybe a vaccine or something. The WHO is saying not so fast.
Yeah, the World Health Organization in a press briefing in Geneva just earlier downplaying expectation of a breakthrough with vaccines and treatments for the coronavirus, with the agency saying that it plans systematic reviews of all therapeutics. This as China is expected to start clinical trials of an antiviral drug on the mainland as soon as Thursday, as authorities move to curb the outbreak and provide support for affected companies with measures such as cutting taxes and fees, as well as lowering loan rates, David.
So give us a sense of what's going on specifically with Hong Kong. To what extent are they curtailing passage back and forth, trade back and forth with Hong Kong, and what's it doing to the economy there?
Well, David, here in Hong Kong, there will be a quarantine introduced as of this Saturday for all travelers coming from mainland China, including Hong Kong residents and visitors coming through the international transport. That quarantine will be for 14 days. This after the city marked its first death related to the virus. And this as the city also grapples with a run on supplies, from face masks to rice to disinfectant, as well as toilet paper. And with authorities on high alert, 2 cruise terminals have also been closed. Just across the Victoria Harbour, across from here, we have 3,600 crew members and passengers remaining under quarantine on a cruise ship as they undergo health checks. And while this speaks of the vigilance of the Hong Kong authorities, this falls short of calls by some for a full closure of the border with China. This has led to strikes by medical staff in the city, including on Wednesday. And broadly speaking, taking into account the economic impact that is projected, Moody's saying the virus will have an effect on Hong Kong's credit rating. And speaking of pain, Cathay Pacific, the carrier, also looking to take a hit. It's asked staff to take a 3-week leave. This is a plan to cut 90% of its flights to China over the next 2 months, David.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much, Sophie, for that reporting from Hong Kong. That's Sophie Cameroon. And now let's go to Laura Davison up on Capitol Hill. So it's the day after the State of the Union address. Watching that last night, it didn't seem there was a lot of love lost between the Democrats and Republicans, particularly between the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and President Trump. What's the atmosphere up there, Laura?
It's a highly partisan atmosphere up here today. Democrats met this morning, all the House Democrats, and coming out of that meeting, they said that Nancy Pelosi was applauded for tearing up the speech there at the end. Over on the Senate side, Republicans are breathing a sigh of relief that Trump did not bring up impeachment, that he focused on the economy. He had a lot of memorable moments for the conservative base there, awarding the Medal of Freedom to Rush Limbaugh. Some of the more made-for-TV moments of, bringing back a soldier, reuniting him with his wife and his family. Guaido, having him there, that got applause and from both sides of the aisle. But then Trump was able to parlay that into a dig on Medicare for all and socialized medicine. So Republicans are happy, and Trump's legal team is sort of preparing a victory lap for after the impeachment vote later today. There's lots of happy feelings on the Republican side today.
Well, Laura, that's just what I was going to ask you. It's the day after the State of the Union, but the day of that final vote that's scheduled for later on this afternoon over in the Senate. Is it just all over the shouting, and what's left to be done?
Really, there's a couple key senators we're watching, looking at Mitt Romney of Utah, for example. Is he going to vote to acquit or convict? He's going to go on the Senate floor a little bit later this afternoon and announce his final decision. So far, it looks like things are really falling down on largely partisan lines. Doug Jones, the lone Democrat from Alabama for many, many decades, he said earlier today he would vote with the rest of the Democrats to convict the president. There's not a lot that's left to know. It's really Mitt Romney and a couple others who are in close Senate races or from kind of difficult states that are still announcing their decisions.
Okay, Laura, thank you so much for reporting from Capitol Hill today. That's Laura Davison, and that vote will come up about 4 hours from right now. Now let's go to Brussels. Maria Tadeo. So we got some numbers, some PMI numbers that surprised the upside, particularly manufacturing, Maria.
Exactly. Look, this was data that was better than expected. You look at the PMIs, they indicate the euro area, particularly when you look at the industry and the industrial sector, is actually in an expansion now. And it does show momentum. You'd have to go back to summer of 2019 to see the kind of momentum that we're seeing now. So it is better than expected, beat analyst expectations, but it's also a surprise because the data, I'm sure you remember, in Q4 was so weak. Now, there's a number of things here. I'm sure you know that we have this trade tours between the U.S. and China. That is something that provided some relief here in Europe. The fact that the EU did feel like they were caught in a cold war between the two sides. This is good news for the German industry in particular. And then also the fact that we were able to get that Brexit trade deal done too at the start of the year. The Brexit agreement, I should say, that also provided some certainty for European industry. There's a number of things, however, to keep in mind here. This is, of course, volatile data. This is something that we get on a monthly basis. And there is still a number of issues going forward in Europe. And I'm, of course, thinking the trade negotiations when it comes to the EU and the United Kingdom. There is still a possibility that there may not be a trade deal and the UK could leave on WTO terms by the end of the year. For some, that is the equivalent of a no-deal Brexit. So that trade risk is still very much there and could play out towards the end of the year, in particular, as I mentioned, with the German manufacturers. And then, of course, you do see some political risks here in Europe still. You look at France, there has been a strike now for more than a month. And you see that actually having an impact on domestic consumption and in the mood in the country. And that is, of course, the second largest, biggest economy in Europe. So it was good data for the start of the month. It does indicate things appear to have bottomed out, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to stay on track going forward.
Okay, Maria, thank you so very much. That's Maria Tadeo reporting from Brussels. And now it's that time where we find out how the markets are reacting, whether they're reacting to today's top stories. Joining us now is Abigail Doolittle. So looking at it, looks like sort of risk on.
It certainly is risk on. The dip buying continues. And I say the dip buying because, of course, last week, and in fact, the week before that, down weeks, last week, the worst week for the S&P 500, going back to August on coronavirus fears and what it could mean for the global economy. This week, David, right now we are on pace for the best week since June. So the buyers are ferociously back in. The NASDAQ yesterday putting an all-time high, tech putting an all-time high. Today, importantly, we have oil participating, energy, the best sector, having its best day all the way since December of 2018. Bonds selling off. But interesting, there is one small divergence, and on the day, that is that NASDAQ. Yesterday putting an all-time high. Today it points negative. Right now up just slightly, really lagging those other indexes. So often when you have those sorts of big divergences between the major averages or different asset classes, it points to more volatility ahead.
Well, volatility seems to be the hallmark right now. What is going on with earnings? Is it driving it up, down? We've had GM out today. We've had Alphabet.
Earnings feels as though it's actually in the background. I think that the macro uncertainty around the coronavirus and what could be next is the bigger backdrop, because if the coronavirus were really to to take a chunk out of the global GDP. And last week, Goldman Sachs saying that it was going to take 0.4% out of the U.S. GDP. It could be an issue. But we do have earnings out, and you're right. For Ford, terrible. They cut the outlook. GM, satisfactory. Merck, not so great. But at this point, earnings doesn't seem to be this big backdrop. What we do have, we were just showing a board of some of the big movers out there today. Tesla this week had been on fire. Today, reversing that. We're seeing that for some of the other high-flying stocks, such as Microsoft, Gilead, some of CLAC, KLA, Tencor, some of the chip stocks. That tells you when it's not coming on no news. Of course, Tesla, some just taking profits. But when some of these other stocks are being sold on a lack of news, some profit taking is happening beneath the scenes or behind the scenes of this otherwise rally. Big volatility probably ahead still, David.
I think to say Tesla was a big mover is an understatement, actually.
Yes,
I've never seen anything like that. Okay, many thanks to Abigail Doolittle. And we turn now to Mark Crumpton. He's here with Bloomberg First Word News.
David, thank you. As our colleague Laura Davison was telling us, President Trump virtually guaranteed to win acquittal later today in final Senate votes on 2 articles of impeachment. Alabama Democrat Doug Jones said today he will stick with his party and vote to convict the president on both charges. The decision puts Jones's reelection at deeper risk. He's the most vulnerable Democrat in the Senate, up for reelection in a Republican-leading state. Joe Biden's third presidential bid is entering a critical stretch after a disappointing finish in the Iowa caucuses. The former vice president says he had a good night in Iowa, even as he trailed former South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg and the leading progressive Senator Bernie Sanders. That has some Democrats questioning his contention that he'll reclaim frontrunner status in the race against President Trump. The World Health Organization, the WHO, says $675 million is needed to help countries handle the expected spread of the coronavirus. The head of the WHO acknowledges that it's a large sum of money, but says it's, quote, much less than the bill we will face if nations don't take steps now to prepare. UN Health Agency says in the last 24 hours, it has seen the biggest jump in cases since the start of the epidemic. Down one country with the departure of Britain, the European Union is considering a new system for adding members. The EU may open talks with 2 Western Balkan nations, North Macedonia and Albania, which are both disappointed when they were turned down for opening talks in October. But some Western European nations want to slow EU expansion for nations that may not be ready to take on full commitments on such issues as corruption. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. David?
Thanks very much, Mark. Coming up, we're going to get a Democratic perspective on President Trump's State of the Union address with Representative Debbie Dingell from Michigan. And tune into our live coverage of the New Hampshire primary results. That starts next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be live from New Hampshire, Manchester. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results vary. Exclusions apply.
Contacts and glasses are such a hassle. I'd love to finally get LASIK, but
I'm going to stop you right there. If you want LASIK, then the LASIK Vision Institute has officially taken away everything standing in your way.
Isn't LASIK expensive?
Not at the LASIK Vision Institute. We're offering dramatically low prices and an absolutely free consultation. See for free if LASIK is right for you by texting radio to 350-350.
But I'm really busy.
A text only takes seconds, and the LASIK procedure typically only takes 15 minutes. And best of all, most patients can get back to work the following day.
I had no idea.
The LASIK Vision Institute uses the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision. We've performed over 1.3 million procedures. That's experience you can trust. And we're offering 20% off our already low-cost services.
What's that text again?
Text radio to 350-350. That's RADIO to 350-350 to schedule your free consultation today.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Sponsored by SEI, built on advanced technologies and 50 years of innovation, SEI offers asset managers a comprehensive and flexible operations outsourcing platform. Go to SEIC.com/IMS. Stocks are up for a third day. Treasuries are down on speculation efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. Crude oil rallied after tumbling into a bear market. We check the numbers every 15 minutes throughout the trading day. On Bloomberg Radio, the S&P 500 is up 0.9%, up 30. The Dow's up 1.3%, up 366. And the Nasdaq's up 0.4%, up 35. The 10-year is down 13 seconds with a yield of 1.64%. West Texas Intermediate's up 3.8% at 51.52 a barrel, with COMEX Gold up 0.4% at 15.6170 an ounce. The dollar yen stands at 109.75. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm Greg Jarrett. Now more of Bloomberg's Balance of Power with David Weston right here on Bloomberg Radio.
A good life for American families also requires the most affordable, innovative, and high-quality health care system on earth. Before I took office, health insurance premiums had more than doubled in just 5 years. I moved quickly to provide affordable alternatives. Our new plans are up to 60% less expensive and better.
That was President Trump touting his health care record last night during his State of the Union address. We welcome now Democratic Representative Debbie Dingell from Michigan. She serves on both the House Energy and Commerce and Natural Resources Committees, and she joins us from Capitol Hill. So, Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. You heard there, President Trump, in the 2018 elections, the Democrats retook the House by really emphasizing health care. Is there a danger the president will steal that issue away from Democrats this year?
Well, it's even difficult to talk about last night because it really is a night that worried me. The division that I worry about in this country was so evident in the House chamber last night. It scares me right now, quite frankly. But I think we've got to work together on health care. But the reality is that the points that he made are just categorically not true. I mean, his administration has been working to undermine protection for people with pre-existing conditions since he became president. They're in court on it right now. When he talks about those affordable health care plans, they're junk plans that don't give people coverage on preventative health care. And there are a lot of people who have seen escalating premium costs and higher deductibles. We should be working together to make it better. One of the reasons premium costs went up is because he destabilized some of the things that have been put in to protect the Affordable Care Act. But the American people are tired of seeing us go tit for tat. I think, quite frankly, there are very serious problems in protecting the American people on health care, but they want to see us work together. They don't want to see us keep going tit for tat. He should join us and protect people for real so that they're not denied insurance because they have a pre-existing condition.
But Congressman Dingell, I think it's fair to say, judging from that speech last night, he is not inclined to reach an olive branch out to the Democrats. I mean, it seemed to be really much more directed to his base, much more directed to his base. At the same time, you have your governor, Gretchen Whitmer, who came back, who tried to have a reasonable, pragmatic approach. Let's listen to what she had to say about the economy, because President Trump really took a lot of credit for the economy. This is what she said.
Wages have stagnated while CEO pay has skyrocketed. So when the president says the economy is strong, my question is, strong for whom?
So you heard it. That is the response. At the same time, when you have a president who has that much of the spotlight and he knows how to use it and knows how to keep it, how do you get your message through? How do you take issue with him, as you say, without going tit for tat?
Well, I spoke this morning to a room full of 1,000 UAW workers. Many of them voted for Donald Trump last time. And I didn't bash him. I'm not going to bash him. But I had a very straight talk, and I think probably my best moment of the day was when someone came up to me and said, "Thank you for just talking to us. You changed my vote today." I don't know who I'm going to vote for in the Democratic Party, but I'm not voting for the president because he's not protecting people on health care. So, it's going to take a lot of us having conversations. But he could change how people felt if he'd actually do something about pre-existing conditions or do something to lower the cost of prescription drugs. But it's going to be a very grassroots effort this year, and Democrats are going to have to learn to really talk about the issues that matter to the people and for the people. We didn't do a good job of it in 2016. It's why we lost, and we've got to do a far better job of it this cycle.
Well, let's talk about one of those issues that's usually at the top of the list, which is the economy, the economic situation people confront. And let's talk specifically about Michigan, because you know Michigan so terribly well. Come November, will that be an issue that would cause people, men and women you know in Michigan, to say, I might have voted for Donald Trump last time, I'm going to vote for whoever the Democratic candidate is this time?
Well, you know, I kind of think that this question in a way is a do you beat your wife? Because none of us don't want the economy to do well. I want the economy to do well. So I hope that we're talking, about issues related to the economy. There are more people working, but I know many of them are working 2 jobs to just stay at the poverty. They're still below the poverty line. I, unfortunately, and this has me very upset, I had an economic summit downriver on Monday because U.S. Steel is closing a plant downriver and DTE is closing 2 plants. So we're having a very significant job loss. But we need to work together. I want to work with Republicans and Democrats so that we are bringing in new jobs, diversifying the economy, helping train people with the skill set. But there's still a lot of anxiety in people's hearts. They haven't forgotten what happened in Detroit in 2008. So I think by November, it's going to be who do they trust? Who's going to deliver for them? And I think that's what it's going to come down to in November.
Your leader, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, last night, was not very subtle, I don't think, in her reaction to the president's speech, including ripping up that speech at the end, actually taking several sections of it and ripping it up. Is that effective? What message did that say to the Democrats? What does it send to the Republicans? Does that help?
This is what I'm going to say. It was not a planned moment. She put her hand out and tried to shake the president's hand. Last night was not the night I hoped it would be. I thought, okay, maybe this is a night that we can come together and figure out how we're going to work on some critical issues between now and November. The president started it off by not shaking her hand, and his tone throughout the entire speech was not, hey, let's pull together and work together. Let's just be honest. She's human. She sat behind him for that whole speech. There were a number of shots taken. That was just a human being reacting to a speech that, quite frankly, for many in that chamber was upsetting and not something that was not a speech that was targeted at trying to bring us together.
Finally, let me ask you, because you are a leader, have been for many years in the Democratic Party, and you know how that party works. Whatever we think about Monday night, it was not a good night for the Democratic Party in Iowa, or perhaps more generally. How badly was the Democratic Party hurt by that, maybe I can call it debacle out in Iowa?
Well, I'm going to say this. Iowa was hurt badly. I don't know that the Democratic Party was hurt, but you have to remember both Republicans and Democrats have let Iowa and New Hampshire have this lock on being 2 small states that have a disproportionate impact on the presidential nominating system. I tried to take this on in 2008. I swore back then I wasn't going to do it again. And Monday night has brought me right back forward and center. And I'm building a coalition, and we're going to take this issue on. And the state that is hurting is the state of Iowa for their incompetency and how it got handled. And we need a better presidential nominating system that allows every state to participate in the process and have candidates hear the issues that are on their mind. That's where I'm coming from Iowa on Monday night.
I suspect you might have a little more support after Monday night. Okay, many thanks now.
I am finding support. Thank you, David.
I bet. Okay, many thanks now to Democratic Representative Debbie Dingell from Michigan. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Asset managers who seized... Let's get this right, sir. You didn't see 3 men dressed as clowns take off in a van with a Renaissance painting because you were distracted by, and I quote, a sporty red compact SUV with a bold mesh grille, a sculpted bonnet with sweeping roofline on diamond-cut alloys.
And beautiful rear haunches.
So, you saw a Jaguar E-Pace. But what about the clowns?
What clowns?
Jaguar E-Pace, designed to steal attention. Search Jaguar E-Pace.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn.
First jobs, flexible jobs. Keep me out the cold jobs. Advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs. East London jobs, West London jobs, extra hour in bed jobs. Start-up jobs, late start jobs, get home in the daylight jobs. Banking jobs, building jobs, flexible working on a Friday jobs. Or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded? Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Why would anyone shop at TK Maxx? I don't have the time.
Well, you can still look fine, 'cause there's big brand deals at TK Maxx online.
Ooh, tkmaxx.com.
Ridiculous possibilities are here to stay when you TK Maxx the right way.
5, he's in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. The Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Antitrust Division, Macon Delrahim, has reportedly recused himself from the investigation into Google, as the pace of that investigation appears to be picking up. For today's installment of Antitrust Angst, we welcome now Jennifer Rhee, Senior Analyst for Antitrust Litigation at Bloomberg Intelligence, and in Washington, David Balto. He's a former FTC Policy Director. So welcome to both of you. So Jennifer, there was this report I read about the Wall Street Journal actually this morning about exactly what they're looking into, and it may be related to the reason Macon Delrahim might have to step down, because it has to do with advertising.
Right. I think that's right. You know, Macon Delrahim at one point in time represented Google. I think it was as a lobbyist when Google was acquiring DoubleClick. I think that was back in 2007, 2008. And DoubleClick is sort of at the heart of Google's ad tech business. And at the time, there was a pretty extensive investigation, a long investigation actually, of that deal before the FTC cleared it to go through. So I would think at this point it would really look like a conflict of interest if the Department of Justice is going to focus their investigation on the ad business of Google. If they do or they don't find that there's been some sort of an antitrust infraction, I think that there would be allegations on either side if Macon Delrahim stayed involved. So I think the recusal at this point is not a surprise.
So that's not the only antitrust investigation of a tech firm right now. David, let's go to you. David Balto down in Washington. What do we know about what they're looking at with Facebook?
Well, Facebook, they're looking at the acquisition of WhatsApp and Instagram. And the concern here is that, but for that acquisition, those may have grown to be more significant competitors. And that competition is lost because they were acquired.
So what's the remedy? Is the remedy to break them up? Is it to go back in time and say you shouldn't have bought Instagram to begin with?
Well, as any good cook can tell you, it's really hard to unscramble eggs. And so a remedy in this case would be creating an entity similar to WhatsApp and Instagram that would provide the rivalry that was lost. I should caution here, the cases like this have a very stiff burden of proof. Courts are extraordinarily reluctant to engage in the practice of trying to unravel a merger, and it's only when there's clear evidence that direct competitors have competition between direct competitors have been extinguished, and there's a clear price effect that courts have gone through the process of unraveling consummated mergers.
Yeah, in the meantime, Jennifer, they seem to be scrambling the eggs as fast as they can in Facebook, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, as matter of fact, it was reported that the FTC might seek a preliminary injunction to stop that scrambling of the eggs. Right. I don't know if that's accurate or not. It seems kind of premature to me if the FTC did seek something like that, and they would have a high bar, as David Balto pointed out. But, we'll see what happens here. I think in 2020, there will be some moves by the FTC or DOJ against big tech platforms.
Okay, many thanks to Jennifer Rhee of Bloomberg Intelligence and David Belto. Our panel will be sticking with us because we have a lot more to talk about. Also ahead, we're going to talk with Democratic Senator Tom Carper from Delaware about President Trump's State of the Union address, infrastructure, and much more. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on Bloomberg Radio.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. Hope for global economic resiliency amid coronavirus is once again helping prop up Wall Street. The Dow was up 368 points, or 1.3%. S&P up 31 points. The Nasdaq is climbing 37 points. General Motors shares are up today after the automaker forecast earnings will be flat this year as new truck and big SUV models help compensate for weaker demand in the U.S. and China. On the jobs front, payroll firm ADP reports 291,000 private sector jobs were added to the economy in January. That's more than forecast. And today, executives from the 5 largest e-cigarette companies will be grilled by House lawmakers about the nation's vaping crisis. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Revisions, return policies. There are so many ways to redo a decision.
What are the ramifications if she crumbles or doesn't crumble?
Do they have any path other than the courts?
Except here, we have to get it right the first time.
We always talk about the losers in a trade war. Are there winners?
So that you can too.
How does your modeling have to pivot to reflect a different scenario?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business, Radio.com, and iHeartRadio apps, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
From New York, this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. We are now back with our antitrust angst panel of Jennifer Rhee, senior analyst for antitrust litigation at Bloomberg Intelligence, and in Washington is David Belto. He's former FTC policy director. And this is antitrust angst. So let's come back to Facebook for a moment here. When the mergers were first happened with Instagram and with WhatsApp, authorities did take a look at it.
That's right. Now, we didn't get anything published from U.S. authorities that looked at those deals, and I don't believe extensive investigations took place. But we do know that the U.K. took a very close look at WhatsApp, and we know that the European Commission took a very close look at the Instagram acquisition. And at that time, both of those authorities concluded that Facebook didn't directly compete with the other two platforms, and also they looked at the potential competition issue. Would WhatsApp or Instagram rise up to become a social media platform competitor to Facebook? And they concluded, based on the evidence they reviewed, that that wasn't the case. Now, those aren't binding on U.S. courts, those decisions, or U.S. agencies, but they suggest to me that there's a lack of evidence that Facebook's intention was to buy up a nascent competitor and, squelch a potential rival.
So David Belto, let's make a shift here from social media to telephones, if we could. T-Mobile Sprint, still kicking around. I thought that was done with, but it's far from done with. Is it going to get done or not?
Well, fortunately, the way our antitrust laws are written, the antitrust Antitrust Division isn't the final arbiter of whether or not some kind of conduct or a merger is anti-competitive. A federal court judge is the final arbiter. That's an important lesson for the agencies to think of when they look at big tech areas. And even though the Department of Justice thought this deal was kosher, under close analysis from the evidence in the trial, it looks like T-Mobile's arguments are based on a wing and a prayer. They have arguments about efficiencies, about Sprint being a failing competitor, and whether or not the remedy of selling things to Dish is adequate. And on all three of those arguments, they're clearly inconsistent with bedrock antitrust policy. I think the merger faces stiff headwinds from this federal court judge.
So Jennifer, going back a little bit to Facebook, isn't part of the theory and what they asked for from T-Mobile Sprint is to actually help create a new competitor by selling some assets that they actually would be more of a competitor?
Right, that's right. Well, you're talking about the Sprint T-Mobile deal. The remedy was selling some assets to Dish.
No, I'm just saying because David was saying maybe they can create a new competitor for Instagram or something like that. This is sort of parallel to that. Right. The Antitrust Authority said if you sell these assets, maybe they'll be a viable competitor. Right,
that's exactly right. But the problem is, as David mentioned, a court has to decide that. So you have to go into court first and show what's anti-competitive. What is the harm and what was anti-competitive about Facebook acquiring those entities to begin with? And if you can't prove that that Facebook has violated the antitrust laws, well, then there isn't a remedy. So, that's the problem.
And the prospect of a federal district court judge doing industrial policy, that's a whole different set of questions. Okay. Many thanks to Jen Rhee of Bloomberg Intelligence and to David Balto. And it's time now to turn back to Capitol Hill. President Trump highlighted his record in the energy sector during last night's State of the Union address.
With the tremendous progress we have made over the past 3 years, America is now energy independent, and energy jobs, like so many other elements of our country, are at a record high.
For more, we welcome now Democratic Senator Tom Carper from Delaware. He is the ranking member of the Environment and Public Works Committee and a member of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committees. He comes to us today from Capitol Hill. So, Senator, thank you so much for being with us. Give us your reaction to the president's view about energy independence and what his administration has done.
A number of times during the speech, David, I was thinking the fact checker is going to have a good time with that one, and that may be one of those occasions. Another one was when he asserted that he and the majority were very much in favor of protecting people who have pre-existing conditions, while at the same time they're supporting trial litigation that's in federal court that would literally take away people's protection when they have pre-existing conditions. So we'll see how the fact checkers turn out. But the alarms went off when I heard that. One of the ways we could be absolutely energy independent would be to do what a lot of other countries around the world have done, and that is to generate electricity offshore. We have the ability to do that in a way that actually puts no pollution in the air, no carbon in the air, and helps us do a couple of things, puts people to work in this country. And that's the kind of thing that he ought to have been talking about. He ought to have been talking about how we could actually reduce emissions from our major source of carbon in this planet, and that is our cars, trucks, and vans. Good plan put in place, left in place by the last administration, could be modified, would be very acceptable to the auto industry, hire more people, put more people to work. And the last thing is the major source of carbon pollution, climate change, this crazy weather that we're experiencing around the world is our utility plants, our coal-fired utility plants. They can be phased out, not eliminated overnight, but phased out over the next decade and or so, and in ways that will provide cleaner energy and make us less dependent on fossil fuels and foreign oil and petroleum.
So, Senator Carper, I wonder if there was one part of the speech that you did support, and that is when he talked about the highways bill, saying he wanted that thing passed. You've been a real spokesman for infrastructure. How did you react to that? And by the way, how would we pay for it?
I'm a recovering governor and worked for 8 years as Delaware's governor, chair of the National Governors Association, focused forever on elements of the nurturing environment for job creation and job preservation. One of those is clearly transportation infrastructure, roads, highways, bridges, air, rail, and so forth. The report out of our committee last year on a bipartisan basis unanimously was a 5-year reauthorization of service transportation for roads, highways, bridges. We included in our bill, for the first time ever, a climate title that actually acknowledges that our our planet is getting warmer, hotter, and there are things that we need to do, and making sure that as we build the next generation of roads, highways, bridges, we do it in a way that vehicles that are electric powered, battery powered, vehicles that are powered by hydrogen, which only create H2O as an emission, make sure that we're building our infrastructure to do that. In terms of how to pay for this, the chairman of the committee that I'm privileged to be the senior Democrat on, Environment and Public Works, we believe that those who use roads, highways, bridges should pay for them. So it should be a user fee approach. One of the disappointments during the president's speech last night, he never mentioned the budget deficit. And the budget deficit this year is going to be $1 trillion. And if we don't figure out how to pay for roads, highways, bridges, it's going to be even bigger next year. And I was disappointed that the president made no mention of that. And I think I told the president, I've said to him any number of times in private meetings on infrastructure, when I was governor, when I was leading the nation's governors, we wanted to improve our roads, highways, bridges in our states. We would say, this is what I would do, and this is how I'd pay for it. I said, Mr. President, you need to be part of that solution as well. At one point, I actually held my wallet in my hand, held it up. So just to kind of remind him of that, and I'll continue to do that as we go forward.
We were talking with Democratic Senator from Delaware, Tom Carper. Watching the chamber, watching the president, watching the body language with him and Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, it felt like that there was no love lost between Democrats and Republicans in that speech last night. Is there a real prospect to get anything done at this point that would be bipartisan?
Actually, every year before the State of the Union, senators, their spouses, and a special guest for each senator from their state gather in the LBJ room, the Mansfield room, in the Senate side of the Capitol, and we have dinner together. It's nothing fancy. It's like chicken pot pie and some apple pie and some asparagus, that kind of thing. Nothing fancy. But the mood and the spirit at that dinner last night before the speech was just everything you would hope for from your elected official. Sitting together, Democrats, Republicans, spouses, and everybody friendly to one another, welcoming to one another. I've been privileged to hear State of the Union addresses from, Ronald Reagan, George Herbert Walker Bush, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama for a long time. I've heard a lot of them. But one of the things that they all had in common was the givers, the presidents who made those speeches, did so in a way to unite our country, to unite the people, not divide one another. And I hope someday that this president will emulate the behavior of some of the earlier presidents. I remember when Ronald Reagan was president, giving a State of the Union address. The speaker was Tip O'Neill, liberal Democratic speaker, Western California governor, becomes president. They were friends. And Tip O'Neill used to say that just because somebody's your adversary doesn't mean they have to be your enemy. And they worked together in a lot of things. The idea of Ronald Reagan turning around to shake hands with Speaker Tip O'Neill and the Speaker Ronald Reagan not actually trying to shake the hand of Speaker O'Neill, that would never happen. And to see that happen last night was just really a very disappointing start to the speech.
So, Senator, finally, I can't let you go without asking what your short piece of advice.
The things I agree with, family leave, the idea of bipartisan roads, highways, bridges, surface transportation. There are a couple of others as well. Do we need trees? More trees? Sure, we need trees. But we can put 10 zillion trees out across the country, the world. We'll still have a problem with carbon.
Any advice for your fellow Delawarean, Joe Biden? It looks like he's not doing so well in Iowa.
We need David Silver. We need a leader who not only can unite our party. We need a leader who can unite our country. A leader sort of like a Lincoln kind of person who's a healer, and a leader who can restore our standing in the world. For every fiber of my body, I think Joe Biden is that person. I love him, serve him, know him forever. He's the most decent human being I've ever served with.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator. Always great to talk to you. That's Democratic Senator Tom Carper from Delaware. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Winter has arrived, and there's only one choice for a warm weather escape with unparalleled seaside glamour and legendary service. Welcome to the Breakers Palm Beach. Sink your toes into the sun-kissed sand of the Breakers Tropical Beachfront and soak up the sun at 4 refreshing pools. Relax at the Breakers exquisite spa and invigorate your senses at the fully equipped Oceanfront Fitness Center. Savor delectable dining at 10 distinct restaurants. Up your game at 2 championship golf courses and perfect your swing at the resort's 10 Hard-True tennis courts. For those seeking a more exclusive escape, the Breakers Flagler Club is a private access hotel within the hotel, offering a luxuriously customized experience. So, what are you waiting for? Paradise is just a short flight away. To reserve your winter escape, visit thebreakers.com, call 1-800-BREAKERS, or contact your travel professional today.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Session number 3 for stocks on the rise, while treasuries continue to slump on speculation efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from coronavirus. Oil is rallying after tumbling into a bear market. The S&P's 3-day gain topped 3%, pushing the equity benchmark toward an all-time high. We check the markets every 15 minutes throughout the trading day here on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500's up 0.9%, up 30. Dow's up 1.2%, up 351. And the NASDAQ is up 0.3%, up 31. The 10-year down 14.30 with a yield of 1.64%. West Texas Intermediate crude is now up 4.5% at 51.84 per barrel. COMEX gold's up 0.4% at 15.6150 per ounce. The dollar yen stands at 109.74. The euro is $1.10.04. And the British pound is at $1.30.09. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now more Bloomberg Balance of Power with David Weston right here on Bloomberg Radio.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. 2 days later, and we still don't know the final results in Iowa. But with 71% of precincts now reporting, Pete Buttigieg is in first place, followed very closely by Bernie Sanders, with Elizabeth Warren in third and Joe Biden in fourth place. But final results or no, it is now time for those candidates to move on to campaigning in New Hampshire for next week's First in the Nation primary. Welcome now from Washington, Genevieve Wood. She is Senior Advisor at the Heritage Foundation. And here in New York, we have Christina Greer. She is an Associate Professor of Political Science at Fordham right here. So first of all, let's go to you, Genevieve, and talk about what's happened in Iowa. We heard the president's campaign manager immediately come out and say, boy, they can't even run a caucus. How can they run health care for the country? Does this hurt the Democratic Party from your point of view?
Well, I think it hurts any party when you have a lot of hype going around something and then it doesn't turn out to be what you thought and the whole nation is actually looking at it. I mean, look, this happened to Mitt Romney if we go back to, I think, 2012 with the app that his campaign had. And Republicans have missed it in Iowa before, too. 1 year predicting, I think, again, might have been 2008. They predicted one winner and it turned out it was actually somebody else. But this is a big, I mean, look, everybody, the Democrats have been running for 3 years against President Trump. Iowa was a first chance to see how the candidates that they have all had on the stage do. And unfortunately for them, it was not a good night in terms of looking like they could get it done, that they had their act together. And that's bad for the candidates themselves, I think, especially those who were, you know, they're questioning in some cases how clear the results are. And I think it's demotivating to many voters.
So, Christina, it doesn't appear to have been a good night for Joe Biden, the former vice president. And the Biden camp says you shouldn't have been surprised when there's a long haul. Why is it such a long haul for Joe Biden? He's the former president, vice president of the United States, distinguished career in the Senate. If you were just looking at the resumes of the candidates and it was a job interview, it wouldn't be close.
Right, but the Biden campaign has been very clear to have deflated expectations in Iowa and New Hampshire. Because keep in mind, this is Joe Biden's third time at the rodeo running for the president of the United States.
The first two didn't go so well.
They did not go so well. And you know, we know that Barack Obama chose him as the vice president. He was not nominated by a political party. And so in this instance, in Iowa, he knew that this isn't necessarily his base. And he knows that New Hampshire, keep in mind, you have Elizabeth Warren, you've got Bernie Sanders, and don't forget about Deval Patrick. All three of them are native New Englanders, politically at least speaking. And so Joe Biden is essentially putting many of his eggs in the South Carolina basket so that if he does not come in first place, or maybe even actually it's first place or nothing for Joe Biden in South Carolina, just to keep him viable, because as the moderate Democrats are emerging, you have a Biden, you have a Buttigieg, you have a Klobuchar who's still hanging in there, and now you have Mayor Bloomberg who's doing very well in the national polls, and he's slowly but surely chipping away at these latter states that Joe Biden was hoping to really just capitalize on.
Christina, we've spent a lot of time talking about what the possible Democratic strategy would be, whoever the candidate is come November, what issues would really appeal to the voters. Did we get a really close look at President Trump's strategy come November? Because it certainly looked like he was appealing to his base. He was not reaching across that aisle. There were no olive branches that I detected.
Genevieve?
I'm sorry, is that David?
Yeah, it's
okay,
you,
sorry, yeah. No. Well, look, I mean, the president gave, I think, last night what many have always said that they wanted to see somebody give or him give, which is a very presidential performance. He did not make any knocks at the other side. He didn't bring up Iowa the night before. I kept thinking somehow he's going to work that in. He did not mention impeachment. And when it came to things like criminal justice reform, he actually said, and you in this room deserve credit for, in addition to himself, for making that happen. So, yes, of course, I mean, like every president, they give a laundry list of their achievements and accomplishments. They talk about where they have been successful. Yes, he did all of that, but he also did a lot of reaching out, maybe not just to people in that room, but I think by the people that he highlighted, many of the issues that he talked about. He made it clear that he was reaching beyond the base. I think he was reaching out directly, frankly, to African Americans, wanting them to come on board with his campaign. So I think he was reaching out beyond his base.
Christine, to that point, there was a lot of mention of prominent African Americans and talking about African American income and things like that. At the same time, the thing I did not hear were a lot of big programs going forward. There's a lot of, this is what we've done. I didn't hear as much about what are we going to do.
What's the future vision? And keep in mind, a lot of the African Americans that he highlighted, it's not actually to get African American votes necessarily. He knows that he'll get a very small percentage. It's actually to help white Americans justify their vote for someone who has, accusations of what he's doing with ICE at the border, how he's been separating families. When he says we've lifted people off of welfare, that means he's cut people off of the scrolls. There's 700,000 American families that are actually without some sort of government assistance. So the devil is in the details in the speech. But I don't necessarily think that all of his highlighting of the African American individuals and this unemployment, when you look at the numbers, he inherited quite a bit of that from Barack Obama. So what does he want to do moving forward? He didn't really lay that out.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, many thanks now to Christina Greer here in New York with me and Genevieve Wood down in Washington. And tune into our live coverage of the New Hampshire primary results. That's coming up next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Have you ever thought, I wish I'd had...
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded. Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
At TUI, we're spreading sunshine early by giving away hundreds of thousands of free kids' places. So you can holiday with the little ones for less. Book today and spread the cost with £0 deposit when you pay with direct debit. From splash parks to swimming lessons. At TUI, we cross the T's, dot the I's, and put you in the middle. Direct debit on web bookings only. Free kids' places subject to limited availability. One free child place per 2 full paying adults. Booking T's and C's apply. At all protected.
5, he's in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
Are you curious what others are listening to on TuneIn? Head to the trending section under Browse to see the most popular stations and podcasts among TuneIn listeners right now. Check it out. You might just discover something new for yourself.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. Shares of General Motors climbed after the automaker forecast a boost in profit from new truck and SUV models coming up. The company expects the new vehicles to help make up for some of the weaker sales in China and in the United States as it plans to bounce back from the toll that 40-day UAW strike took on it last year. I spoke with GM CFO Divya Suryadevara earlier.
If you look at the whole calendar year, David, we had $4.82 of EPS. And when you adjust that for the impact of the strike, as we just talked about, it was closer to $6.71. So strong performance from core operations. And when you also look at the calendar year 2020, as we go forward, we expect that momentum to continue. And particularly on the cash side, where we've had a lot of focus in that area, we're expecting a strong cash flow in 2020, building off a strong 2019, where we generated $6.5 billion when you adjust for the impact of the strike. So we're doing that with our strong launches. Our trucks are performing really well. Our crossovers are doing very well. And the cost savings that we've put in place as well have helped us mitigate some of the macro impact that we're seeing around the globe.
Sticking with the United States for a moment, North America, talk about the product mix, because you will in 2020 have a full year of your full-size pickups. The SUVs are just coming in later. How does that affect the results we should expect from GM next year?
So we are going to have a full year of light duties. We're going to have a full year of heavy duties as well. On the SUV side, we're transitioning now from the old platform to the new platform. We do expect to take some downtime for that, and that's factored into our overall results. And we expect to see the strength in light duty and heavy duty continue. And when the full-size SUVs are up and running, we expect to see a strong momentum from that. We launched it yesterday, and it had great reception, so we're very excited about that product.
So momentum, tailwind from some new products. What about headwinds from softness in the market overall in North America? What are you looking at?
So we're expecting the industry to be slightly down, about 500,000 units, and with that comes residual value pressures and our FinCo and so on. So we expect macro to be slightly softer in the United States, and that would basically be offset by the specific performance of our company, where we have unique catalysts that are going to help us in 2020. So that would offset the macro impact.
To what extent do you have the ability to really monitor costs, limit costs, even reduce costs in response to a soft market in North America, in part perhaps because of what happened because of the labor negotiations?
Well, we are laser focused on costs, and that's been the focus for many years now. And with the transformation that we rolled out in November of 2018, we're on track to achieve that. In the last year and a half, we've achieved about $3.3 billion. We're on track in 2020 to have another $1 billion of cost savings as well. So it's certainly contributing to the bottom line. And when you see a softer macro environment, that's how we're able to differentiate ourselves, where you have both strong products as well as a focus on cost.
General Motors is also very strong in China. Talk about 2019 in China. How did that look? How did you come in? What are you looking at 2020?
Yeah, 2019 was definitely softer. It was in line with our guidance that we provided when we saw the softness happening in the overall market, and we had about $1.1 billion of equity income in 2019. And you see the industry maturing, and it's going through a cycle. With that comes a price impact. So we're experiencing that together with the industry, and we're also exposed to some of the lower tier markets in China. So our disproportionate impact also reflects the fact that we have the Baojun brand and the Wuling brand, which operate more in the tier 3 to 5 cities. So with that, we're working on short-term business fixes as well as long-term. We're bullish on the market. We think we're greatly positioned, especially with Cadillac, that's been performing really well in China.
That's China overall. We can't talk about China right now without talking about the coronavirus. Right. Give us a sense of how it is affecting General Motors. And first of all, with your employees, do you have manufacturing facilities in the area?
Yeah, we do have presence in China. It's a fluid situation, David, as you see. Our focus now, as you point out, it's on our employees and making sure that they're okay. And it's obviously a tough situation, and our thoughts are with everyone who's impacted. From a business standpoint, it has the demand impact in China as well as global supply chain implications that we're monitoring. Too early to tell from a demand standpoint. We do expect Q1 to be weaker in China as a result of the situation. And once we come out of it, we're expecting the operations to recover. But the team is working around the clock to ensure that we're mitigating what we can from the virus impact.
That was part of my interview with GM CFO Divya Suryadevara. It's time now for our Stock of the Hour. It's a different car company. It is Tesla. One of the things we're looking at is Tesla really having its worst day since 2012. The shares are sinking more than 14% today, snapping a record-breaking 6-day rally. Kaylee Lyons is here with more. So what's happening? Is this just what goes up must come down?
Well, I think it's cooler heads may be prevailing because people are looking at the run-up. We've seen it as of the close yesterday had doubled so far in 2020, which had only been a month. And yes, we're coming off those highs, but people are kind of assessing, does the valuation this company has at this point right now, about $140 billion, really be justified by the fundamentals? You're looking at analysts who are saying we don't see a lot more upside for the stock. The average price target is about $470. Right now, even with the declines we're seeing today, we're trading around $780. So obviously there's a big disconnect there. And if you look at it on a fundamental basis, take the NASDAQ 100. On average, that trades at a PE multiple of about 28. If you were to apply that to Tesla, it would mean the company needs $5.5 billion in annual profit. It has nowhere close. It lost $744 million last year. And yes, analysts see profits in 2020, but the average estimate is net income of less than $1.5 billion. So clearly, there is a disconnect.
One analyst dialed it down at Canaccord Genuity. Why?
Yeah, getting a downgrade today. He basically said that at the current levels, the risk-reward is more balanced for the stock, but he also noted the coronavirus, because Tesla just opened that brand new factory in Shanghai that could impact them, not only from a production standpoint, but also from demand. You're already seeing EV sales slipping in China because the government's been cutting subsidies. The auto market itself is seeing 18 consecutive months of decline. So now you're facing both a demand and possible production concern.
It's not good news, and for Tesla or for GM, of course, is how long and how much. Okay, thank you so much to Kaylee Alliance for that report on Tesla. And we'd love it if you stayed tuned to Balance of Power. We're going to continue on Bloomberg Radio coming up next.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Are you a whiskey lover? Do you want to get your hands on a 55-year-old Japanese single malt? Take a number, literally. Yamakaze is holding an in-Japan-only lottery for buyers of its Yamakaze 55 this summer. The supply is so limited from the country's oldest distillery that owner Suntory Holdings will release only 100 bottles. The price, a mere 3 million yen, which is still about $27,600. The global whiskey market is projected to grow 19% to $147.6 billion through 2023, according to Euromonitor. Also growing, dog shows. The canine events are the latest target for private equity firm GF Sports. It's teaming up with the 136-year-old American Kennel Club, a nonprofit dedicated to promoting purebred canines, on a joint venture that will take dog shows on tour later this year. But the ultimate event, the Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show, is not a part of the new pact. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Financial leaders enjoy talking with Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrow.
What was it like having the giant darken the door every once in a while?
Experts appreciate it when what they have to say is understood.
Do you think that we might have seen a cyclical peak in the labour market?
It's the same reason we're recommending Bloomberg Surveillance to you.
Everything you thought would happen is happening.
Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Right now, Doctors Without Borders medical teams are operating in some of the most remote and dangerous corners of the world. When front yards become front lines, at the crossroads of conflict and epidemic, where there are no hospitals, that's where we operate. Your response is critical to our response in places where few others will go. That's where we operate. Learn more at doctorswithoutborders.org.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, explains.
In today's fast-paced environment, where the only constants are change and volatility, you need a prime broker who's both steady and agile, focused on supporting your needs so that you can focus on growing your business and producing results. Exceptional client service and advocating for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning high-touch team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. We help alternative investment managers create great experiences for their clients. Whether it's customized financing, securities lending solutions, platform access, or outsourced trading, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your evolving demands.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing, LLC. Member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. Stocks higher for a third day. Treasuries slumping on speculation. Efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. Crude oil rallied after tumbling into a bear market. Yesterday we saw WTI, West Texas Intermediate crude, dipping briefly below $50 a barrel. Right now it is up 4% at $51.63 a barrel, higher by $2.03 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, at $56.04 barrel of Brent, up now by 3%. 5.9%. Equities higher. NASDAQ at a record up 24 points, up 0.3%. S&P up 28. That's a gain of 0.9%. The Dow's up 1.2%, higher by 353 points. After earnings, Disney shares down 3.2%. Ford is slumping 9.4%. Snap lower by 11.8%. General Motors shares moving higher after the automaker forecast earnings that will be flat this year as new truck and big SUV models help compensate for weaker demand in the U.S. and China. Our David Weston caught up with GM Chief Financial Officer Divya Suryadevara on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange.
On the SUV side, we're transitioning now from the old platform to the new platform. We do expect to take some downtime for that, and that's factored into our overall results. And we expect to see the strength in light duty and heavy duty continue. And when the full size SUVs are up and running, we expect to see a strong momentum from that. We launched it yesterday, and it had great reception, so we're very excited about that product.
And again, GM shares, they are up now by 0.7%. Gold up 0.3%, 15.58 the ounce, and the 10-year down 13.30 that yield now 1.64%. Payroll provider ADP reports American businesses hired 291,000 workers in January, the most in 5 years. Gains were broad-based across industries. Today's ADP data set the stage for Friday morning's government employment report. It is 1:02 on Wall Street. Time now for the Market Drivers Report with a focus on American depository receipts. Here he is, Dave Wilson.
Thanks, Charlie. ADRs are rising even more than U.S. shares. The S&P ADR index is up 1%, and the S&P 500 is higher by 0.9%. Sweden's ABB, Switzerland's ABB, too, has risen 4.5% in U.S. trading. The industrial equipment maker's fourth quarter earnings surpassed analyst average estimate in a Bloomberg survey. ABB benefited from demand for factory automation along with cost cuts. Germany's Infineon Technologies has gained 10%. The chipmaker's earnings for the fiscal first quarter surpassed the highest estimate, and its profit margin unexpectedly rose. Infineon said it's restarting China production next week in spite of the coronavirus. The UK's GlaxoSmithKline has fallen 4.3%. The drug maker forecasts lower earnings this year as it pursues new blockbuster medicines and covers the cost of spinning off its consumer health unit. Another UK company, Imperial Brands, has dropped 6.6%. The cigarette maker said it now expects lower earnings this year because of a U.S. ban on most flavored vaping products that takes effect tomorrow. Imperial had forecast higher profit for the year, Charlie.
All right, we thank you very much, Dave Wilson, following those American depository receipts. After the bell, we'll be hearing from Qualcomm, FireEye, iRobot, Zynga, Grubhub, GoPro, Peloton Interactive, and Fox. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power.
We have the strongest economy by far in the world.
We're going to grow our trade relationship.
I know what's broken. I know how to fix it.
Where the world of politics meets the world of business.
They've got the money they need to run a very competitive race.
We've got now a real crunch few days for Brexit.
We want certainty in the markets. We want certainty in our trading relationships.
The administration is trying to create a new divided world.
Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
The Senate moves toward an acquittal in the impeachment trial of President Trump. The world tries to come to terms with the growing coronavirus, and President Trump claims his record of economic growth has been particularly helpful to those less fortunate. From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, welcome to the second hour of Balance of Power. Much of President Trump's State of the Union address last night was about what his administration has done for the U.S. economy, and he directly took on Democrats who claim that the benefits have gone disproportionately to the wealthy.
The unemployment rate for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans has reached the lowest levels in history. African American youth unemployment has reached an all-time low. African American poverty has declined to the lowest rate ever recorded. The unemployment rate for women reached the lowest level in almost 70 years, and last year women filled 72% of all new jobs added.
President Trump at his State of the Union address last night. Christina Greer of Fordham University has stayed with us from the first hour of Balance of Power. So thank you for staying with us, Professor. As you listen to that, this may be a key element in the election coming up, because it's hard to argue that the economy has grown, that employment has grown. But the question of how it's distributed, it may be one of the big issues. Does the president have a point?
He doesn't. And so, like much of his speech last night, they were filled with falsehoods and, quite honestly, lies. So we know that this president has a particular ire against African Americans, and any success that he's trying to tout was sort of already in motion under the previous administration. And we know that how this administration has chosen to calculate their economic numbers, especially for marginalized communities, is such that it makes the percentages look better than they are. But that's actually not the reality on the ground. We have the economy, which is something much larger, but we have people's day-to-day lives. So when he says he's lifting people off of welfare, we know that that is going to adversely affect Black, white, Latinx, and Asian communities across the country, because as I said in the previous hour, we'll have 700,000 families without the assistance of the government. So as he's cutting the budgets, as he mentioned several times in his speech, and then saying that he's, dropped these rates of unemployment, we know that he's not actually creating the number of jobs that he's saying that he's creating, and he's making these families much less secure in some of the policies that are affecting them, especially families who live in cities and even now families who live in rural communities.
Professor Greer, is there one set of numbers that is undeniable you would have to agree with, which is real wages are increasing overall? That is to say, nominal wages are going up faster than inflation. And in fact, that is disproportionately benefiting the people in the bottom quintile, the bottom quartile of wage earners. Those are the numbers that are generated every month. We're about to get new ones out in February. That seems to be true.
Right, but we also have to offset that with those beautiful, beautiful tax cuts that he's promised. And we know that those tax cuts have actually not trickled down to any of the communities that he promised them to, even though he said that they will and that they are. But we have not seen that at all. And it's only the top 1% of wage earners who are actually really getting the substantive benefits of these economic booms that he is putting forth through his party.
What is the president's goal here? I mean, I'm not asking you to get inside his head.
Please don't.
But as you said in the last hour, he doesn't expect to win a majority or even close to a majority of African American voters.
No.
At the same time, if he can move it 3 percentage points, 4 percentage points. And by the way, his support in the last election was not far off of the norm over the last several elections for Republican candidates for president. Mm-hmm. So it's not like all the African Americans ran away from him suddenly last time. If he could just move it 3 or 4 percentage points, and particularly in certain key areas, it could make a big difference.
Oh, it definitely will, and especially if you have a close election. So there are many Americans, Black, white, and other, who aren't necessarily paying attention. We know that, unfortunately, every 4 years, around late October is when the vast majority of Americans actually start paying attention. You and I have been talking about this for months now, but, the regular Americans are just not, aren't there just yet. And so if he can move a few percentage, even just 2 or 3 percentage points in a close election, but honestly, all of those African-American accolades that he rattled off last night, quite honestly, are more for moderate white Americans to help them justify their vote for someone where they've heard what he said about women, they've heard what he said about immigrants, they've heard what he said about marginalized communities, and this is going to help him say, actually, he's not a white nationalist. All those people who were marching on the Capitol with Confederate flags and tiki torches, well, that's not really the president or my party.
Go over to the Democratic side of the ledger. We still don't know exactly the full results out of Iowa. We're about to go into New Hampshire. It's generally received wisdom that former Vice President Joe Biden would do best of the existing candidates left, the prominent candidates on the Democratic side, among African Americans. Is that true, and if so, why?
Well, I think that we'll see how he does in South Carolina. We know that he really needs South Carolina because he's not expecting to do well in Iowa or New Hampshire. The reason why Joe Biden has such credibility with African American voters is because we know that African American voters are probably some of the most strategic voters on the market, if you will, because African American voters clearly know what losses look like. So a Donald Trump president and how it adversely affects them, their livelihood, their economics, their schools, their climate, all of these racialized policies. And so the fact that Joe Biden was a loyal vice president to Barack Obama for 8 years, did not ever undercut him, supported him completely, and served in his position as the number 2, that has garnered him a very deep well of understanding and respect from especially older African-American voters. And when you look at his demographics, he definitely skews much older with support. Now, it'll be much easier for young African-Americans to convince their parents and grandparents to move over to a different candidate, whether that's Warren, Sanders, Buttigieg, Bloomberg, whomever. It'll be easier for younger voters to convince their parents to leave Biden than it will be for Biden supporters who are, say, older to convince their younger children to move over.
Oh, that's fascinating. That's really interesting. So an asymmetry there. Okay, many thanks now to political science professor Christina Greer of Fordham. Coming up, President Trump didn't just talk about domestic economy in his speech to Congress last night. He also had a fair amount to say about foreign policy. We'll talk with Lester Munson of the BGR Group. That's coming up next, and we are on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
If you promise to cover the latest financial and business news from Asia,
we're talking about social enterprises in Asian countries
with expert analysts who really understand Asia.
Aren't you encouraged with respect to U.S.-China trade?
Then you must be us.
Tell us about the trend within this part of the world.
Bloomberg Daybreak Asia.
What sort of fiscal stimulus do you think we'll see?
Tonight at 6 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Okay, kids, Dad's gonna teach you how to dance. First, spread your feet apart. Then, pump your knee, nod your head, shake your hips, and bite your lip ever so slightly. Now, with one hand in the air, point at people with the other hand. I call that the rock star.
Dance like a dad. It's a great way to make a moment with your kids.
Now, make a face like it just smells something bad.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The market.
Finding your perfect new home can be tough. So if you keep missing out,
it's time to search at On the Market.
There are thousands of new properties to buy or rent every month at onthemarket.com. 24 hours or more before they're on Rightmove or Zoopla.
On the Market.
See them first. Set up a property alert today.
Search onthemarket.com to find your perfect home.
If you're in the market, search onthemarket.com. See onthemarket.com/new and exclusive. Agents specify exclusivity.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded. Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Peoples of London, are you like Sergei, working your paws off from 9 to 5, then cooking for whole family? Well, I, Alexander, have taken responsibility for tonight's splendid evening meal.
Ooh, let me guess, Meerkat Meals?
Of course, you know how I roll. Get 2 for 1 on food with Meerkat Meals at your local favorites, like Grill Shack, when you buy through Compare the Market.
Qualifying purchase, app only, 2 for 1 on selected food, participating restaurants, a la carte only, Sunday to Thursday, T's and C's and exclusions apply.
Welcome to Cathay Island. We hope you've enjoyed flying Cathay Airways. Oh, and Cathay, congratulations on the Euro Millions win.
This Friday's Euro Millions is a massive £105 million super jackpot. That's dream come true money. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Estimated jackpot. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM/AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Cutting for the net, scores! On the goal line, Marshawn scores!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
And tucks it home!
And with this team, it's really fun to be a part of a team like that.
You can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium. From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
4 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Another update for the S&P 500 index with its three-day gain, topping 3%, pushing the equity benchmark toward a record. Tech shares that led the advance lag behind today, given the still uncertain economic impact from the deadly virus in China. Stocks, though, higher for a third day. Treasuries slumping on speculation efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. Crude oil rallied. Right now, West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.9%, 51.53 a barrel on WTI. Brent up 3.6% at 55.90. We've got gold up 0.4 now, 15.58 the ounce. The 10-year down 13.30 seconds. The yield 1.64%. S&P up 25, up 0.8%. Nasdaq at a record up 10, a gain of 0.1%. Dow Industrials up 335, up by 1.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. From the Interactive Broker Studio, this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. At the top of President Trump's foreign policy agenda from the beginning has been dealing with Iran, as he pulled out of the JCPOA agreement limiting Iran's work on nuclear weapons and increased economic sanctions. Last night, in his State of the Union address, the president said Iran faces a stark choice.
The Iranian regime must abandon its pursuit of nuclear weapons, stop spreading terror, death, and destruction, and start working for the good of its own people. Because of our powerful sanctions, the Iranian economy is doing very, very poorly. We can help them make a very good and short-time recovery. It can all go very quickly, but perhaps they are too proud or too foolish to ask for that help. We are here. Let's see which road they choose. It is totally up to them.
We welcome now Lester Munson. He's principal of the BGR Group, where he heads the firm's foreign assistance practice. Mr. Munson has worked at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and at AID. So welcome, Mr. Munson. Great to have you with us. You heard President Trump say that Iran must abandon its pursuit of nuclear weapons. Must it?
Well, if they want to have a near-term solution to their economic troubles, I think they do. The president has done a good job of putting a lot of pressure on them. He calls it a maximum pressure campaign, and it has resulted in a lot of serious economic consequences in Iran. There's more steps he could take. He can multilateralize these sanctions through the UN. That's a step he hasn't taken yet. So the Iranians really are. He has really put them in a tough spot where they have to make a decision. He's not wrong here. He doesn't have the total support of the Democrats for this policy, but so far he's got his party behind him. The American people seem to support what he's doing. He's in a strong position.
Certainly, from everything we can tell, there is a lot of pressure on the Iranian economy. They are suffering, and there have been some reports of real insurrection uprisings within the country, some dissatisfaction. But thus far, is there any indication that would lead the regime to actually come back to the bargaining table and negotiate something that's broader than what the JCPOA was?
Well, as far as I know, there are no alternative talks or any track 2 talks between the U.S. and the Iranians. That's usually something that happens before you have a real negotiation. So I think we'd want to see if that's developing. And the president does, at a certain point, need to give the Iranians a face-saving way to come back to the table. He hasn't been willing to do that thus far. For one thing, our European allies, Great Britain, Germany, France, and some others, have been lukewarm in their support for the president's maximum pressure campaign. They've complained about it publicly. They haven't really worked against it behind the scenes. But he needs to bring the Europeans in, and then needs to give the Iranians a kind of a face-saving way to get back to the table, which I think he would be willing to do under the right circumstances in order for real negotiations to proceed.
This has gone on for his entire administration. I think it's fair to say now 3 years or so. At the same time, the Iranians are ramping up, are they not, some of their uranium enrichment? How worried should we be on the timetable?
Well, that's a great question, and the Iranians want us to worry. They're taking steps to get out of the deal themselves while the Trump administration pulled out, I think it was about 2 years ago now, from the JCPOA itself, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which is the multilateral nuclear deal. The U.S. stepped out. The Iranians have remained in it. They've exceeded some of their limits since then, but they haven't had a total breach with the agreement. They're kind of moving in that direction, and they're trying to get a little bit of sympathy in Europe for that by making those moves. It doesn't appear to be working very well, but I think we have to kind of let that play out a little bit longer before we see any kind of resolution of this. Should we be worried about the Iranians actually developing a nuclear weapon in the next few months? I don't think so. I don't think they ultimately want to develop a nuclear weapon, but they want to use that process as a way to gain leverage with the West.
You suggested one step the United States might take is to go to the United Nations and get multilateral support. If we're having difficulties with the Europeans, what are the prospects of us getting through the Security Council?
Well, there's a provision from the original UN Security Council resolution that enacted the JCPOA from 3 or 4 years ago that would allow for one of the parties, if they say there's been a breach in the agreement, to reactivate multilateral sanctions. The U.S., the Trump administration, while it says it has maximum pressure on Iran, doesn't actually have maximum pressure on Iran. It has near maximum. It hasn't taken that final step, which it can do unilaterally to restore these multilateral sanctions. It's a very complicated regulatory regime, kind of a diplomatic arrangement in New York that relates to the JCPOA. But the administration's been holding out on that step, I think, to try and give the Iranians some room to maneuver a little bit to get back to the negotiating table. If they take that step, if President Trump takes that step and multilateralizes the sanctions, then it's going to be very difficult to get back to the negotiating table.
It wasn't too very long ago that it seemed that there was an escalation going back and forth between the United States and Iran, much of it, frankly, in Iraq, as we took out the lead of their top general, really. And there was some retaliation. Right. At the same time, it wasn't as extreme as some people thought it might be. Was that trying to send a subtle message to us or us to them that we want to limit this?
Well, I think it's hard to say, and we don't know what kind of messages have been going back and forth between Washington and Tehran behind the scenes, or if there have been any. But I think it's fair to say that until the president made the decision to kill Qasem Soleimani and also Mohandas, the leader of the Iranian-backed militias in Iraq, until he made that decision, he'd actually been fairly modest in his responses to Iranian aggression, and there were calls from hardliners on Iran to take a tougher stance. He finally did that. I think the Iranians understood it, and they've backed off.
Fascinating. Thank you so much to Lester Munson of the VGR Group. Coming up, President Trump reportedly is going to pull the United States out of the WTO's government procurement agreement. What is that agreement? Why do we care about it? We're going to talk with John Verano, of Covington and Burling. That's coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Coronavirus quarantines are expanding, and the World Health Organization says there are no proven drug therapies. But that doesn't matter to Wall Street. It perked up on word that treatments could be a few months away. The Dow is up 353 points, or 1.25% to 29,160. S&P 500 up 28 points. The Nasdaq up 15. Payroll provider ADP reports private businesses hired 291,000 workers in January. That's the most in 5 years. Gains were broad-based across industries. And Disney Plus has almost half of Netflix U.S. subscriber numbers less than 3 months after its launch. But the cost is high. Disney's direct-to-consumer division lost almost $700 million during the quarter. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Imagine being fired because of who you love. Imagine being denied medical treatment because of who you marry. Imagine being evicted because of who you are. Millions of Americans don't have to imagine this. They have to live it. Because in 31 states, it's legal to discriminate against LGBT people. Get the facts at beyondido.org. Brought to you by the Gill Foundation and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
I spy with my little eye something beginning with P.
People.
No, parrot.
I'll have to remember my binoculars next time.
Although you might not be able to see it, your small actions can have a real impact with Shell. Every time you fill up and use Shell Go Plus, you'll be protecting and replanting forests around the world. Make the change. Drive carbon neutral. Shell. Go well. See goplus.shell.com/CO2 for details.
3, 2, 1, liftoff!
What have you done with my OCT eye scanner? I'm supposed to be doing an eye scan with Mrs. Green.
We launched it, like you said.
Well, I meant launch it to the public, not on a rocket.
Oh.
Tell them how it takes a hospital-grade 3D image that could help detect eye conditions up to 4 years earlier.
Oh, sugar.
And that it's available at Specsavers.
Oh, and now also in outer space.
Introducing our most advanced eye exam with OCT scans. Search Specsavers OCT to find out more. Charge applies. OCT available at selected stores.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are, or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about. Ring Video Doorbell streams HD video and two-way talk straight to your phone, so you can speak to whoever's at your door from anywhere.
Delivery.
Oh, great. Could you leave it with my neighbour, please?
Sure, no problem.
And it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with Ring Video Doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
Having to deal with financial stuff can make you feel... Ah! But at Money Supermarket, we make you feel... Ah. That's because we go further to help you get money calm. We don't just compare. We cut prices to help you get better car insurance deals. Get money calm. Money Supermarket.
Welcome to Cathay Island. We hope you've enjoyed flying Cathay Airways. Oh, and Cathay, congratulations on the Euro Millions win.
This Friday's Euro Millions is a massive £105 million super jackpot. That's dream come true money. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Estimated jackpot. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
Coming up on Balance of Power, U.S. participation in yet another multilateral agreement may be coming to an end. My colleague June Grasso is here to talk about the WTO's government procurement agreement and why it matters. But first, let's get a market check with Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, David Weston. Here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all advancing. Stocks higher for a third day. Treasuries are slumping on speculation. Efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. Crude oil rallied after tumbling into a bear market. The S&P 500's three-day gain has now topped 3%. S&P up 28, higher by 0.9%. We've got NASDAQ at a record up 21 points, higher by 0.2%. The Dow advancing 359 points, up now by 1.3%. Industry data show American businesses added the most workers in 5 years. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
It's a big number. Payroll provider ADP reports private employers hired 291,000 workers in January, the biggest gain since 2015, and broad-based across industries. Mild winter weather probably provided a boost. The ADP data set the stage for Friday's government employment report. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Thank you, Vinny. That report, of course, 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. Count on Bloomberg for the first word. Stay with Bloomberg for continuing coverage once we get that number. General Motors shares higher today after the automaker forecast earnings will be flat this year. GM shares up by 0.8%. Ford, though, plunging after the automaker projected lower than expected profit for this year and reported that 2019 ended with a quarterly net loss. Ford down 9.4%. Also after earnings, Disney lower now, down by 3.4%, and Snap plunging 13.8%. 10-year down 13.30 at yield 1.64%. Gold up 0.4%, 15.58 the ounce. A crude oil rally with West Texas Intermediate surging of 3.5% now, 51.37 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. Once again, here's your host, David Weston.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. For over 40 years, the United States has been party to a WTO agreement facilitating participation in government purchasing across borders. But the Trump administration reportedly is now considering pulling out of that agreement. Here to talk about what the agreement does and why it matters, we welcome my colleague June Grasso and John Verano. He is partner at Covington & Burling and former Deputy United States Trade Representative. So, John, welcome back. It's great to have you back with us. I must say I was not familiar with this agreement. Explain what it does.
Thank you, David. The agreement is what's known as a plurilateral agreement. So not every WTO member is a party to it, but about 47 countries are. And the agreement basically provides guaranteed access to national governments' procurement systems.
Is it sort of a most favored nation clause? Because we have a statute, right, the Buy America Act, that normally would prefer U.S. companies. Does this say basically you're even Steven with American companies?
Yes, as you point out, the Buy America Act, broadly speaking, says when the U.S. government procures items and services, they should procure them from American suppliers. The government procurement agreement basically says that when for countries that are party to that, we can allow them to participate and bid on these goods and services, even though they are foreign suppliers. So they would get a waiver under the Buy America Act.
So this is just a draft executive order that we're talking about. Is this just being put out there so that Trump's administration can gain leverage in, for example, some of the trade talks ahead with the UK and the EU?
I think that's a big part of it, which is not to say that it's not something that this administration wouldn't follow through on. There have been a number of actions that have been suggested by the president in the trade arena and have been discounted early on as mere bluffs, but in time they've turned out to be actions that he's followed through on. So I wouldn't completely underestimate the possibility of the president actually withdrawing the U.S. from this agreement. But I think whether it's a mere bluff or whether he follows through on it, I think it is largely geared towards creating some leverage over the EU, Canada, and other countries with regard to other U.S. trade interests.
So if the U.S. were to withdraw from the GPA, who would suffer? Would any American companies suffer?
Yes, I mean, as is always the case with these trade actions, it pits one U.S. interest against others. So in this case, U.S. consumers, and in this case taxpayers, would suffer because they would have less access to the best services at the best prices and the best goods at the best prices. But also U.S. producers who rely on exports for their goods and services, they would suffer because they would no longer have guaranteed access to foreign markets like Europe that are important to these U.S. exporters.
John, what's the legal status of this agreement? Was it ratified? I mean, why is it that an executive order can pull us out of this agreement?
Well, that's a very good question. You may recall the president had threatened to withdraw the U.S. from NAFTA, and there was an ongoing debate in the Congress and among trade and constitutional law experts about whether the president has authority under the Constitution to withdraw the U.S. from these trade agreements. And it is still a matter of dispute. My own view is that the president does have authority under the Constitution to withdraw the United States from international agreements, but obviously only Congress can change U.S. statutes. So to the extent that the GPA reflects U.S. statute wouldn't change merely by the fact that the U.S. was withdrawn from the obligations.
So, as you mentioned, NAFTA, this was an issue, I believe, with the USMCA, and Canada hasn't ratified that yet. Would pulling out of the GPA affect Canada's ability to ratify that?
Well, it could, in the sense that the USMCA does not include procurement obligations between the U.S. and Canada. So the only obligations between the U.S. and Canada with regard to government procurement is this WTO agreement at issue. So to the extent that some in Canada were not concerned about the lack of procurement obligations in the USMCA because those exist between the two countries under the WTO, this threat obviously upsets that calculation.
John, you suggested, we talked about the possibility this would give the president some more leverage in trade agreements, and goodness knows he likes bilateral. He does not like multilateral. How much leverage would it really give him? I mean, looking at a report from Bloomberg here, I guess the most recent numbers we have, at least, are from 2015. It came out in 2019. U.S. awarded $12 billion of government contracts to foreign firms. By the way, most of them went to the EU. That's a large number, but it's not large compared to all of our trade. How much leverage would it give, for example, with respect to Europe specifically, because that seems to be next up for the president?
Well, in relation to the whole U.S. economy, obviously that's a pretty small number. But I think from the president's perspective, he seems to view every advantage as worth pursuing. So it creates some leverage, not a tremendous amount, but some leverage more than what exists today.
I'm thinking back to President Trump in Davos last month saying that they should reform the World Trade Organization, or he'd, quote, do something. A little vague, but perhaps is this what he's talking about?
It could be. I mean, I think it's this action, if you were to take it, I think checks three boxes the president has been talking about. One is just buy America generally. Secondly, creating leverage in trade relations. And thirdly, his threats to withdraw the U.S. from the WTO. Personally, I don't think he would follow through on that threat, but following through perhaps on withdrawing from one WTO agreement, such as the GPA, would allow him to scratch that itch, so to speak, in a contained way.
Yeah, and June, it might sound good on the campaign trail. Not saying that he has that on his mind, but just possible at a rally. I could see this coming up somehow. Okay, many thanks now to my colleague, June Grasso, and to Covington & Burling's John Varano. Coming up, the Senate is scheduled to vote this afternoon on whether to convict or acquit President Trump in his impeachment trial. We talked with Michael Gerhardt. He is professor of law at the University of North Carolina about why this still matters after all the shouting and what happens next. Is there anything left to decide? That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Business is constantly evolving. Is your financial printer evolving to keep ahead of the curve? At Command Financial, we are redefining financial printing by providing industry-leading expertise, leveraging technology, and honing processes and best practices. Every day, Command helps SEC registrants, as well as members of their working groups, including securities attorneys and investment bankers, prepare, file, and disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Are you interested?
It's already chilly in London, and you know that dodgy boiler is on its last legs. So if the thought of no heating makes you break out in a cold sweat, talk to British Gas. You can spread the cost of a new boiler interest-free over 2 years and get £200 off when you get a quote by the 29th of February or £400 off for existing home care customers. British Gas, here to solve. Search British Gas new boiler. Conditions apply.
Having to deal with financial stuff can make you feel... But at Money Supermarket, we make you feel... That's because we go further to help you get money car. We don't just compare. We cut prices to help you get better car insurance deals. Get money car. Money Supermarket.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow and TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
Upgrade to TuneIn Premium and get over 45 commercial-free music stations. You'll also get live commercial-free news, plus live play-by-play games from NFL, MLB, NBA, and NHL. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
On the goal line, scores! He takes it home!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
Here's Pietrangelo, he scores!
And you can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium.
Gonna move, hit a shot, he scores!
From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
At Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are higher for a third day. Treasuries are slumping on speculation efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all advancing. S&P 500 index up 31 now, a gain of 1%. NASDAQ's up 28 points at a record 94.96, up 0.3%. Year to date, NASDAQ is up 5.8% by comparison. The S&P up 3%. And we've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 397 points right now, up by 1.4%. 10 years down 14.30. The yield 1.64%. Gold up 0.3%. 15.58 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.5% now, 51.35 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. It is the Wednesday edition. And once again, here's your host, David Weston.
Thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. Live from the Interactive Broker Studio, this is Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. Today is the day that the impeachment trial of President Trump is scheduled to come to an end. Democratic Senator Doug Jones of Alabama, who's up for re-election this year, was one Democrat who was thought to be on the fence, but he now says he will vote to convict President Trump. He spoke on the Senate floor this morning.
The president's actions demonstrate a belief that he is above the law, that Congress has no power whatsoever in questioning or examining his actions, and that all who do so at their peril. That belief, unprecedented in history of this country, simply must not be permitted to stand.
But Senator Jones, to the contrary, notwithstanding an acquittal all but certain of President Trump. So it's a good time to talk about what it all means and what comes next. For that, we turn to Professor Michael Gerhardt of the University of North Carolina School of Law. So, Professor, thank you for joining us. First of all, assuming that there is an acquittal today, is there anything left to be done with respect to the impeachment proceeding itself?
Probably not. There's been some talk about possibly raising censure of the president, which would be just a resolution approved in the House or the Senate that condemns him for his conduct. But it seems unlikely that censure would happen. First, the House has already impeached the president, doesn't need to censure him. And second, the Senate majority, which will acquit the president, is probably in no mood to consider anything like censure. They want to be done with this.
At the same time, this is not necessarily the end of the legal travails for President Trump. There are any number of other proceedings going on, including congressional investigation, as I recall, into the emoluments clauses. So there's some more work to be done, perhaps, on those.
Yes, I mean, you're right. I mean, there are some lawsuits on the one hand. They're still dealing with the president's refusal to comply with subpoenas and whether or not the president may be subpoenaed to, for example, to turn over tax returns to New York, to the Manhattan DA. And there may be some other, the Attorney General of New York, and there may be some other court cases that will take some time to work their way to some outcome. And you point out rightly that the House may still have some other investigations ongoing. There is the self-dealing of the president, which has been happening for some time, and the House may look into it further. Once we get revelations from Bolton and others, as these things leak out and become public, you might even see another impeachment inquiry based on what the House members believe to be the lies of the president.
Well, that's an interesting question. On the four corners of these two articles of impeachment, does the double jeopardy clause apply to an impeachment? That is to say, could they come back theoretically, there's new evidence, and say, we'd like to go forward with the same two articles of impeachment one more time?
No, the double jeopardy clause does not apply to impeachment. Double jeopardy clause applies only to criminal proceedings where the person who's being investigated or prosecuted may lose life or liberty. But in impeachment, neither life nor liberty is at risk or at stake. It's whether or not the president keeps his job. And so double jeopardy does not apply to this.
The second article of impeachment had to do with obstruction for the Congress for not responding to subpoenas. Thus far, I believe that the courts have addressed the question of whether President Trump has to turn over documents, or in some instances, it's actually his accounting firm, I think, whether there's a client firm that has to turn over, have been fairly quick to say, I'm sorry, you're not above the law. In a legitimate criminal justice proceeding, an investigation, you have to turn them over. Is there a colorable place for the president here? Is he, in fact, if not abusing his position, at least really testing the patience of the courts?
Well, I'm already on record as saying yes to that point. I've been one of the witnesses coming before the House Judiciary Committee saying I thought there were impeachable offenses here. And I was particularly concerned about the president's obstruction of impeachment, his refusal to comply with subpoenas and ordering other people not to comply with subpoenas from Congress asking for information. He has refused, obviously, to comply with subpoenas on a wide scale, on a wider scale than we've ever seen before in American history. And as you point out, there's some court cases that may be dealing with that. But in the court cases, as Adam Schiff pointed out, the president's lawyers are arguing the courts should not be the place to deal with this. Instead, it should be impeachment. It should be back in the House or Congress to deal with this. And that now seems to be a little bit absurd, given the likely outcome we're going to have today.
Well, exactly. Wouldn't that be a weaker claim if you're in front of a federal district court judge or a court of appeals? Wouldn't the argument be, well, we've exhausted that. We tried that. That didn't work. So that's not an alternative to us.
Well, that would be the argument from the House in response to the claim that, well, this should be taken care of by impeachment. The House lawyers did argue, and it makes sense for them to argue, look, we actually tried to get it in the House, and they blocked us. They tried to block us in the House, and they certainly blocked us in the Senate, claiming that we should litigate this. Well, here we are. We're trying to litigate this. So if you rule against us here, then we've kind of gotten screwed. Lawyers will put it a better way. We've kind of gotten screwed in both venues. the congressional one as well as the court one.
You're a professor of law. You're not a professor of accounting that I'm aware of. But I'm going to ask you a question anyway about that. Who's paying for all this? I mean, there's a lot of legal fees going on somewhere. And who's paying? Are we the taxpayers paying for all this?
That's a terrific question. I've kind of pointed this out to my class. Yes, the American taxpayer is paying for all this.
Wow.
First, they're paying, of course, for the salaries of members of Congress. That includes the House and that includes senators. But they're also paying for the lawyers that work on the staff in the House and the Senate. And they're also paying for, as far as we can tell, the president's private lawyers. I'm not aware that the president himself is paying for them. It's one of the questions that's been asked is, how are they getting paid?
Yeah, and I wonder if the client's going over the bill the way clients tend to go over bills of lawyers at this point, because they usually take a sharp pencil out and say, would you really have to make those many photocopies? I'd be curious. Okay, many thanks now to Professor Michael Gerhardt of North Carolina School of Law. And now he's back from the sunny climes of Miami. Here he is, Jason Kelly for Business Pacific. Yeah, well, listen, if you're going to give us that good a game every time, I'm not going to object to you going.
Wasn't it great?
It was really great.
It was really a lot of fun to watch. And it was great to be down there and just sort of see it, this intersection. Saw your old buddy John Skipper. So we'll play some of that out this weekend on the weekend show. Today, we're dealing with a market that is up and up, except Tesla. I don't know if you noticed that, but Tesla
notice? Are you kidding?
Yeah,
but that's because it was up so high. I mean, you take it down 12% or something like that. That's
absolutely. It's more than doubled already this year. So maybe shave a little bit off of that. So we're going to get into that. We're going to get into this fascinating potential takeover of eBay by the owner of the NYSE.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That was fascinating.
Yeah, I don't totally understand that.
Some stock markets are going to take over eBay.
Yes.
So maybe you can buy your stocks on eBay now?
Maybe.
I saw that. It's fascinating.
It must be a technology play to some extent, but, don't.
And it's pretty rich. Isn't it like $30 billion or something? It's a lot of money.
It's a big price tag. And we're also going to catch up with a guy you may have run across, David, Tom Rath. He's over at Gallup. He's got a new book called Life's Great Question, Discover How You Can Contribute to the World. So, maybe a little bit of optimism here on the.
I think that sounds wonderful. In general, I don't need to know what the question is. I'd like the answer.
Yes.
Will he give you the answer to Life's Great Question? That's the question. Oh, is that right?
He's going to have some answers.
That's worth sticking around for. But in the meantime, congratulations on a wonderful game down there. We were all watching out in Iowa. We had a Bloomberg party.
I heard.
With all the politicos all around. So that's Jason Kelly. He's going to be here with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Business Week. Coming up next, that does it for Balance of Power for today. I'm David Weston. Thank you for listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Finding your perfect new home can be tough. So if you keep missing out,
it's time to search out On the Market.
There are thousands of new properties to buy or rent every month at onthemarket.com. 24 hours or more before they're on Rightmove or Zoopla.
On the Market.
See them first. Set up a property alert today.
Search onthemarket.com to find your perfect home.
If you're in the market, search onthemarket.com. See onthemarket.com/new and exclusive. Agents specify exclusivity.
Why not stay in this Valentine's? Have a romantic night in with a bottle of Co-op Irresistible Prosecco for £8. Co-op, it's what we do. Subject to availability, see participating stores for details. Please drink responsibly.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about. Ring Video Doorbell streams HD video and two-way talk straight to your phone, so you can speak to whoever's at your door from anywhere.
Delivery.
Oh, great. Could you leave it with my neighbour, please?
Sure, no problem.
And it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with Ring Video Doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Like what you're listening to? Want to make getting back to it easier? Use the favorite button to keep track of the stations and podcasts you love on TuneIn. Just tap or click the heart icon to add it to your favorites. Then find all your go-to audio under the Favorites tab. Pretty easy, right?
World 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming on YouTube. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. It is Wednesday, February 5th, 2020. Coming up, U.S. stocks, they're kind of showing some gains here.
They're showing some serious gains for the second day in a row, and it feels like economics moving to the fore.
Political concerns moving to the fore.
Absolutely, both domestic and geopolitical. Obviously, the coronavirus has been something that has really captivated the world for the last couple of days, but investors seem to be moving on for now.
Where you're saying economic news coming to the fore. That's what everybody's focusing on, and especially ahead of that monthly jobs report that we get on Friday. All right, lots to cover over the next few hours. Let's get to Charlie Pellet for Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much. Here's what's going on. Lots to react to in the way of earnings today. Let's begin there. We've got Disney down 3.5%, Ford plunging 9.4%, General Motors up 0.5%, Snap slumping 13.9%. All of this after earnings. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all pushing higher. Another record for NASDAQ, up 24 points now at 94.92, up 0.3%. S&P up 30, a gain there of 0.9, and the Dow rallying 396 points, up by 1.4%. 10-year down 14.30 seconds with a yield of 1.64%. Gold up today by $5. The ounce up 0.3% at $15.57. West Texas Intermediate crude bouncing back, surging 3% now to $51.13 a barrel. Brent 55.55, also up by 3%. After the bell, we will be hearing from Qualcomm. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks a lot. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser coming up. A little bit of an I'm sorry coming out of Iowa. That tech company, Carol, the owners of the app basically saying, we kind of messed that up.
We talked about it with Eric Newcomer yesterday, but we've got some more news. They actually heard from the head of the company, as you just mentioned, so we'll dig into that a little bit more. Also, we're going to hear from a major real estate investor, see where the opportunities are, talk about the retail sector, how that fits into it, what's the outlook, especially on a day after that we heard from Macy's closing a bunch more stores.
Well, and what I'm looking forward to hearing from Kent Swig is not just New York, but San Francisco. He understands both the coasts really well. Also, later on, we're going to talk with Tom Rath. He's got a new book out. It's called Life's Great Question, Discover How You Can Contribute to the World. And as David Weston said a few minutes ago, I'm interested in the question, more interested in the answer.
Yeah, exactly. When you get that answer, give me a call.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get to the Business Week agenda. Joe Weisenthal, we're going to talk to, and Dave Wilson. And, of course, this is brought to you by...
This portion is brought to you by Commonwealth Financial Network. For the sixth straight time, J.D. Power ranks Commonwealth #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms. Visit Commonwealth.com to learn more. So the aforementioned Joe Weisenthal and Dave Wilson are here. Dave, I want to start with you. As you look across this trade, and we're going to talk a little bit about Tesla later on. I'm excited about your chart. What do you see? What are the contours of this right now?
You know, I got to tell you, Jason, I'm a little distracted because I'm just catching up on Biogen. Are you looking at that stock?
Haven't. Tell me.
It's up almost 29%, and it's all about this challenge to its patent on the multiple sclerosis drug Tecfidera that Mylan had launched. Of course, they're a generic drug maker. They wanted to be able to make their own version of the treatment and, siphon off some of Biogen's profits in the bargain. But, absolutely.
That just shot up, right, about an hour ago or a half hour ago.
Absolutely. The U.S. Patent Trial and Appeal Board said Mylan failed to prove that the Tecfidera patent shouldn't have been issued. So you've got Biogen's shares just taken off. So if you thought Tesla was something the last 2 days, take a look at this stock. I mean, it really does go to show you. I'm just taking a quick look on the Bloomberg terminal to see.
It's all about patents. It's all about patents in the drug sector, right? We see it. If you're coming off patent, what that means for a company, or if you get a patent and you see challenges.
Well, at least in the drug sector, I mean, you compare this to Tesla, at least we can explain the move today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which we can't even, it's like, okay, they won this thing, that'll give them more money. Tesla is blowing everyone's mind because no one can even explain it. And everyone I'm talking to is reaching for all kinds of like, oh, is it some sort of delta hedging as a result of call buying? No one has any idea. So
anytime someone says delta hedging, like, come on, that's the name of Carol's band. But beyond that, I don't even know what it is.
Absolutely. No, I'm just looking at Biogen, and we've got numbers on the terminal to show you. Tecfidera's revenue last quarter, $1.1 billion. That is a quarter. So it's roughly 30% of Biogen's business, and it's their biggest selling drug. So, you're looking at the biggest gain for Biogen since this company started trading back in 1991.
I'm just going to say that I also, going back to Tesla for a moment, I feel like 2020 is going to be the year of superlatives for this company, and in either direction. Plunging 21%, biggest drop on record, but I just feel
after more than doubling already this year.
Exactly. And so we kind of keep going in different ways. Also, GOP Senator Mitt Romney to vote to convict Trump on one charge. So we do know...
Interesting.
Courtesy of the New York Times, I see.
Okay, thank you for that.
He's talking right now. There you go. So must have just said it.
Well, and it's interesting, right? We know that today we're going to hear a final ruling on those impeachment charges against President Trump, right? The Senate case. Right. And the expectations are that he will be acquitted. But interesting to see Mitt Romney, certainly a well-known Republican, but someone who is more centric, if you will.
Yeah, well, and has been, as you say, pretty openly critical of the president for a long time. A tortured relationship, I believe.
A tortured relationship.
Safe to say that they have had.
Well, and this speaks to what we kind of said at the top, that here we have so many different things going on, still concerns politically, and we've got the impeachment proceedings, perhaps wrapping up as expected, maybe in a few hours, virus concerns, but everything taking a back seat to that ADP report. Once again, economic news, that really matters.
Yeah, two things. I mean, I think the data this week so far has been really good. Of course, we get the jobs report Friday. ADP, you never want to extrapolate too much, but it was solidly ahead of expectations. We also had ISM manufacturing earlier in the week that beat expectations. ISM non-manufacturing out today, that beat expectations. So, one of the bull theses was that we were going to see a rebound in the data at the start of this year after the trough last year. That's obviously vindicated. Of course, we have no idea what the impact of the virus is going to be yet. But at this point, I do think there is some growing optimism, hope, wishful thinking, etc. in the market that maybe we'll see some sort of curb, that maybe it won't explode outside of China or outside of this province. I don't think anyone feels completely confident in that assessment yet. I've seen some people talk about maybe there is a deceleration in the growth of new cases outside of Hubei province, people grasping for things like that. But it's clear that, last week there was a lot of anxiety about this in the market. And at least as of today and yesterday, some of that has faded a little bit.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just all the mechanics even of this quarantine and everything. I was reading this. It's such a dramatic headline on the Bloomberg. This notion China sacrifices a province to save the world. I mean,
it's a must-read story because
it's a really nice story.
What the people in Wuhan are going through right now is absolutely extraordinary. And other places, but especially there, were just this complete shutdown of daily life. And you read about the overcapacity at the hospitals and people who are too sick to even stand in line to get into the hospital. It's a real humanitarian life difficulty these people are going through. And, of course, China is doing that to prevent the spread and hopefully prevent further suffering. But my God, you have to be incredibly sympathetic at the human cost of this.
Yeah,
it's a moving piece and one of the most
individual versus the masses here, like that debate.
Really quick, it's also a business story.
Yeah.
You look at what's going on with Gilead Sciences today, it's down. Now, one of their drugs is being tested as a potential treatment for the coronavirus. Here's the thing, though. the Wuhan Institute of Virology applied for a patent in China on Gilead's drugs. So, there are definitely some complications that go beyond just the human suffering.
All right. Nice discussion, guys. Thank you so much. Really good context. As always, for both of you, Joe Weisenthal, markets editor for Bloomberg. Catch him on Bloomberg TV. What'd you miss? Coming up at 4 p.m. Dave Wilson will be back with his aforementioned chart and also his stock of the day. Let's get over to Bob Moon now. He's got world and national headlines. Hey, Bob.
And Jason, late word breaking that Utah Senator Mitt Romney will vote to convict the president of abuse of power. That report in the New York Times, quoting Romney from an interview today as saying he thinks the case was made. President Trump is on the verge of acquittal by the Senate, bringing an end to only the third presidential impeachment trial in American history in a vote at the start of the tumultuous campaign for the White House. A majority of senators have now expressed unease with Trump's pressure campaign on Ukraine that resulted in the 2 articles of impeachment, but there's nowhere near the 2/3 support necessary in the Republican-held Senate for the Constitution's bar of high crimes and misdemeanors to convict and remove the president from office. The president's State of the Union address last night was met by praise from Republicans and rebuke from Democrats. Republicans say his speech was unifying. Democrats say it was a glorified campaign rally. At the end, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi ripped up her copy of the speech. Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney calling Pelosi's behavior unacceptable.
Speaker Pelosi had a tantrum. She disgraced herself. She dishonored the House. She showed once again that she is an embarrassment, that she is unfit for office.
At the beginning of the speech, President Trump had seemingly refused to shake Pelosi's outstretched hand. A Boeing 737-800 passenger jet operated by Turkish discount carrier Pegasus Airlines broke apart after veering off the runway as it landed in wet weather today in Istanbul. The governor of Istanbul saying there were 177 people aboard. No one was killed, but 120 were hospitalized. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
What do you count? Interest rates?
If you get marginally higher interest rates, does that bring the PE multiple in?
Trade figures?
China driving a tectonic shift in the availability of money.
Employment data?
What is happening with the headcount?
You could just leave all that to us.
Is it a one-and-done tariff adjustment?
Tom Keene and Jonathan Farrell. Right where it counts. Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern. On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
When you went car shopping, you meant business. You aced vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Hey, it's me, your cell phone. We need to talk about something serious. I know you love me, I know you like using me wherever you are, but I feel like this isn't working out when you're driving. I know you may think that it's possible to focus both on me and the road, but I just don't feel the same way. I think we should spend time away from each other when you're driving. It's for the best.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The Bloomberg Business.
Let's get this right, sir. You didn't see 3 men dressed as clowns take off in a van with a Renaissance painting because you were distracted by, and I quote, a sporty red compact SUV with a bold mesh grille, a sculpted bonnet with sweeping roofline on diamond-cut alloys.
And beautiful rear haunches.
So, you saw a Jaguar E-Pace. But what about the clowns?
What clowns?
Jaguar E-Pace, designed to steal attention. Search Jaguar E-Pace.
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn.
First jobs, flexible jobs. Keep me out the cold jobs. Advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs. East London jobs, West London jobs, extra hour in bed jobs. Startup jobs, late start jobs, get home in the daylight jobs. Banking jobs, building jobs, flexible working on a Friday jobs. Or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
At Wix, we'll create your dream kitchen from design to show-off ready and take care of everything. And now, save a third on showroom kitchen units. Book your free design appointment today. Cure your house embarrassment with Wix. For minimum spend, terms and exclusions, see wix.co.uk.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded. Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Welcome to Cathay Island. We hope you've enjoyed flying Cathay Airways. Oh, and Cathay, congratulations on the Euro Millions win.
This Friday's Euro Millions is a massive £105 million super jackpot. That's dream come true money. Euro Millions from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Estimated jackpot. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn. The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Are you curious what others are listening to on TuneIn? Head to the trending section under Browse to see the most popular stations and podcasts among TuneIn listeners right now. Check it out. You might just discover something new for yourself.
This is not a commercial. This is a reminder. With TuneIn Premium, you could be listening to more music commercial-free. Get over 45 commercial-free music stations. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, repeating an earlier headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Republican Senator Mitt Romney says he will vote to convict President Trump on one charge. Stocks, they're higher now, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ holding on to gains, S&P up for a third day. Treasuries slumping on speculation. Efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. Crude oil rallying today, up by 2.6%. West Texas Intermediate holding above 50 now, 50.93. Brent, the global benchmark, 55.44, up by 2.8%. 10-year down 12.30 seconds with a yield of 1.64%. Gold advancing 0.3%, 15.58 the ounce. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all moving higher. S&P up 30, a gain of 0.9%. The Dow up 400 points. That is an an advance of 1.4%. Nasdaq up 23, a gain of 0.2%. After the bell, we will be hearing from Qualcomm, among many others, as well as Peloton Interactive. Recapping, S&P up 30, up 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
So, safe to say President Trump feeling pretty lucky last night. He did give, of course, his State of the Union address this evening or last evening. He talked about many things, including the stock market. Let's put some perspective on this. I feel like this story is a must-read, and it is among our most read on the Bloomberg terminal today.
It's my favorite thing on the Bloomberg today.
I know. It's great.
It's so smart.
So John Authers is the smart individual who wrote it. He's senior editor of Bloomberg Markets. He joins us in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We do love this story. Both Jason and I read it coming in this morning. So tell us a little bit about your headline on it, or the editor's headline on it was fascinating. Trump winning like a Napoleonic general. But tell us a little bit about what you wrote about it, what you looked at.
Well, the point was that Napoleon's greatest requirement of his generals was that they be lucky. And Trump, in my opinion, at least when it comes to the stock market these days, is very, very lucky. So that's the main point. Beyond that, I'm not generally a political commentator, but when somebody important makes some assertions about stock markets and 401ks...
And he talks about the market, especially the equity market, a lot, the president does.
Yes, he seems to think, and I've thought this for a long time, it's a very unwise strategy, which... is going to work for him probably, because the likelihood at this point is that there's going to be enough liquidity, enough easy money around to keep the stock market up and buoyant and looking good for him until the election. I always thought, and I think it's merely a matter of good luck for him that this hasn't happened, that he was unwise to boast about the stock market, to try to give the impression that he was responsible for it, simply because he inherited an already pretty expensive stock market.
Right.
That said, he's had a very good stock market under his remit. There's no question about that. He still felt the need to exaggerate it. Which impresses me. So
has he exaggerated it in terms of the returns and how great they were?
Yes. I mean, I'm quoting from the State of the Union text here. Since my election, United States stock markets have soared 70%. No, they haven't. I mean, the S&P is, on a total return basis, is 64% up. Price return basis, 54. If you widen it and include smaller caps, it's a bit less than that. And then, of those millions of... This is just wonderful Trumpian grammar. Of all those millions of people with 401ks and pensions are doing far better than they have ever done before, with increases of 60, 70, 80, 90, and even 100%. If you've made 100% in a 401k since the election in November 1968, you've made more than 25% per annum.
Right.
You don't have many bonds in there.
Right.
Very few people would suggest that people should have nil bond allocations in a 401k.
Right. Hyperbole is his friend.
Well, I'm sure somebody out there has made 100% in their 401k. It's well done them for taking a risk that came off, rather than any particular credit to the president.
And so, John, such an interesting take on that. While we have you here, though, I have to ask you about the coronavirus. You've been watching the market so closely for a number of years, safe to say. And I do wonder, we've been looking around and sort of begging each of us for historical perspective here. How do you look at the coronavirus? How do you get your arms around it from a market perspective?
Well, with great difficulty.
Yeah.
We don't have... It is... What has happened so far cannot be called a black swan. Okay, what has happened so far is really not that severe. But plainly, what could confront us here would qualify if we have something on the scale of the Spanish flu that came after the First World War. 50 million people dead. I have no idea, because I'm not an epidemiologist, whether that's a serious possibility, but as soon as you're even raising risks like that, where you can't gauge the exact probability and you can't gauge the extent of the damage if they happen, then you're getting into black swan territory. You're getting into the classic kind of territory which markets find it difficult to judge. Now, at this point, I would say that there are two judgments being made. One is that we can at least price in a certain amount of damage to the Chinese economy that wasn't going to be present, that didn't need to be valued in a month ago. Simple, straightforward. You just need to look at traffic figures and so on. Just the mere fact of extending.
Because you can look at, Disney closing a park. You can look at Nike's supply chain. You can look at Hyundai, things like that.
It's bound to have an effect on the Chinese economy. Period. We don't know how bad it'll be yet, but we know it's going to be worse than we thought it was going to be. So there has plainly been a move out of anything that's exposed to the Chinese economy. What is intriguing is that for the time being, we are treating it as a total certainty that there will be no direct effect on the Western world, which I think is quite likely, but isn't a certainty yet. Therefore, I'm nervous about quite how complacent the markets are here. At the moment, the idea is, again, this gets back to Donald Trump being lucky. The Fed just can't raise rates while there is any risk of this around. So stocks keep going up.
And I will say that there's going to be an article in the magazine that's looking at the virus that talks about, while many people are betting that there isn't any impact on the U.S., the longer this goes on, it starts to, especially because we do have global supply chains and supply and demand is a global thing, it does become a more significant impact. John Authers always makes us smarter. He's senior editor at Bloomberg Markets. He's in our interactive broker studio, and check him out at Bloomberg.com to read the story in its entirety. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks are rallying for a third consecutive day. The Dow is up 1.3% or 395 points to 29,203. The Nasdaq's up 21 points. S&P 500's up nearly 1% or 29 points. Disney shares are down 3.5%. That's despite big numbers for its new Disney Plus streaming service. Less than 3 months after launching, it already has almost half of Netflix's U.S. subscriber total. But launching a quality streaming service with original content was expensive. Disney's direct-to-consumer division lost nearly $700 million last quarter. Disney, one of a handful of Dow losers today. Chipotle says it won't team up with Beyond Meat or Impossible Foods because they're too processed, but it is exploring meat alternatives of its own. And Chipotle CEO tells Bloomberg that's not limited to replacing meat. For instance, it's working on a version of cauliflower rice. Martin DeCaro, Bloomberg Radio.
If you love them enough to listen to them practice the same song on tuba,
please be done.
Over and over and over and over and over, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Sounds good, honey.
Check today at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. What if you could keep the...
Finding your perfect new home can be tough. So if you keep missing out...
It's time to search out On the Market.
There are thousands of new properties to buy or rent every month at onthemarket.com. 24 hours or more before they're on Rightmove or Zoopla.
On the Market.
See them first. Set up a property alert today.
Search onthemarket.com to find your perfect home.
If you're in the market, search onthemarket.com. See onthemarket.com/new and exclusive. Agents specify exclusivity.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL NFL Draft in April.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Along the goal line, scores! It takes it home!
Hockey fans, the 2019-20 NHL season is here.
Here's Pietrangelo, he scores!
And you can hear the action live on TuneIn Premium.
Gonna move, hit a shot, faced off!
From regular season action to the All-Star Game and through the Stanley Cup in June. Hear the home and away call for every game, for every team live. At home or on the go, never miss a game with the NHL on TuneIn Premium.
Upgrade today.
Start hearing more of what you want. Upgrade to TuneIn Premium and get over 45 commercial-free music stations, live commercial-free news, and every live NFL, MLB, NBA, and NHL game. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Follow
Bayless.
at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards at the goal line. It's intercepted.
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown to Keenan.
Search NFL today.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119 and around the globe. The Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It was a wait what moment yesterday.
Total wait what moment. Absolutely.
Hashtag wait what.
A potential pairing that I think very, very few saw coming. We're going to get into that in just a minute. Lynn Anwin is back with us to break it down.
I know somebody. I think you should meet them. I think you guys would make a great couple.
And they're like, I don't know about that, but we'll see. We're going to get into it. ICE and eBay in just a second. But first, Charlie Pellet, what's up?
Looking rather intense.
I am, because I was just trying to figure out where you guys were going with that, and all of a sudden I realized ICE and eBay, and when I figured it out, I said, do I give away the tease or do I not give away the tease? eBay shares right now, they are trading flat right now, little change, down by 1 cent, but yes, more on ICE and eBay coming up in just a moment for you right here on Bloomberg Business Week. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ pushing higher. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average right now holding close to the best level of the day, up 413 points. That is a gain of 1.4%. S&P up 31, up by 1%. NASDAQ also higher now. NASDAQ, in fact, looking at a record right now. We have got the NASDAQ Composite Index up by 0.3%. The 10-year down 12/30 seconds with a yield of 1.64% on this Wednesday here. Gold pushing higher, up 0.3%, 15.58. Crude up 2.4%. West Texas Intermediate 50.82 on WTI. Bottom line, stocks higher for a third day. Treasury slumping on speculation efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. General Motors climbed after forecasting that earnings will be flat this year as new truck and SUV models help compensate for weaker demand in the U.S. and China. Bloomberg Radio and Television caught up with GM CFO Divya Suryadevara on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where she talked talked about GM's China operations and its business in China.
It's obviously a tough situation, and our thoughts are with everyone who's impacted. From a business standpoint, it has a demand impact in China as well as global supply chain implications that we're monitoring. Too early to tell from a demand standpoint. We do expect Q1 to be weaker in China as a result of the situation. And once we come out of it, we're expecting the operation to recover. But the team is working around the clock to ensure that we're mitigating what we can from the virus impact.
GM shares up now by 1%. We've got Ford after earnings plunging 9.4%. And for Tesla, the winning streak ends today. Tesla pulling back, Tesla plunging by 18.9%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 31, up 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks a lot. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Yeah.
Can you name that band? You're close. Good. Yep.
Clever.
There you go.
Just clearly made Mossgren over there.
There you go.
So,
Take on me.
Take on me. You have ICE, Intercontinental Exchange, saying, hey, eBay, we'd like to actually take on you. Where the heck did this come from?
Totally left field, Carol. So a lot of people in the industry, including all the analysts, are a little bit of, scratching their heads yesterday and today going, where did this come from?
Still scratching their heads.
Still scratching their heads. Obviously, ICE is known as, the owner of the New York Stock Exchange, very famous commodities exchange. So we're talking wholesale capital markets, the type of people who read the Bloomberg Terminal and not really Main Street people.
Right.
Then you have eBay, and everyone's sort of wondering, why would ICE want to get into, the retail space? And there still isn't a clear answer.
And I know that this is outdated, but when I read this, I was like, stocks and bonds, Beanie Babies. Stocks and bonds, Beanie Babies.
I have some Beanie Babies still in my
You should sell them on eBay.
On
ICE.
It's an online marketplace.
Yes.
So it's not just the Beanie Babies in Grandma's attic. It's, other things as well. And obviously, eBay, I think, has been on the block for a little while now in terms of, potential.
Yeah, eBay needs something, right?
What are the potential synergies, though? Help me understand this.
I think it shows that there's a shift in direction from ICE. So obviously, today they bought a company that does sort of loyalty programs that kind of aggregates loyalty programs and points and perks and things for consumers. So there is a kind of dipping their toes into the retail space. So that is potentially a diversification of the business. That's very, very much a wholesale and, kind of institutional business.
It's also worth pointing out, Intercontinental Exchange is a company based down in Atlanta. Nobody really saw them coming. Even when they bought the New York Stock Exchange, they were like, wait, what is this?
The consolidation of the exchanges, right?
Yeah, they really sort of turned that on very quickly. So, maybe they see something that the rest of us don't.
And the one thing that's really important here is that Jeff Sprecher, the CEO of ICE, is very, very well renowned as being a really sharp and aggressive operator.
Yes.
So he was definitely a visionary in commodity markets, brought the markets electronic, brought the New York Stock Exchange. So when there are whispers around him, people take it seriously.
Yeah.
Well,
that's, I think, why they...
If it's is there some Jeff Bezos, grand plan thinking? If you think about what Jeff Bezos has created out of Amazon and the evolution of what it started and where it is, I'm trying to figure out, is there some comparison to be made here?
Well, I think there's industry context. So there have been a lot of exchange deals in recent years. And on top of that, Sprecher has said himself that he is constantly looking for opportunities. So he says the company meets every 2 weeks to talk about potential M&A. So it's really on the mind. And while people are a little mystified by this most recent cloud floating in the air,
right.
I think this is a signal that they're on the hunt. So that's something we take seriously.
And so the folks on Wall Street, they're sort of raising an eyebrow, but what does this portend maybe for deal making in general, as you talk to folks?
And some of its rivals, right? Whether it's London Stock Exchange and the CME Group, right?
Yeah, and I think this signals that the exchange space is ripe for different types of deals, that the exchanges kind of have that's a very mature business. So how do they diversify? How do they set up the companies for the future? A lot of them have pivoted to technology and data as a key focus.
I'm glad you said that, because remember when we caught up with Adina Friedman, CEO of the NASDAQ, last year, we were talking a lot about them essentially selling their technology. So, the more you sort of unpack it, the more it at least makes a little more sense. And,
Well, a platform, right, that can be used to do so many different things. If you think about all the things that are going on online now, think about still how much can be kind of put into that environment, right?
Yes, how much can go online, how much can be electronified. And the exchange space, to be honest, is very mature. Right. It's extremely advanced.
So bottom line, just got about 20 seconds. Is this going to happen? What's the likelihood that this actually goes from us chatting about it to us actually saying, okay, it's done?
So the ICE statement said that eBay has not engaged in any meaningful way. So that to me signals that the two are not tangoing, that the takeover target was not interested. Right. But that doesn't mean that this is the end of the story.
And there's been some activists, right, on eBay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Starboard's been
kind of pushing it along here.
And Elliot, too. All right. Linan Nguyen, thank you so much, finance reporter for Bloomberg. 2 days in a row we get Linan.
Wait, what? Brought to you by? Because I feel like there's one almost every day.
Fun fact about Jeff Sprecher. Do you know who his wife is? Now the junior senator from Georgia.
No, I did not know that.
Appointed by the governor to fill the seat of Johnny Isaacson.
Power couple.
There you go.
Yeah, totally.
Serious power couple. All right. Linan Nguyen, thank you so much.
Power individual. Thank you.
Let's get over to Bob Moon. He's got world and national headlines. Hey, Bob.
Jason, a Republican says he'll vote to convict President Trump. Mitt Romney of Utah took to the Senate floor in advance of the impeachment vote this afternoon to announce his decision. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports now from Capitol Hill.
Senator Romney said, though he's voted with President Trump 80% of the time, he's been pressed by Republican colleagues to stick with the team, but he could not.
It would, I fear, expose my character to history's rebuke and the censure of my own conscience. Corrupting an election to keep oneself in office is perhaps the most abusive and destructive violation of one's oath of office that I can imagine.
The other Republican who defected from the party voting to call witnesses, Senator Susan Collins, said she will vote today to acquit the president. On Capitol Hill, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Despite Romney's vote, President Trump is on the verge of acquittal by the Republican-controlled Senate, where there's nowhere near the two-thirds required for the Constitution's bar of high crimes and misdemeanors to convict and remove the president from office. A plane has skidded off the runway as it tried to land in bad weather in Istanbul, crashing into a field and breaking into at least 3 crumpled sections. Passengers had to evacuate through cracks in the smashed fuselage, and authorities say 120 people were injured and hospitalized. The plane, belonging to the low-cost airline Pegasus, had arrived from the western Turkish city of Izmir with 177 passengers and crew aboard. Flights are being diverted to Istanbul's main airport. The little understood coronavirus has now killed nearly 500 people, mostly in mainland China. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, explains.
In today's fast-paced environment, where the only constants are change and volatility, you need a prime broker who's both steady and agile, focused on supporting your needs so that you can focus on growing your business and producing results. Exceptional client service and advocating for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning high-touch team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. We help alternative investment managers create great experiences for their clients. Whether it's customized financing, securities lending solutions, platform access, or outsourced trading, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your evolving demands.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing, LLC. Member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
Message and data rates may apply. T&C and privacy terms can be found at babbel.com/terms. Please don't text and drive.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then try Babbel for free by texting EXPLORE to 64,000. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just text EXPLORE to 64,000 and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or text EXPLORE to 64,000 and try it for free. Text EXPLORE to 64,000.
Are you interested in a challenging...
I've got my own place now, Money. My parents put up the 10% security. And when I keep up my repayments, they get it back with interest in 5 years from Barclays. And now we can do whatever we want. Right, Dave? We don't have to tiptoe up the stairs. I can paint the living room purple. Don't look at me like that, Money. It's my house. Barclays Family Springboard Mortgage. Make money work for you.
Your home may be repossessed if mortgage payments are missed. Deposit returned with interest after 5 years if no repayments missed. Subject to application, financial circumstances, and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
Did you know your favorite radio stations are in your pocket? Yes, the TuneIn app lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio anywhere you want. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught, it is in for the right side for the touchdown to Kansas.
Search NFL today.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip
Bayless. Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Our soil. NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Rich is just a really good guy. The term good egg isn't enough to describe him. He's also certified organic and free range. Rich puts the cap back on everything. The toothpaste, the olive oil, the shampoo, everything. He lets his 10-year-old nephew beat him at virtual tennis, even though he can straight up slay his 10-year-old nephew in virtual tennis. When the toilet paper is running low, Rich replaces the roll on the actual holder, not just on the back of the toilet. Rich is texting and driving. Rich? No. What are you doing, Rich? I was just telling everyone how great you are. Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopRex.org, a public public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks higher, Tesla lower. Tesla now down by 18.6%. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ at records, are actually higher. We've got NASDAQ at a record, S&P close to a record, the Dow pushing higher, up 418 points, up 1.5%, S&P up 32, that is a gain of 1%, NASDAQ up 32 points now at 9,500 even, that is a gain of 0.3%. So the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. Stocks higher for a third day, Treasuries slumping on speculation efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. The 10-year down 13.30 seconds, yield 1.64%. Gold up 0.3%, 15.57 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.6%, 50.88 right now for a barrel of WTI. After the bell, we will be hearing from Qualcomm. Shares rallying now by 2%. Again, recapping S&P up 33. That is a gain of 1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Jason Kelly right here in our interactive broker studio. This is Bloomberg.
I'm sorry, so sorry.
Yeah, that about sums it up. Even the headline of the story by Eric Newcomer and Josh Green today says, quote, "We feel really terrible," says CEO whose app roiled Iowa caucus. I mean, it almost feels like a headline from The Onion to some extent. Right. That's the world we're living in. Eric Newcomer joins us on the phone in New York City. Joel Weber, the editor of the magazine, he's here with us in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Eric, I want to start with you because we had a chance to visit with you late yesterday as all of this was sort of coming undone or had come undone, and you told us some great stuff. What have we learned in the intervening time period about this app and this company?
You know, I think this interview, besides the apology, just really distilled that there were two big sort of technological problems with the app. One, that it was hard for people to use, whether that's because of security or because the app was poorly designed. And then the other was that when the app actually relayed the data to the Iowa caucus authorities, you know, there were all these warning signs that caused them to sort of go into a panic and recheck the data and fix problems. So it was a perfect storm of these two big sort of technological problems.
So, Eric, really curious about how you guys got this interview.
Well, Josh had, written a profile of Acronym earlier, so I sort of got him to help out and sort of reach out to some people, and then we sort of tag team them. And then finally, after we'd done sort of a 4-byline story on, the situation, I got on the radio. Then sort of at the end of the day, the CEO said, okay, I should probably speak to the public. And we were sort of the channel for that.
And so when you guys talked to him, one of the things that I thought was really interesting was he makes this clear distinction between any kind of manipulation with voting, which did not happen, and basically a software problem.
Yeah, I mean, he's even defending his app. He's like, "Oh, the math worked." So you spend all this time building this app, the math. You have all these caucus chairs trying to figure out multiple rounds of voting, but then when they actually transmitted the data to the DNC systems, the CEO is saying, that's where we actually set basically what turned out to be sort of the wrong numbers, which made the results not work out, and then they had to go back and literally change the code. So the transmission is the stage where they say there was a huge technical
which didn't happen until 10 or 11 p.m., at which point everybody's resorting to phones. The phones are taking 20 minutes, and chaos ensued. And here we are, 2 days later, and we still don't know the answer.
Yeah, it's a disaster.
So, Eric, should they have been able, though, to anticipate this? Should they have been able to do some kind of testing? I mean, sometimes you don't know something's going to not work until you're actually in it, and this was a new process. But I do wonder, how much leeway do we give them to say, okay, I kind of understand, or do we say, wait a minute, this should have been working perfectly, and they had all the opportunities to make sure it did?
Yeah, I think not a lot of leeway, personally. I mean, we've seen other stories talking about how there were warning signs. I think one of Senator Wyden's staff members flagged this. There were other people saying, how much does this app been tested. And then there's sort of stories about the fact that this app was being run out of, test flight on Apple, so that meant people couldn't even download it from the App Store. So there are all these warning signs. And, the CEO told us that they hadn't done anything election-related before. So this was sort of the first experiment in a very serious moment, the start of the Democratic presidential nominating process. So I think, just you have a sort of a developer who's new to this. It hasn't sort of been properly tested. I think there were warning signs before this. So, he's sorry, but I think there are legitimate reasons to say, you might have seen this one coming.
I think they get basically no wiggle room whatsoever on this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big deal. You've got months, weeks to prepare for it. People hadn't even used the app until they're trying to actually put in the final totals, and that's not working. I mean, it's like an unmitigated disaster.
Well, and not to be glib about it, but I was talking about this with my kids last night, and they were essentially saying, so what happened? And, I was trying to sort of explain to them that, imagine giving this technology to people who just are unfamiliar with it. We know the sorts of people. Everybody's been to vote before, and it's largely volunteers, and it's folks who might not be as conversant with the latest and greatest technology.
Makes me long for the New York kind of lotto return stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just
But I will say one of the things I loved in our discussions yesterday with you, Eric, is that this whole idea that Silicon Valley tends to love the Democratic Party, and there's a nice conversation back and forth. So here it is, Silicon Valley, you would think the Democratic Party would be the most high-tech when it comes to political parties, and yet here you have really the Republicans seeming out front and center with all of this.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of, they're not sending us their best, I guess. I don't quite get why this is the case. And sort of, I think it was a pretty small team. I think it was 10 people working on this shadow app. You have to have a first time, but doing it the first time for sort of the Iowa caucuses, it just feels like, this was not the most sophisticated operation. And the other thing the CEO is saying is he's trying to downplay how much this isn't like a voting machine, right? I mean, this is a caucus, so it's more of a tool, but it's relaying, the calculation to figure out who won the caucus. So yeah, it was just a very sensitive piece of technology that I think, there were lots of warning signs, and that this clearly wasn't, camera ready.
Right.
Well, and to that end, who's going nowhere near this? Nevada.
Yes.
Nevada was like, we're good.
Yeah,
I know we're on the hook for it, but
get out your pens and papers, Nevadans. We're going to be doing it old school.
Paying Chads look fun at this point.
All right, Eric Newcomer, we really appreciate it. Startup reporter for Bloomberg. He has been all over this story. A co-byline with Josh Green, who, as described, was able to leverage some previous reporting. I have to point out a great story that Josh did about Acronym. Is that what it's called?
I'll put it out on Twitter. It's back in late November, so I'll put it out on Twitter so everybody can.
Trying to understand sort of the digital strategy on the Democratic side.
And how they were supposed to fight back, really, against what the Trump party did and the Trump team heading into 2016. I do want to mention Intelsat, a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Intelsat said to weigh a Chapter 11 filing on its FCC C-band plan. I should point out the stock, before it was halted, was down almost 13%. I mean, you're talking about a $3.47. This has been an ongoing saga.
And just as a reminder,
Intelsat.
basically Intelsat is disagreeing with the government and specifically the FCC about an auction around spectrum, or satellite airwaves, I should say.
Right, and this is if the U.S. regulators don't increase the amount of compensation the company would receive for giving up some of its airwaves. There's a lot of that going on.
Our thanks to Joel Weber as well, the editor of Bloomberg Businessweek, always bringing us the best and most important stories of the day. You're listening to Bloomberg Businessweek. Coming up, we're going to talk a little economics. It's a big week in that world. This is Bloomberg.
News without analysis is like...
Whatever job you're searching for, you can find it on LinkedIn. First jobs, flexible jobs. Keep me out the cold jobs. Advertising jobs, accounting jobs, HR, PR, even ER jobs. East London jobs, West London jobs, extra hour in bed jobs. Startup jobs, late start jobs, get home in the daylight jobs. Banking jobs, building jobs, flexible working on a Friday jobs. Or even voiceover jobs, which is how I ended up recording this ad. Search millions of jobs on LinkedIn and find one meant for you.
Look at that. A riveting quest. A glorious opportunity. A scratch card. Yet he remains unfazed by the challenge, wavering at nothing.
Miss, please keep it down. We're in the quiet area.
Sorry. Here we are. The moment of truth. As he reaches...
Instant excitement with scratch cards from the National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Give dinner some drama. Give it some gusto. Give it something for everyone with all the classics, healthy choices, and world cuisines like honey-kissed rainbow couscous with feta or pulled chicken teriyaki donburi. Give it all the ingredients you need delivered to your door with step-by-step instructions to cook up something special. Go on, give it some gusto. Visit gusto.co.uk today and get 50% off your first box. Subscription auto-renews, cancel anytime.
One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you.
Sign up to Walk All Over Cancer with Cancer Research UK. Walk 10,000 steps every day in March, and together we will beat cancer.
Are you ready, Boots?
Know any friends keen on walks?
Start walking.
Use the 10,000 Steps a Day Challenge to team up and bring friends and family together to help beat cancer. Come on, search Walk All Over Cancer and sign up now.
Hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading with a developing story. A source tells Bloomberg Intelsat is considering a possible Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing if U.S. regulators do not increase the amount of compensation the company would receive for giving up some of its airwaves. Sources say Intelsat has hired bankruptcy experts at Kirkland & Ellis to prepare for a possible restructuring. FCC Chairman Ajit Pai will announce plans for a C-band auction tomorrow. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are at the best level of the day right now. We've got the S&P 500 index up 36 points. That is a gain of 1.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 444 points, up 1.5%. The NASDAQ Composite Index at a record up 48 points, higher by 0.5%. NASDAQ, by the way, now at NASDAQ now at 95.17. 10-year down 14.30 seconds, yield 1.64%. We've got gold up 0.3%, 15.57 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.8%, 51 even a barrel. Trade deficit in goods and services narrowed in 2019 for the first time in 6 years. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Chinese imports plunged amid last year's standoff with Beijing, providing the White House with evidence it's delivered on narrowing the trade gap. Oil imports also declined. The deficit with China alone narrowed after setting a record in 2018, cutting it to third among America's top trading partners after Mexico and Canada. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Payroll provider ADP reports U.S. businesses hired 291,000 workers in January, the most in 5 years. We've got more on the economy coming up in just a moment here on Bloomberg Business Week. Disney shares, they are lower after earnings today. We've got Disney slumping, also moving lower after earnings. We've got shares of General Motors, GM higher, up by 1.3%. It is Ford among automakers trading lower. Ford shares down now by 9.4%. The run for Tesla has ended. Tesla plunging 15.9%. Recapping, S&P up 38, up 1.2%. Charlie Pellet, Bloomberg Radio.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, let's do a little Business Week economics, a global edition today. Kathleen Hayes, she is our global economics and policy editor. She's here with us in New York City. Adriana Dupita is our South America economist. She's with Bloomberg Economics. She joins us on the phone from our bureau down in Sao Paulo. Kathleen, I want to start with you. Give us a sense of the bond trade today. What are we seeing? What do we need to take away, especially in a day where we got some economic data and a week where we're looking forward to some more?
Absolutely. And when everyone is still watching the coronavirus headlines,
yes,
of course.
Exactly. Great
because
point.
what we were seeing now the last couple of days is a steady, not rapid. Yields are still relatively low. You got that benchmark 10-year at 1.64. Yesterday it was 1.61. The day before it was 1.5. And, this year we were supposed to be moving ahead and getting stronger, and stocks are rallying. So you would think it might be higher. But what's happening is stocks move up again as oil moves up again. Risk seems to be back on. So people are taking some money out of bonds. And as you see the aggressive efforts, that's the theme now, aggressive efforts from governments to especially in China, to do something. And finally, I think when you see overnight that you had a number of the Asian central banks either signaling that they're open to cutting rates. Governor Kuroda Bank of Japan said, of course, he would step in to protect his economy from coronavirus. Bank of Thailand surprisingly cut their rate, but they've been trying to boost their currency, so they've also got that on the table. But I think, before we get to the U.S. data, I think that as stocks move, as people are shifting, who knows what happens in 2 days, right? Who knows what's the next big headline that might shift things the other direction? Bonds are just steadily selling off, but they're still staying, I would say, at relatively low levels in terms of yields.
And let's not forget, we've got the monthly jobs report come Friday, right? So that will certainly be.
Yes.
So hang on a second, because I do want to bring in Adriana to talk about a little bit about their rate decision. That's expected to be announced at 4 p.m. Wall Street time. So Adriana, I have to be honest with you. Jason and I were talking about this in the newsroom, and I think, we obviously get very U.S. focused. There's a lot going on in the States right now, certainly a lot going on globally with the virus. Tell me why our audience has to know what the Brazilian Central Bank is doing, why this is an important rate decision.
Hi, Carol. Well, it is an important rate decision because the interest rate here in Brazil is already at a history low. It is at 4.5%, which may sound like a lot to our listeners, but for Brazil, trust me, it's quite low interest rate. And it is about to be cut again, probably to 4.25%. The problem is the reasons that are leading the central bank to cut the interest rate at this moment are mostly the concern with growth. As probably some of you know, the Brazilian economy had gone through a massive recession in 2015-16 and has not recovered since. It has been growing at a 1.3% pace, which is by no means sufficient to recover the economy. So what happens is that, with an eye on that, the central bank might not only cut the rate today, but could also announce that they are not ready to stop at this moment, that they are going to leave the door open for further rate cuts in the future. And if that happens, we could see a rally in Brazil with markets started to price in sub-4 interest rates, which would be the equivalent of saying negative rates in real terms. And I have never seen in my lifetime.
Well, it's interesting to me, Adriana, you've got this concern about what's going to happen with inflation, right? At the same time, recent data on retail sales, on industrial production, are suggesting the economy doesn't have all that much oomph. The central bank is thinking maybe this boost is going to show up. What are investors saying? What are the majority of economists saying? Because it's hard to figure out. Are they tilting down? Are they tilting up? Where are they in terms of the economy?
Well, at the end of last year, there was this massive wave of optimism brought in by a sequence of positive indicators, and finally people were starting to forecast growth of 2.5, and some people even discussed the possibility of we growing 3% this year. But then, the tide has turned, and all of a sudden, a series of indicators started to disappoint, and now with the coronavirus outbreak, there is further downside risk to the GDP growth. So now we are seeing people downgrading their GDP growth forecasts, not to the 1.3 that we had on average on the last 3 years, but to 2%, which is still not sufficient to bring us up to speed and to create inflationary pressures. This is the context of this decision of the central bank.
And so, Adriana, thank you so much. Adriana Dupita, South America economist for Bloomberg Economics. So, I mean, Kathleen, I have to say, sort of given what we just heard from Adriana, given everything that you're looking at, sort of synthesize the world for us right now, if you can, because you have to do that every day on
well,
Daybreak
I think
Asia.
to a certain extent, look, there's all kinds of things for many economies that are looking like supportive. We could go back to the end of the year. Oh, phase one trade deal, right? That doesn't, that gets lost in the wash with the coronavirus. But it's interesting that even in Brazil is not at the epicenter. It's not even near the epicenter. It seems there's so little going on coronavirus, and yet investors are worried about that. Economists are worried about that. Right. One thing I'd like to throw in is that the services gauge from the purchasing managers got stronger. We had the stronger ISM manufacturing. And so for the United States, you could say, well, here we're an example of things were looking good. Fed things are looking good. They're certainly not at all ready to cut rates because of the coronavirus. But it's just interesting to me that wherever you are, that's something that adds that tinge of, well, gee, maybe we might have to, even if your own numbers aren't that bad.
Well, and it's just a reminder, right? It's been an interesting kind of year, I think, for Brazil with the U.S.-China trade war and who's buying soybeans from the U.S. versus Brazil. Brazil picked up the slack when the U.S. was fighting with China, and now that changes. There's a lot of things going on, big macro issues that certainly impact these economies.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. All right.
All right. Thank you. The good stuff. Kathleen Hayes, Global Economics and Policy Editor for Bloomberg. Catch her this evening on Daybreak Asia. Catch her while you can.
Catch her.
All right.
Kathleen Hayes.
Do.
All right. Coming up, everyone, we're going to get a conversation about what's great is someone who has spent a lot of time in China. I'm just going to put it out there. An author, a journalist, like I said, was on the ground, lived there, really understands the society, the Chinese consumer, the politics, and he's going to give us really an inside view on this virus and what it all means.
What it actually means, sort of on the ground, and for those doing business there in China. That's all straight ahead, but right in front of us is Bob Moon. He's got World National Headlines. Hey, Bob.
Jason, his voice breaking with emotion. Utah's Mitt Romney took to the Senate floor today to announce his decision on impeachment.
As a senator juror, I swore an oath before God to exercise impartial justice. I am profoundly religious. My faith is at the heart of who I am.
And at this point in his remarks, Romney was forced to pause at length while he composed himself to explain his decision to convict President Trump on one article of impeachment. He's guilty, Romney says, of an appalling abuse of trust.
I take an oath before God as enormously consequential. I knew from the outset that being tasked with judging the president, the leader of my own party, would be the most difficult decision I have ever faced. I was not wrong.
It is a day of tough decision-making on Capitol Hill, especially so for some lawmakers. In particular, Alabama Senator Doug Jones announced he'll vote with fellow Democrats to convict Trump on both charges, putting his re-election at deeper risk.
Candidly, to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I fear that moral courage, country before party, is a rare commodity these days.
Jones is widely considered the most vulnerable Democrat in the Senate this election year. It may not be over, House Judiciary Committee Chair Gerald Nadler said today the House should consider pursuing subpoenas for additional testimony about President Trump's dealings with Ukraine, including that of former National Security Advisor John Bolton. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. I'm Bob Moon.
It's called Bloomberg Daybreak Europe because that's easier to remember than continuously gathered news and analysis from an entire continent.
Are we moving through the worst of the European growth slump?
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Is there a sense that the environment for multinationals in Ireland is becoming a bit more difficult?
Worth remembering.
What indicators are you looking at?
Weekdays at 1 a.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions.
Hi, I'm your host, Smokey Colbert, filling in for Smokey because after 75 years of...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Turns out there's much more to say. Nearly 90% of wildfires are caused by us humans being careless, dumping our used barbecue coals willy-nilly. Guess the song was wrong. We did start the fire. That's why I respect Mother Nature and her trees, whether coniferous or new car scented. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded. Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
A lot of people aren't aware that TuneIn lets you listen to the same terrestrial stations that you pick up on your FM AM dial, except you can hear them from anywhere. To see all the stations broadcasting in your area, find the local radio section on the home screen. Keep it local with TuneIn.
Right now, instead of hearing this, you could be listening to the music that keeps you moving with TuneIn Premium. Find today's biggest songs and all of your favorites commercial-free. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA On Demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown!
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Today, to view our current job opportunities. Bloomberg LP is an equal opportunity employer. The address once again is Bloomberg.com/careers.
Elite advisory firms rely on BNY Mellon's Pershing to meet the needs of their most complex clients. Karen Novak, Chief Operating Officer at Pershing Advisor Solutions, explains how.
At BNY Mellon's Pershing, we bring customized insights and strategies to help you grow your advisory business and stay on the leading edge. We can support the needs of your most sophisticated clients with a full range of investment and wealth management solutions, from access to private banking to consolidated bank and brokerage custody. Learn why so many of the largest advisory firms turn to us for the financial strength and high-touch service that BNY Mellon's Pershing can provide. Are you well positioned to stand out from your competition?
Learn more at Pershing.com or call 800-445-4467. Brokerage custody provided by Pershing LLC and other services provided by Pershing Advisor Solutions LLC. Both members of FINRA and SIPC. Private banking and bank custody provided by BNY Mellon NA. Member FDIC.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got 43 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell, with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. NASDAQ, in fact, on track for a record. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are surging again today, with the Dow currently up 475 points. S&P's gained 38, while NASDAQ climbs by 52. The U.S. 10-year yield at 1.65%. Gold trading higher by 5. Small caps jump 18 points, and 10 of the main 11 S&P sectors are also trading higher, led by gains in energy and healthcare. Only real estate fell. Nasdaq biotechs rise 2.5%. Transports are up 157. Semis gain 2.2%. And the VIX is down by 6%. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, UNH, IBM, and ExxonMobil, while Merck and Disney fell after earnings and led to the downside. Also after earnings, Ford fell 9.4%, Seagate dropped 7%, and in other news, Tesla fell as much as 21%. Wrapping things up, some of the names reporting after the bell tonight include Qualcomm, Peloton, and IAC. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
And we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAWK, SQUAWK, on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Now, Jim McGregor is an author and a journalist, former Wall Street Journal China bureau chief. His book, 1 Billion Customers, Lessons from the Front Lines of Doing Business in China, described as the must-read for anyone doing or looking to do business in China. Today, he is a senior counselor for APCO Worldwide. It's an independent global public affairs and communications consulting firm. And lucky for us, he's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Nice to have you here. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
I think we want to jump in right to the virus and an understanding of how China's handling it, what it means. I mean, we make the comparison, Jim, to SARS, but China's a very different country than what it was in terms of its role in the global economy and really its role as our global supply chain.
It's very interesting what's going on. I've been out of there since mid-January, but I'm in touch with lots of people that are running businesses there. And this is the amount of quarantine that's going on is incredible. I mean, every company has to check on their employees and then send data into the government on how their employees are doing. And their employees are not working. They're all at home. A friend of mine who runs a school in Shanghai, they have to check on every kid every day, and by 9 in the morning upload that information to the Education Bureau. I mean, as you know, this is a much more contagious virus than SARS, but it also it has 2 to 4% killing rate, where it was 10% with SARS and 30% with MERS. But it's much more contagious. Right? And 5 million people left Wuhan before they closed it down. And so 5 million people went around are elsewhere in China.
I want to follow, if I can, do you feel like we were told about it as soon as China really had an understanding that it was a problem? I think there is a lot of questions about the flow of data that's coming from the country and how much, is true. Or is it much worse than maybe we're hearing?
Actually, it's quite interesting because when it first started out, the party did what the local guys did what they do. They suppressed the information. And, these first case was December 1st. They didn't close down Wuhan until January 23rd. But the local mayor, when they went after him for covering it up, he said, I can't make any decisions. I have to send the information up. That was astounding in the era of Xi Jinping that an official pointed fingers up away from themselves. This is unprecedented. But this guy said, I'm not going to take the fall for this.
Right.
And then, so the information came out late. And now I think they're really trying. I think they're trying to be transparent because they're really under the gun. And now it's this mass movement campaign. The papers are saying things like Xi Jinping is hands-on. He's making all the decisions. They're wrapping it around him, and that we have to struggle together. And meanwhile, they have slogans that say things like, "Yeah, if you visit your friend today, you'll be visiting his tomb tomorrow."
Oh my goodness!
And these propaganda slogans because they want people to be isolated.
Yeah.
But they don't have the facilities. I have friends of mine running multinationals in China who are getting calls from the mayor of their town saying, please, 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 get us some gloves, get us some coveralls, get us some sanitizer. For a Communist Party official to call a foreign company and kind of say, we really need your help, is astounding.
Right.
So how this is all going to play out in the long term, I think it's going to last quite a while, actually. The head...
Months?
Months.
Easily.
The head doctor of the committee that's overseeing this, who came out with SARS, built his reputation. He originally predicted it would peak right now. Yesterday, he said it's going to peak in 2 weeks from now. Businesses are all supposed to open up on the 10th of February. That's not going to happen. Schools on the 17th. Most of the foreign businesses are sitting offshore now,
right?
Because they were, like me, they were off for Chinese New Year's and they're just staying offshore. Right. If you're on shore, you can't leave. What are you going to do? Swim?
Yeah.
The airplanes are shut down. 62 countries have stopped their border.
So, are you trying to get back?
I will, but not tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, from the perspective of foreign businesses, what's the next step for that? Is it just wait and see? Because, we're starting to hear from Disney, we're starting to hear from Nike, we're starting to hear from Hyundai, the implications for their businesses. What do you, as you hear from your colleagues and friends who are working for multinationals, what are they doing right now?
They are trying to figure out what they do. Supply chains are dead. Even customs is not open. And remember, China's, no matter what the trade war did, China's a manufacturing center of the world, and it's the center of all these supply chains. People that have opened up can't get employees because employees are quarantined. Right. People with food companies have to be open, and they're having a real struggle. So everybody is day by day trying to figure this out, day by day, and because it is so contagious, this quarantine has to be very strict. And how long can that last? I don't know. But if they all of a sudden open it up, then what happens?
Right.
Well, and I do wonder about longer-term impacts, and maybe we can get into that because I think the U.S.-China trade war has so many different CEOs of global nationals rethinking their supply chain already, and I do wonder about, concerns about this and whether this has a longer impact. We're going to come back, talk about that. Jim McGregor is with us. The book that he wrote, 1 Billion Customers, Lessons from the Front Lines of Doing Business in China. He's senior counselor for APCO Worldwide, and we'll continue our conversation in just a moment.
We're going to continue that conversation. We're going to hear from Dave Wilson on his chart of the day. We're going to count you down to the close of trading here in the United States. All of that is ahead. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser, right here on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Wall Street seems to be celebrating a string of reports promising possible vaccines and treatments for the coronavirus. But the World Health Organization is reminding everyone no such therapies exist yet. Still, stocks are heading for new records again. The Dow is up 1.6%, 459 points to 29,266. The Nasdaq's up 52 points, S&P 500 index up 36 points. Nike unveiled its new footwear series today with foam, carbon fiber plates, and small pockets of air underneath the forefoot. That's the technology that led Track's international governing body to rewrite its rules on sneakers. There will be 2 versions of the new Air Zoom running shoes. One will be a high-end shoe allowed in competition under those new guidelines. A more affordable running sneaker priced at $200 will not. Nike is also expanding this line to other sports. Martin DeCaro, Bloomberg Radio.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
In-depth analysis, concise reporting, need-to-know global business news. Around the world and across the markets, Bloomberg connects the dots for decision makers. Stay on top of today's headlines. Follow big breakthroughs in tech. Understand the latest political issues. See how the world's wealthiest are spending their money. Track what's happening in the markets, and much more. Subscribe today to Bloomberg, the global standard for business reporting. Get it all at Bloomberg.com/subscriptions. What if you could keep the top economic...
Good morning, this is your Southern service to London, Victoria. Join in our onboard quiz. Here's our next clue. What C sounds like a handheld party food but keeps you dry and protected from the rain? Not canapes, canopies.
At Southern Railway, we're investing over £7 million into making improvements for you, like canopies, cycle parking and new platform lighting across more of our stations. Find out more and book your tickets at southernrailway.com. Southern Railway, we're with you.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing.
And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April. You love TuneIn for live-breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards, at the goal line, it's intercepted!
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught, it is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
Ah, finally another commercial, said no one ever. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade now and get over 45 commercial-free music stations.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York, Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston, Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960 to the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Coming up, we're going to continue our conversation with Jim McGregor. McGregor. He is a China expert. We're going to talk a little bit about the trade war. First, let's get to Charlie Pellet. He's got an update on the trade. Charlie.
How do I do that with Kelly? It ain't happening. Here's what's going on. Kelly, we've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all pushing higher. 28 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell here. Stocks at or near the best level of the day with the S&P up 36. That is a gain right now of 1.1%. NASDAQ up 42, higher by 0.4%. Dow Jones Industrial Average, it is up 474 points right now, a gain of just about 1.6%. We've got the 10-year down 16.30 seconds, yield now 1.65%. Gold up 0.3%, 15.57 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude rallying 3%, 51.12 on WTI. Brent 55.52, the global benchmark. Brent crude up by 2.9%. So stocks rallying, Treasury slumping on speculation efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. Jay Jacobs is head of research and strategy at Global X Management.
China's going to do anything they can to support these markets, and I think that's what's really pushing equity markets higher. They've already put $250 billion of liquidity into the markets. They're anticipating they're going to lower the reserve requirement for their banks, that they're going to lower the loan prime rate. That is extremely stimulating to the global economy, and if we've learned anything over the last few years, is that people love central bank stimulus.
And we will have more on the China economy with Jim McGregor, Senior Counselor for APCO Worldwide, coming up in just a moment, right here on Bloomberg Business Week. A source tells Bloomberg Intelsat is considering a possible Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing if regulators do not increase the amount of compensation the company would receive for giving up some of its airwaves. And payroll provider ADP reports American businesses hired 291,000 workers in January, the most in 5 years. Gold up 0.3%, 15.57 the ounce. Again, recapping here, stocks higher. S&P 500 index up 34, a gain of 1%. NASDAQ at a record up 0.4. The Dow advancing now by 1.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks a lot. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Continue our conversation with Jim McGregor, author, journalist, so much more. He's seen so much in China. And we talked a lot about the virus, Jim, and the implications of that. But you can't really talk about that and China without talking about the implications of that, but the broader implications of the trade war between the U.S. and China. Help us synthesize those things.
Well, actually, it's been very interesting because the trade war, the narrative in the trade war from China with its people was that we are on the rise, and this is about the West keeping us down, led by America. We are a victim, and so we got a self-reliance. We've got to go ahead together. We got to stick together, and now this virus is glued onto that. It's about this. They're calling it a people's war, that we're all together. The world's against us. They're closing borders to us. Racism. Wilbur Ross is saying these things about moving supply chains out, and so is Kudlow, which is pretty shameful, actually. And so we're all together. It's all about us taking care of ourselves. And I tell you, this trade deal, it's so one-sided. Lighthizer got a strong deal, but it's completely one-sided. Why would the Chinese agree to a one-sided deal? Why would they agree to a deal that left most of the tariffs on? Because they're buying time. China is focused on decoupling from America, from not being dependent on America. There's 20 Chinese soybean investments in Russia last year. There's 4 leading groups, including, and the next 5-year plan is going to be woven through with reducing and eliminating dependence on the United States.
I want to ask you something. Is there anything wrong with that? Think about the U.S. and its history, right? We wanted to be independent from England, right? And there was a Revolutionary War over it. So I do wonder, is there something different about what China's doing in trying to be more independent from the United States versus what other nations have done, trying to kind of stand on their own? Is there something different? Is there something more sinister? Because I think we see it that way. And I'm trying to feel like, are we just being so U.S.-centric in our view on this?
It's just a difference in the systems. I was around some senior retired Chinese officials recently, and they were saying, look, America could tolerate the differences in our systems when we were small, but now we're big. They can't. We knew this battle was coming. We're ready for it. We're together, and we're going to work our way through this. It's very much just the difference between the Chinese system and the Western system,
right?
And that is, how can you trust a Chinese company because they'll have to do what the government says, on and on and on. And so the world's never faced anything like China before. This is not. Some people in Washington look at it as Japan when we were doing those trade negotiations. I look at it as Iran, as this terrible threat. Others as the Soviet Union. It's none of those.
Right.
It's a very strong commercial entity that has a much different system than we do.
Just 15 seconds, you got to be quick because we got to run on. But
Yeah.
does the world go with China or does the world stay with the U.S.?
The world does a bit of splitting,
right? As the world,
and companies are doing that now. They're looking at how do they have separate ways of doing things in these two different worlds.
As the world tends to do. Thank you so much. Great to see you. Jim McGregor, author, journalist, senior counselor for the moment at APCO Worldwide. He says had an amazing career already in China. More to come there. This is Bloomberg. All right, Dave Wilson is here. Because we're tight on time, I'm not going to spend a lot of time guessing, but tell us.
Flying the family stone.
There
I
you
want to
go.
take you higher. Certainly, there are a whole lot of investors in Tesla would wish that stock was going higher today. It's not. But, it's interesting because the run-up that we've seen this year in Tesla's shares has really got people kind of struggling to find precedents. And there was one that the Sentiment Trader blog highlighted earlier this week on Twitter, which got my attention. What they did is compare Tesla in the last few months to Qualcomm back in 1999 going into 2000, which was the peak of that internet-driven bull market in the second half of the 90s. And so what I did is I kind of tweaked their time frames a little bit because I wanted to go from Tesla's 3-year low on June 3rd through yesterday, which may prove to be the stock's peak. As it happens, Tesla was up 396%, which sounds great, right? Except when you compare it with Qualcomm over the same time period leading up to its high at the beginning of January 2000, it was up 557%. So we have indeed seen this movie before. I mean, maybe the biggest distinction this time around is that Tesla's market value actually rose a bit more than Qualcomm's did back in the day. But either way, you're still talking about an increase of more than $100 billion, which certainly gets your attention. And the run-up in the stock does too. You want to know more, folks? Send me an email. I get you the chart and everything else I do going forward. This email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
That's 2 charts this week, right? On Tesla? Or in
and
the
there
last
may
week?
be more to come.
Hey,
you never know.
The week is young. The week is young. Dave Wilson, we'll see you in a bit. For your stock, right now, let's get to Bob Moon. He's got your world national headlines. Hey, Bob.
Jason, the remarkable words of a former Republican presidential nominee refusing to go along with his party today.
The president is guilty of an appalling abuse of public trust.
Utah's Mitt Romney announcing he will vote shortly to convict President Trump for abusing his office. Still, the Republican-controlled Senate appears virtually certain to acquit when the vote is held this afternoon. A majority of senators have now expressed unease with Trump's pressure campaign on Ukraine that resulted in the 2 articles of impeachment. But there's nowhere near the 2/3 support necessary in the Republican-held Senate for the Constitution's bar of high crimes and misdemeanors to convict and remove the president from office. One key Republican, again, Senator Mitt Romney of Utah, announcing on the Senate floor he is breaking with his party. A plane skidded off the runway today as it tried to land in bad weather in Istanbul, crashing into a field and breaking into several pieces. Passengers had to evacuate through cracks in the crumpled fuselage, and authorities say 120 people were injured and hospitalized. The low-fare Pegasus Airlines plane carried 177 passengers and crew. Authorities say it skidded in bad weather, failed to hold on to the runway, and skidded some 50 to 60 yards before crashing into a ditch from a height of some 30 yards. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Bob Moon.
Why has J.D. Power ranked Commonwealth Financial Network #1 in independent advisor satisfaction among financial investment firms for the 6th straight time? We think it comes down to one thing: you. Because it's your input and feedback that keeps us focused on what's most important to you and your clients and continually pushes us to be the best we can be. Maybe that's why we receive top marks in every category of the J.D. Power 2019 Advisor Satisfaction Survey. They named us #1 in client support, #1 in firm leadership, #1 in operational support, #1 in compensation, #1 in professional development support, and #1 in technology support. Ready to partner with the best? Call Commonwealth at 866-462-3638 or visit commonwealth.com and feel the power. Member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor. For 2019 J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
25 years ago, NJIT graduate Dick Sweeney co-founded Keurig Green Mountain, a company whose incredible innovations changed the way the world brews a cup of coffee. Today, he lectures widely on business leadership and is a strong advocate for NJIT's work to combine business education with the power of STEM.
NJIT is definitely fostering the innovative thinking for budding entrepreneurs simply because that's the world we live in. NJIT is producing students that have been trained, educated, and given the business acumen to be a contributor to a company. The distinct mission is to develop great STEM scholars. The attributes I've always looked for in team members are heart, smarts, guts, and luck. So we want people with passion, intelligence, courage, and never discount luck. The student coming out of NJIT has experienced all of that.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Are you interested?
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
When you're not listening to your team, take it to the end zone, the rim, or the net. Keep up with the biggest moments in sports by following TuneIn on social media.
Block, Cook into the end zone for the touchdown.
From reminders of the live top games to tips of the best sports stations and podcasts.
Welcome to Undisputed. We are live from Los Angeles. I'm Jenny Taft here with Skip Bayless.
Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to get the most out of TuneIn.
Hey, NFL fan, can't watch the game? Can't be there? No biggie. With your TuneIn Premium membership, you already have an all-access pass to every team and every game in the league. Amazing, right?
Steps up, floats it towards at the goal line. It's intercepted.
Listen live as the action unfolds or on demand when you can. Anytime, anywhere, all season long.
Right side, it is caught. It is in for the right side for the touchdown.
Search NFL today.
Want to know a quick, easy way to see if your favorite podcasts have a new episode available? Just go to the home screen on your TuneIn app and see the latest editions under the Your New Episode section. Happy listening.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Start hearing more of what you want. Upgrade to TuneIn Premium and get over 45 commercial-free music stations, live commercial-free news, and every live NFL, MLB, NBA, and NHL game. Visit TuneIn.com/premium to upgrade.
Go courtside with the NBA on TuneIn. With the NBA on TuneIn, hear your favorite team and players take on their biggest rivals during the biggest games throughout the year, including regular season showdowns, the 2020 All-Star Game, and the NBA Finals in June, featuring the home and away calls for all 30 teams. Plus, with the NBA on demand, relive the best moments of the season by listening to the past games in their entirety. Listen to the NBA all season long on TuneIn.
The puck drops. 12 players face off to win. The suspense is pure torture, but you wouldn't miss this for the world. TuneIn brings you every minute of the NHL season. Listen live to hockey when it matters most on TuneIn.
And disseminate regulatory and disclosure documents, such as registration statements, M&A documents, and mutual fund prospectuses and reports. Command provides a full range of services to help you effectively complete your deal, meet your disclosure requirements, and achieve your shareholder communications objectives. Visit our website at commandfinancial.com and learn how we're evolving, not only with the times, but also with your business requirements. Command Financial, redefining financial printing.
Imagine being denied an apartment because of your religion, or your race, or because you have children, or a disability.
It's so wrong.
Yes, but who has the power to stop this?
You do. Each of us has the power. The law is on your side. It's illegal for landlords to discriminate because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. If you suspect that you have experienced housing discrimination, file a complaint with HUD immediately so we can investigate it. Fair housing is your right.
Use it.
To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Or call 1-800-669-9777. 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are all higher right now. S&P up 36 at 33.33. That is a gain of 1.1%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average have been up just about 500, up now by 466. That is a gain of 1.6%. NASDAQ up 42, a gain there of 0.5%. 10-year down 16 seconds with a yield of 1.65%. Gold up 0.3%, 15.56 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up by 3%, 51.13 a barrel. Brent higher by 3%, 55.58. So again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all moving higher on speculation efforts will succeed at minimizing the economic impact from the coronavirus. S&P up 35, a gain there of 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
And just about 11 minutes go into today's trading session. We are just off our highs with the S&P and the Dow. NASDAQ, though, a little bit more pressure on that index. Thank you, Tesla, as Tesla really taking a dive today after the big rally it's seen in 2020. Let's talk about the markets today. George Schulte is with us, founder of Schulte Asset Management, based in Rye Brook, New York, in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio on this Wednesday. I'm just going to ask you because we seem to not be able to get enough, and it's not just us, but the general public. We were just talking about, searching on Google. You start to type in a question and it comes up, about Tesla specifically. What do you make of a stock like Tesla? Like, I'm sure clients come to you and say, George, should I buy? Should I not buy?
I think it's a good short here, but boy, that is a momentum play, and it's kind of scary to get in front of something like that. But it's down today, big. Right. I wish I shorted it this morning.
Is there anything though fundamentally that you find interesting about Elon Musk and what he's doing there?
I think it's a great product, and it's exciting. He's got a great and growing, customer base, and it's very difficult for the other automakers to compete with that new dynamic. And you're seeing it. I mean, look what happened yesterday with Ford. Today, I was just at the GM Investor Day before coming here down on Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange, and they're doing a great job, converting that company into be more of a new economy type company like Tesla is.
And Mary Barr really going out on a limb saying we're going to get rid of old brands. We're going to really focus on self-driving and EVs, and that's we've had the conversations Jason and I about as a chief executive, right? They've got to think about what's the future, and that might be a little painful in the short term.
Absolutely.
But you've got to think about turning your company in the right direction.
So were you convinced enough to be buying GM?
So we already have a stake in GM, and we've held it for some time. The whole theme is zero crashes, zero emissions, and zero congestion.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. It's really compelling. I think it's a story that's somewhat similar to Tesla, but you really don't get any multiple. I mean, the last couple of years, the stock's kind of flat.
Yeah.
But they are paying a dividend while you wait.
Right.
I think everybody's waiting with Cruise Automotive, when they'll announce commercial operations. And that's going to be, I think it'll be amazing. Maybe they'll spin that off. That could be a big event for that stock this year.
Did they give you any indication?
No, and they haven't. They've generally not done that yet. But, I mean, there was a lot of discussion about what they're doing at Cruise. And it seems like, I think one of the things they're waiting for, besides just perfecting the safety issue, is they are waiting for, federal Department of Transportation approval.
Right.
So that's going to come soon, I think.
And notable, even from a personnel perspective, that they put Dan Ammann in charge of that. Right? It's clearly a lot of investment in all aspects in that.
What a change, too. I mean, he used to be buttoned up suit wearer like I am.
Interesting guy.
Now he wears sneakers and jeans to the meetings, and it's fun.
Yeah.
He's got a beard, no tie.
What do you make of that change?
I think it's exciting. That's the way that's a technology growth company,
right?
Culture.
Well, we talked with the Verizon CEO too, Hans Vestberg. He'll be featured in the magazine and on our show this weekend. But same thing, came in with kind of a
he's like wearing
modern
like a
hoodie.
Yeah.
Like it was just kind of interesting.
It's like, don't you work for the phone company, dude?
That giant phone company.
All right, talk to us about Boeing a little bit, because that's a
trains,
name.
and automobiles.
Yeah, exactly. We've been watching that so closely. What do you do with Boeing at this moment?
I think Boeing's a good short. It's trading at about $320 a share. I think the market really hasn't fully digested all the issues that company is going through. It started with the two crashes, and then the FAA suspended operations altogether of the 737 MAX in March of last year. Then the company suspended their dividend. But I think maybe the investing community doesn't realize how important 737 MAX is for the business. It's 80% of the company's entire backlog, and obviously it's a commercial airplane. That segment represents 60% of the company's entire revenue. So you saw revenue plummet year over year. It's gone from 101 billion to 79 billion right now, estimated for this year, and EBITDA dropped from 14 billion to 3 billion.
People still have our forecasts on the terminal still looking for like $94 billion.
I think that's very optimistic. I think it's also optimistic to assume that they're going to be able to start producing the plane again this summer and flying it again this summer. By the way,
ever be able to produce it again?
Well, nobody's saying that that's a possibility. That is a possibility that they just won't be able to produce it, and that would be a disaster.
Right? Yeah. I mean, folks on Twitter have just kind of kidded, and maybe it's not such a joke, but you've got to change the name. You've got to, and I don't know if that's enough.
Rebrand.
Yeah.
One of the issues, though, is that they have such a big backlog of orders from all the major airline companies, and they've been settling, lost profits claims from those airlines. It's expensive. I think Southwest, they paid $1.2 billion. The total amount of settlements that they pay out might be over $10 billion. And so if you factor it all in, the company's trading at about 64 times enterprise value to EBITDA right now. So, I think that's a wonderful short.
Now
and so are people just hanging on to it out of hope, or people hanging on to it out of kind of historical affinity? Why is the stock trading so high, you think?
Yes and yes.
Yeah.
And I think also management has been slow to acknowledge the problems. And of course, now you've seen management turnover.
Yeah.
And they're extending they're being a little bit more honest with the market about how long it's going to take to get the plane back. But, there's still uncertainty.
I wonder if it's the downside, too, of index funds. It's part of the S&P 500 index, right? And you think about all the money in index. I don't know how that plays into
it. It's the name of the Dow, too, right?
But I do wonder, how that kind of shores up a company from even falling further.
It's got to be part of it, Carol, because, listen, I mean, if there are investors that are blindly just buying something, they'll buy anything.
Right.
64 times EBITDA, who cares?
Right. Right.
Is there a company that you like? So you'd short.
Do you like anything, George?
Actually, can I tell you, it's so refreshing to talk with somebody who's shorting things. I really kind of love it. It's just interesting. Another take of the market, right?
Yeah.
Buyer, seller. What's another name that...
Well, we like GM. We talked about that already.
Yeah.
We also like the met coal producers. I think we've talked about those a couple times in the past. Arch Coal is one of them. There are a couple others. Warrior Met Coal, Contura Energy. These companies make coal not to burn for the to burn and make electricity.
Not the bad coal.
Not the bad coal. The steam coal. They make it to produce steel. And if there's one thing, I think, from last night's presidential State of the Union address that maybe the Democrats and Republicans could get together on, it's an infrastructure bill with the United States.
Right.
If you have that, there'd be even more demand for steel. I think also Chinese steel demand, it's taking a little bit of a dip this quarter, probably also next quarter, but it's going to come back.
Right.
And so there's always going to be a need for steel in the global economy. And so these producers of steel, coal, most of them have restructured their liabilities. They have very clean balance sheets. They're paying dividends, or they just have tremendous cash flow and no debt at all. And the valuation is so compelling. It's under 2 times EBITDA for us.
And that one has about a 3% dividend, right? So it's pretty healthy. Always fun to talk with you. We really appreciate that you come in loaded to talk about specific names. So it's really a fun conversation. George Schulze is founder of Schulze Asset Management based in Rye Brook, New York, in our Interactive Brokers studio. Just a few minutes left in today's trading day. Just coming off our highs on the S&P and the Dow. NASDAQ a little bit lower than that, but nonetheless, we're seeing some gains in those major averages. Stick around. Here comes the closing bell.
Leaders are born.
What does it take to get the markets back on the rails?
Born leaders are here.
The timeline for that can be slow.
Bloomberg Daybreak, weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Are you a whiskey lover? Do you want to get your hands on a 55-year-old Japanese single malt? Take a number, literally. Yamakaze is holding an in-Japan-only lottery for buyers of its Yamakaze 55 this summer. The supply is so limited from the country's oldest distillery that owner Suntory Holdings will release only 100 bottles. The price, a mere 3 million yen, which is still about 20...
Keys. Check. Phone. Check. 70s playlist downloaded. Check. Nice. There's one more thing you should check before you leave. Your travel. There's a new cycleway under construction between Kensington Olympia and Brentford Town Centre, so expect delays due to lane closures at the junction of Kew Bridge Road and Chiswick High Road. Plan ahead at tfl.gov.uk. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
5 is in! What a run! Touchdown, Kansas City!
Congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs on winning their first Super Bowl in 50 years and second in franchise history.
50, Watkins, 10, chase to the 5, into the end zone, touchdown! That may be all she wrote!
While the NFL's 100th season may be over, football never stops on TuneIn. Search NFL Podcast to stay current with all the off-season wheeling and dealing. And get ready for the 2020 NFL Draft in April.
World, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. NASDAQ at a record. The Dow, the S&P both advancing. Folks from Direction ETFs ringing that closing bell as we await the latest numbers out of Qualcomm, FireEye, GoPro, Peloton Interactive, and Fox Corp. NASDAQ at a record, up 40 points today, higher by 0.4%. S&P up 37 again at the close of 1.1%. We've got the S&P at an all-time high there. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 483 points higher today by 1.7%. 10-year down 15.30 seconds, yield 1.65%. Gold up 0.3%. 15.57 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil higher today by 2.9%. WTI 51.04 a barrel. Brent crude is at 55.45 up today by 2.8%. So stocks rallied today. Again, the S&P up by 1.1%. In the year-to-date column, the S&P up 3.2%, the Dow up 2.6%, NASDAQ so far this very young year up by almost 6%. Industry data show American businesses added the most workers in 5 years. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
It's a big number. Payroll provider ADP reports private employers hired 291,000 workers in January, the biggest gain since 2015, and broad-based across industries. Mild winter weather probably provided a boost. The ADP data set the stage for Friday's government employment report. Vinny Del, Judice, Bloomberg Radio.
That incredible 6-day run for Tesla, running out of power. Shares screeching to a halt today. Tesla down 17.1%. General Motors shares up 1.9% after the automaker forecast earnings will be flat this year as new truck and big SUV models help compensate for weaker demand in the U.S. and China. Ford shares plunged after earnings. Ford down today by 9.5%. Recapping, S&P pushes higher up 1.1%. 10-year yield 1.63%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Move around. Motion creates the motion.
I feel the earth move under my feet.
You move like they do. I've never seen anyone move that fast.
All right, people, let's move like we've got a purpose.
Company's called Movers and Shakers. They cost a little more, but that name cracked me up.
Bloomberg Business Week, Movers and Shakers with Carol Messer and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Time to take a look at some of the movers and shakers on this Wednesday afternoon. First up, big picture, 412 names in the S&P 500 higher today, 91 lower. Do want to mention, though, some earnings crossing the Bloomberg terminal. First of all, I'm just going to mention iRobot because that stock's already up about 18.5% in the after hours, so already moving. We're awaiting Peloton, but Qualcomm also crossing the Bloomberg terminal. First quarter adjusted revenue, $5.06 billion. That's a beat. $4.83 billion was the estimate. First quarter adjusted earnings per share was 99 cents, so that was 14 cents better than what Wall Street was forecasting. What's the stock doing?
The stock is up about 3.5–4%, bouncing around a little bit, but certainly up toward the positive. And, you know, Qualcomm is really an interesting company. Seeing second quarter revenue, I should point out, $4.9 billion to $5.7 billion. The estimate was for $5.06. That could be a tremendous beat, and that may be what is driving it up. Stock pairing its gains a little bit here in the after hours, down 1% or so, or sorry, down to up 1 to 2%.
That looks like a real number.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like they're just there's still a range, but they're moving kind of the higher end, no doubt about it. So that's why you're seeing that stock pop about 2% here in the after hours.
One thing to mention about Peloton, as you say, we are awaiting those numbers. Story just popped. Yeah, Peloton is a 100% shorted stock ahead of its earnings. Short interest in the newly publicly traded company has reached a record 112% of the float, with about 45 million shares shorted. That's worth about $1.5 billion as of February 4th, according to IHS Markit. So, I mean, this is a name. We talk about it a lot, in part because it's a product that you and I use, and it's a product that a lot of our customers use, a lot of our listeners and viewers use as well. So closely watched, to say the least.
But in a competitive wellness space, as we know, and so I think people are wondering. Sonos also out with their latest results. First quarter revenue, $562.1 million. That's a beat. $545.5 million was what Wall Street was expecting. So Sonos shares are up about 2.5% here in the after hours. EPS too for the quarter, a beat. Looks like coming in, I think, about 2 pennies better, 60 cents. Forgive me, 7 cents better than what Wall Street was forecasting. There's Peloton.
All right. Second quarter revenue, $466.3 million, topping the highest estimate, boosting forecast for subscribers and its total fiscal year 2020 revenue. Second quarter connected fitness subscribers rose 96%. The estimate there had been for 90%, seeing fiscal year revenue 1.53 to 1.55. Had seen 1.45 to 1.5.
Stock bouncing around in the after hours to the upside, but I saw it up 7%. Right now it's up about 4%. Now it's up about 6%. So, from what I'm seeing on the trades, my guess is there's some short covering going on, right? That people are scrambling because they're seeing the stock pop big time. And so it is bouncing around. Now it's up just not even 1%. So my gut would say that those are some big trades happening on by those shorts that were out there, and they're trying to cover a bit.
Right.
So we'll see where
just a reminder, more than than 100% short float there. I mean, more than 100% of the float.
Now it's down 8%. Gosh, it's a crazy trade. Now it's down 4%. I mean, it is really nuts, and I do think it's those big positions.
It's been one of the nuttier stocks to watch, I have to say, in the last year or so.
Well, no doubt about it, but I like to see this bouncing around. You're talking about a, 15%
12% swing. Yeah, 12,
swing.
15% swing.
Fox is also out with its latest earnings. Quick check on the stock first so that you guys know what's going on. Looks like unchanged in the after hours. Second quarter adjusted EPS, it's a dime, that 10 cents. The comparison was for an estimated loss of 2 cents a share. Second quarter revenue, $3.79 billion. That's a beat. Estimate for $3.65 billion. Cable network programming revenue, $1.47 billion. So we're getting all these numbers and also our share repurchase.
All right. We'll come back later on in the show, bring you up to date on how things are moving and shaking in the after hours. But for now, let's look at the VIX. Volatility down about 6% today, closing at 15.11. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up. Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson. Open up the door. It's Dave. Who? Dave.
Hey, Mr. Wilson. Dave Wilson back with us. What you looking at for your stock?
That would be BioXcel Therapeutics, Jason. It's a drug developer that's using artificial intelligence to identify medicines worth pursuing. That would explain the company's ticker, BTAI. B for BioXcel, T for therapeutics, and AI for artificial intelligence. BioXcel was founded in 2005 and went public in March 2018. Now, the shares traded near their initial price of $11 each until last September, when the company raised $19 million in a follow-up sale. They fell as low as $3.76 in November. Now, since then, BioXcel has come back in a big way. The shares ended last year at a record, and this year, they've jumped as much as 50%. BioXcel set a record today after the company received U.S. clearance to begin studying a possible treatment for opioid withdrawal symptoms. Now, this drug is already under development to treat agitation in people with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, Alzheimer's, and dementia. So you're talking about another possible use for this medication. BioXcel shares climbed as much as 27% after the opioid withdrawal research got the go-ahead, and they closed with a gain of more than 15%.
So, Dave Wilson, I'm going to just ask you about Peloton, only because we've seen it rallied. It was really bouncing around a lot. Should I assume that that's short covering or, big block trades trading? What is that? It's now down about 11%.
I mean, if you figure, the early gains, that's the computer programs, the algos, as they say, kicking in. And then after that, people take a look at the numbers, and maybe they're not so crazy about them. We'll see how it all shakes out.
Okay. It's just been wild.
Stock. Yeah, very
it's now
wild.
Down about 12%.
Yeah, exactly. It was down as much as 15 a minute ago. All right, let's get over to world and national headlines. More to come from here. But first, Bob Moon. Hi.
Hi, Jason. The U.S. Senate is about to conclude its impeachment trial of President Trump with a vote on the two articles, abuse of power and obstruction of justice. The Republican-controlled Senate appears virtually certain to acquit President Trump on those two impeachment charges, as GOP lawmakers rail against what they say is a rush process, and Democrats decry Trump as a threat to democracy. There is still nowhere near the two-thirds support necessary in the Republican-held Senate for the Constitution's bar of high crimes and misdemeanors to convict and remove the president from office. Right up until Senator Mitt Romney, took to the floor of the chamber to announce his decision today, his fellow Republicans were saying they expected him to vote for Trump's acquittal. But Romney announced he had concluded Trump was guilty of what he called an appalling abuse of public trust.
In some quarters, I will be vehemently denounced. I'm sure to hear abuse from the president and his supporters. Does anyone seriously believe that I would consent to these consequences other than from an inescapable conviction that my oath before God demanded it of me?
Indeed, soon after Romney's remarks, the president's son, Donald Jr., attacked the former GOP presidential nominee on Twitter. He accused Romney of being forever bitter that he will never be president and declared Romney is now officially a member of the resistance and should be expelled from the GOP. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Bob Moon.
Bob, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Well, we've been looking forward to this conversation all day because we love talking about real estate in all aspects, investing and whatnot. Who better to talk about it than Kent Swig, president of Swig Equities? Although I feel like we could spend a lot of time just going through your history, your various titles. You've got your hands in a lot. You're here with us in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here.
All right, so let's talk about the state of real estate, just top line. You think about how property is moving, being valued. If you had to distill it down, what would you say?
On residential or commercial?
Commercial.
Commercial. Well, the commercial, we're coming off of one of the second best year in New York City's history in terms of leasing activity, a little over in Manhattan, 36 million square feet. So it was a very, very powerful, very strong year, only beaten by 2018. And the amount of expansions going on in New York City with companies coming in, such as Amazon, such as Google, and all the other ones here, have really changed the paradigm of the business world, where typically we're in the FIRE industry, which is finance and real estate insurance. We've now diversified a bit, which I think is strengthening the overall marketplace.
And I do wonder, on a day where, and I just want to point out, the Senate has begun the Trump impeachment vote, and that is starting to happen already. So the articles are being read and the votes are being taken. So we're monitoring that. But I do wonder about, Kent, when you look at some of the macro issues that impact the real estate environment, is it really ultimately about low rates and a good economy, and that really is the recipe for success when it comes to real estate? What is it?
It's not the low rates. And I agree with you 100%. From a macroeconomics perspective, it's where we are as an economic force. And I, for one, don't quite understand the increase and euphoria of the stock market at the moment based on the underlying principles. So one of the biggest issues that I've seen is our budget deficit. So if you look at just this administration to this administration without going anywhere else, this fiscal year we're looking at 55% more in interest rate payments on the budget versus the year prior, and that's with extraordinarily low interest rates. So how this is not being digested or accepted or viewed is a little bit beyond me. So those things are a concern, I think, overall, just in the business world in the United States.
I want to take you to the opposite coast, San Francisco specifically. You've done a lot of business there as well. Compare, contrast, again, sort of the commercial side. And then I want to talk about the economics of that city in a minute, but help us understand, given what you said about Manhattan and New York City, how does San Francisco look?
Well, San Francisco, again, is also expanding incredibly so with the tech world and the tech world space out there. What's interesting is in Silicon Valley, where a lot of the tech is housed or headquartered, the people who work in those places actually want to live in San Francisco. Right. So from a residential perspective, it's a very strong marketplace. And I think more of the tech people are coming into San Francisco because that's where their workers want to be housed. So you've got a reverse commute out of San Francisco to some of the headquartered places. And they're all taking some substantial offices in San Francisco itself. We just signed a lease when my family's building a 300,000-foot lease, basically with Asana, which is a major computer company. Yeah. So it's it's a very strong market there as well.
But yeah, it's a great market, right? In terms of values. But I can't tell you for how many years, and you know this as well, talking about the inequalities that are out there and providing affordable, housing for many of those workers who maybe aren't at the top of the rung when it comes to some of those tech companies. So they're commuting hours to get to work. What do we need to do? What's the responsibility of either a company like yours or the private sector?
Well, here's the thing, in simplistic terms. If you have it like children, right? If you punish a child all the time, does that necessarily stop them from doing something not right? No. If you incentivize them, do they actually respond better to incentives? Yes. So one of the things desperately we need in New York City, San Francisco, and others is affordable housing. So in New York, for example, in order to build a lot of affordable housing, you have to get participation of people. So one of the ways to do that, in my opinion, is take a look at the largest boulevard in New York City, Queens Boulevard, let's say. Great transportation, great wide open areas, and very, very low FAR floor area ratios to build. So why not say anybody who is going to build can go up to 10 FAR, 10 times your lot size, or 12 or whatever that is, but 40%, 50% of all that housing must be affordable housing. If you don't choose to do it, you're still sitting at 3-1. If you do choose to do it, it'll all be underwritten, it'll be absorbed, and you will see so much construction going on, and affordable housing will be built. But if we try to punish our way through it, we're not going to actually add much to that.
We do want to mention a headline crossing because, as we know, the voting underway in the Senate does have the votes to acquit President Trump on the abuse of power charge. And there are a couple of charges. So they're working through each of the individual charges. The Chief Justice Roberts is announcing those charges, and then a vote and a roll call is being taken. The Senate has the vote on the abuse of power charge. That was ongoing, but as we said, they have the votes to acquit the president on that abuse of power charge. We'll continue to monitor.
And notably, that abuse of power charge was the one that Senator Mitt Romney said that he would vote to convict. So just noting that as we go along, because that was the headlines that grabbed us earlier in the day. Kent Swig is still
It's fluid,
with us.
Kent.
It's fluid. We're just going with it here.
Well, it's funny because we talk about these big issues. I mean, we've been kind of astounded that impeachment has been going on, and yet I think so much of the world has ignored it. The virus has been another thing that everybody has to deal with. U.S.-China trade, we've certainly gotten to an impasse, at least phase one, and so on. Brexit, the same thing. How are you making serious business decisions moving forward, making investments because you feel confident enough about the outlook?
Well, I'm looking.
Despite all of this,
look, there are always ups and downs in the marketplace. That's a fact. Our downturns since 1946, frankly, have been more compressed and shorter. So New York City, particularly, has rebounded faster and had less negative impact in all of the economic downturns, frankly, since 46. So. Yes, you have to take a look, and it's not always rosy. However, yes, I'm looking at new deals, and housing is a big part of what we're looking at building because it's sorely needed. The trick is to be able to build rental housing in the marketplace. In Manhattan, unfortunately, all the land is priced at condo prices. That won't last because the market isn't strong enough, I think, to sustain that. So there will be opportunities, but in and around the surrounding area here, there are opportunities to build, and it's needed.
So let's go down a level here in New York, because you have projects all over the place. Where are you? This is probably like making you pick among your children, but where are you most excited about in the New York area? Where are you seeing the most growth? Because there have been some shifts, it feels like, in construction. I think about what's going on the West Side, certainly downtown, where I know you have some projects, has been a phenomenal story over the last 20 years or so.
Yeah. For housing, frankly, building in New York City for rental housing is very, very difficult.
Everywhere across the board.
The pricing is just very tough. Building condo, I would do that in provided you could put housing up and sell it at a price, under $2,000 a square foot or less. That can get you somewhere because housing is still needed. Otherwise, looking at, frankly, Jersey City and some of the surrounding areas that have wonderful transportation. Journal Square, to me, makes a lot of sense. It's a couple, stops on the path. You're in New York. Frankly, it's faster to get there in New York than it is from crosstown to crosstown.
I'm in downtown Jersey City, and I've been there for a while, and it's just phenomenal for how long that property along the Hudson all just kind of sat dormant.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
And then finally Lefrak coming in, but still it took a long time for it to develop, and now it's just going up into the kind of the higher areas of the city.
The rental housing market there's more rental housing being built in Jersey City downtown than there is in all of Manhattan right now. So you've got to be cautious and careful. The things I've been looking at particularly are buildings under 20 stories that I can get up quickly, rent quickly, and while the big players who are doing 70-story buildings are, by the time they top out, I've finished the building and I've rented the building. So,
well, and I do think in a neighborhood like that's going through gentrification, and has been for now at least 10 years, if not more, that I think they're starting to rethink some of those bigger projects in terms of what people want in a neighborhood. It's turned, they want to live there, and so now you have to think about kind of a mixture of housing.
It is, and they're efficient, the large buildings. It's surprising when you look at energy and you look at the greening world out there, have now looked at and said, frankly, major urban centers are actually environmentally more sensitive than just going out and having massive suburban sprawl. So there's a balance there, but they're large, and the little bit of movement there could be very, very painful one way or the other.
I agree.
On the residential side, talk to us about the role, especially here in New York City, of foreign buyers and how that has sort of shifted over the years.
Well, so foreign buyers, which people have been talking about for a long, long time, probably make up maybe 15% of the whole market at most. So it is substantial, but it's not all encompassing. However, on the new condos, and some of them, they go up to almost 30%. So there is an impact on that. There's no, co-op boards. So there's not that many condos. New York City itself, with the population that we have, Manhattan, right? We have only 135,000 condos in the whole borough of Manhattan.
Wow.
Right? So there's just not that many condos, period. Frankly, I think there's not that much housing around here to buy. So about 110,000 Manhattan. I take it back. 145,000 in all 5 boroughs combined. All 5 boroughs, 140,000 units. That's it. Nothing.
I feel like we'd be remiss if we didn't ask about retail. What's the future of retail? What's the role of retail? In a week where Macy's is shutting down more stores, and I think investors like that because we've gotten over-malled and over-stored. Yes. What's your take?
So maybe a little different than others. So most buildings, if the retail goes down in price or up, they're large buildings. They're not, ultimately, is it a little painful? Yes, but it's not going to really be that impactful on them. If you're a major company only in retail, ouch, right? There's been some tough. However, quality of life, I think it's wonderful. So everybody talks about the little neighborhood shops, who's the chocolatiers, the flower shops who can't afford to be here anymore. Guess what? They can now. And the big box users are gone. So our quality of life of going into somebody who's going to make something by hand, going in and getting fresh juices, all that stuff is coming back. And that is going to enhance the quality of life. And I think that's great for New York City. So I would say retail is like, Sir Isaac Newton said, right, matter can neither be created nor destroyed. It's changing form. Retail is changing form. What is it? Big industrial is now retail, right? They're logistics. Mm-hmm. So people are still buying. They're still wearing things. They're buying something. They're doing all that stuff. It's just the form has changed. Yeah. So retail as a business is good. Retail in the old traditional sense of big box users in New York City or Manhattan particularly, that's changed.
But you're talking an urban environment? Because you're saying outside cities, we're still going to have malls.
Nobody's going to the nobody goes to an Amazon plant to go buy their retail. They buy it online. But that Amazon plant that's producing all that, logistically giving all that's a retail. You can call it industrial, but it's frankly retail. It's a new component, a form change of retail. So it's still very, very needed. It's wanted. It's just changed the form. And I think for the better, frankly.
All right, 1 minute to go. What's the thing you worry about the most in this real estate market, commercial or residential, through 2020?
I worry about the conscience of our elected officials to be able to stand up and point and accept right or wrong. And that impacts us on every level all the way through. So if we can't have a collective conscience of right and wrong, I think that our business is secondary to everything.
Wow.
But can the private sector kind of set the tone and improve that?
They don't, do they? It's not working. How many voices we can have? It doesn't seem to be listened to very well. So...
All right, come back and see us. Really interesting conversation. We didn't even get into a lot of your background. I'm fascinated by the fact that you studied Chinese history. Well,
Stay
the
tuned.
good part of your background.
Stay
the good part of your background. All right. Ken Swig, president of Swig Equities, so experienced and involved in all aspects of real estate across the country, across the world. Really good to spend some time.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's get a check on world and national news. Not world. Actually, we need to check on the world of business. Forgive me, Charlie Pellet.
A lot going on after hours, Carol Master. Let's begin with Peloton Interactive reporting earnings after the bell. It did boost its annual revenue and user forecast. Second quarter revenue and subscription revenue beat consensus estimates, but I'm looking at shares dropping by 13% in extended trading. Qualcomm delivered a sales forecast for the current quarter indicating new high-speed wireless networks are starting to fire up demand for pricier smartphones. Shares up now by just about 0.8%. Also after the bell, Grubhub's full-year 2020 revenue guidance midpoint came in below the average analyst estimate, compiled by Bloomberg. Shares lower by 1.1%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher today. S&P at a record up 37 points, up 1.1%. NASDAQ also at a record up 41 points, up 0.4. And the Dow higher by 483 points for the Dow, a gain of 1.7%. The 10-year down 15.30 seconds. The yield there 1.65%. Gold up 0.3%. Now a look at world and national news. Here is Bob Moon.
And taking the final votes on impeachment articles charging President Trump with abuse of power and obstructing a U.S. investigation into his pressure on Ukraine to investigate a political rival. And the Senate voted 52 to 48 to clear Trump of abusing the power of his office. The voting continues on Capitol Hill at this hour. The Republican-led chamber voting next on whether Trump obstructed Congress. The Senate is expected to find him not guilty of that impeachment article as well. A remarkable spectacle came earlier this afternoon when the GOP's unsuccessful 2012 presidential nominee announced he would be voting to oust a Republican president who seldom hides his contempt for the well-mannered party establishment that the patrician Mitt Romney symbolizes. And there was a plane mishap today in Turkey. Turkey's health minister says one person died. 157 were injured in a plane accident in Istanbul where the aircraft skidded off the runway and broke into 3 pieces. Passengers had to evacuate through cracks in the smashed plane and climb out onto its wings. The plane, which belongs to the low-cost airline Pegasus, had arrived from the western Turkish city of Izmir with 177 passengers and crew on board. Flights are being diverted to Istanbul's main airport. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Bob Moon.
Bob, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Masser, live on Bloomberg Radio, streaming live on YouTube. And here in our New York studio, we are watching live pictures of the U.S. Senate. They are on their second vote, the impeachment charge of obstruction of Congress. This is having already acquitted the president on the abuse of power charge. The final tally there, 52 to 48 to acquit. Of course, the notable move that you just heard detailed by Bob Moon was GOP Senator Mitt Romney, former presidential nominee for the Republicans. And I've seen a lot of headlines. It's the first time that a senator has voted to convict a member of his own party.
Which is pretty unbelievable.
Historic.
Yeah, historic, no doubt about it, and certainly in this environment.
And we will bring you, obviously, the headlines as they come on that vote.
All right, let's bring in Kevin Cirilli. He's our chief Washington correspondent of Bloomberg Radio and TV, host of Bloomberg Sound On, right here on Bloomberg Radio. He is in Boston. He's en route to the next debate in New Hampshire of the Democratic candidates. Kevin, let's start, first of all, with this impeachment vote. I mean, no surprise, right? This is how we, for the most part, expected it to go.
No surprise, but a preview, perhaps, of where the debate within the Republican Party goes for the next 4 years. With Senator Romney, the Republican from Utah, of course, now the top political adversary to President Trump in the Republican Party, doing this. He's laying down a gauntlet of sorts. And, you know, I mean, you've got to look into this in terms of where things go from here. And clearly, he now inherits the Jeff Flake movement, the late, great Senator John McCain movement, in terms of that, in that regard, as Republican opposition to President Trump. But I'm not sure that it's going to benefit him in the short term. And already I'm hearing from my sources on the Trump reelection campaign that they are fully prepared to go to political battle against Romney. You're seeing that in public remarks on social media postings from top Trump surrogate officials as well as members of the First Family. Beyond that, I would take a step back and say that right now, this is the first time in the president's administration, where he now has a clean slate, so to speak, as it relates to no investigations.
Hey, listen, I just want to mention the Senate now has the votes to acquit the president on obstruction. That was the other charge. The vote is ongoing, but they apparently already have enough votes. And as Jason mentioned earlier, they've got the votes to acquit the president also on the abuse of power charges, which were the two charges against the president. So, yeah.
There we are.
And I was struck, can I just add one more comment?
Sure. Please.
I mean, Romney, I think, is going to get a lot of attention, but Senator Joe Manchin, the centrist Democrat from West Virginia as well, I was, very eagerly awaiting to see what he does. I've covered him now for close to a decade, and he's someone who really, on these crucial votes, truthfully doesn't disclose how he's going to vote one way or the other until he's on the Senate floor. So for him to vote to convict the president is striking. And I'm struck by that. That's a state, West Virginia, that President Trump carried by, more than 20 percentage points. There's a lot of rumors that perhaps Manchin would switch parties and eye for the president's energy secretary position. But clearly now that's not, it would appear that would be unlikely now. Given his vote.
So I'm not sure the president would welcome him with open arms at this point,
Kevin, you understand this world. I mean, probably better than most of us. What happened, right, with Manchin? I mean, what's he thinking?
I was texting with one of his, with a source close to Joe Manchin, and really, this is someone who has deep ties to certain Democratic circles. You could say more Biden world, more Buttigieg world, and. In terms of his legacy, he's a former governor of the state. So in terms of where he goes from here, he's probably eyeing either retirement or, hoping for a Democrat in the White House and try to get that job.
Right. So, Kevin, you mentioned Buttigieg and Biden. Pete Buttigieg, former mayor of South Bend, Indiana, coming out ahead, at least so far, holding a lead. The lead seems to be growing slightly as these reporting trickles in from the Iowa caucuses, and we can talk about the sort of debacle element of that in a second. 85% of the precincts are reporting, and Buttigieg, at least at the moment, ahead. What do you make of that result?
Buttigieg is the front runner. I mean, there's no other way to look at it. When I was in Iowa and went to several of the rallies, Buttigieg's rallies, it was noticeably